Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701. One person suppresses 7 emperors. Blood and ki were like flames, and the Deo rhyme was vibrating and ignited. 3000 perfections, 2 paths running in parallel. The supreme flesh and blood was vibrating, emitting an amazing brilliance on Lisu's star, forming a large area of blood color, extremely rich, like slurry and mercury. They flowed slowly, heavy and unbelievable. The flesh and blood were vibrating, something had changed, and the structure deep in every cell was undergoing unprecedented changes. The composition of the genes was being rewritten and written into the supreme shape. Lisu walked forward step by step, but at this moment he was like a giant beast descended from the ancient times, the top predator. An incredible deterrence was brewing and flowing. It was the top creature, suppressing all flesh and blood creatures. Leibutei seemed to be struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and every cell was making sounds, wailing and screaming. This was instinct. The instinct of the flesh was suppressed. Emotions from the deepest part of the genes surrender to the supreme life. The shock was too shocking. His body was completely stiff, and he broke out in hives. His skin was throbbing uncontrollably. Even if he suppressed it with his origin, he couldn't control the trembling. For the first time, the shadow of death filled his heart. How long has it been? Too long. Too long. Thousands of years had passed without such a feeling, and it almost overwhelmed him. With a shocking roar, the Thunder Department Tei couldn't stand it. Facing this huge shadow, he couldn't help but explode, pouring out all his strength to resist the pressure that suppressed his mind. At this moment, the power of Tei exploded in diameter. The initial stage of Tei is close to perfection. Close to 800 middle paths, 2.4 million huge small paths. The path is like a 1,000-foot wave, setting off a storm. The moment the power of Tei exploded, it directly covered thousands of miles. The terrible thunder exploded 10,000 times per second. The grand domain took shape, directly suppressing Lisu's power. Very strong. Almost instantly, he reversed his decline, and broke out completely. Suppress him. Leibutei couldn't help but roar. Since he had broken out, he would not hold back, and would go all out. He wanted to quickly suppress Lisu and defeat the man who had left an indelible mark on his Deo heart. Otherwise, after this battle would probably become a shadow in his heart and a huge shackle that bound him. Boom. Bloody aura. Thunder territory. Collision. Very tragic, very vast, and very scary. Especially the Thunder territory, as a special area extended after Tei achieved the galaxy. It shielded all the element of the Deo, leaving only the power of thunder. In the territory, thunder is invincible. This is my power, the invincible power of Tei. Leibutei suddenly waved his hand, and couldn't help but roared. He would never let a true immortal overwhelm him. He is not an ordinary Tei, but a heavenly Tei, who enjoys many resources, and possesses extremely high talents. When he was young, he was also the center of the sect, and was admired by thousands of people. Boom. 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 The Thunder territory is indeed very strong, and it quickly defeated Lisu's blood-colored aura. But, no matter how it is defeated, the blood-colored aura will continue to burst out more blood and energy, and the flame-like blood and energy will directly collide with his Thunder territory head-on, and continue to fight each other. He resisted. Facing this scene, the pupils of the Thunder Department Tei shrank directly into a thin line, and the high-pitched emotions almost solidified. How is it possible? How is this possible? The other party is just a true immortal, and it is still just a true immortal. He is Tei at the peak of the early stage. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The Thunder Department Tei's body turned into thunder, leaped 1,000 miles, and attacked Lisu directly. Similarly, Lisu's feet were shaken, and he pulled the terrifying 9 huge true immortal chains, and met them head on. Boom. Fists and swords collided, the space of thousands of miles cracked, and the endless avenue shone in the void, colliding with each other and fighting each other. One punch, and another punch. Even though he was bound by a huge chain, Lee Su's movements did not stop. His fists were as heavy as stars, crushing everything around him and smashing towards Lee Butei. Similarly, Lee Butei was also constantly striking with his sword, one sword after another, and huge lightning tore through the void, splitting one world after another, and slashing towards Lee Su. The two of them fought thoroughly, and the sparks formed by the collision of the diorimes of both sides splashed for millions of miles, forming one beautiful and deadly wonder after another. Not good. Facing this extremely shocking scene, Yu Butei showed a worried look on his fair face and became very nervous. At this moment, she was not worried about the GGO disciple, Lee Su, but Lee Butei, her own junior brother. Why? Crash, crash. The sound of chains rang, and the prohibition of the corridor was triggered again. The sky was purple, and the amazing diorime was vibrating in the purple light. An extremely large chain was taking shape and extending outward. That was the Tei chain, which was specially used to lock the monks in the Tei realm. Everyone saw the battle on the other side clearly. The GGO disciple was very terrifying and too strong. He could fight against Tei, and he was still under the prohibition of 9 true immortal chains. But there is an obvious problem. Lee Su can do it, but it does not mean that Lee Butei can do it. At his current realm, just one Tei chain can completely seal 99% of his power, knocking him down from the clouds and falling back to true immortal. No, maybe directly falling back to heavenly immortal. Facing an existence like Lee Su, Tei fell back to heavenly immortal, and the result was simply a nightmare. Tei couldn't even take down the other party, so what was the concept of heavenly immortal? You know, the heaven court was not in the right this time. After all, there was no substantial evidence. If they won, as long as they didn't kill the other party, they deserved it if they participated. If they didn't participate, they didn't explain, so they couldn't blame anyone. From the perspective of being able to win, it was a win-win situation for the Heaven Court, which was also called winning. But if they lost, it would obviously be another matter. You know, when Lee Su kept bursting out, the 9 true immortal chains couldn't suppress him. When he was dragged away by him, Yu Butei felt bad. Shianjiao. Undoubtedly a super Shianjiao. Looking at the mythological world, the realm of true immortal is definitely a top existence. Such a person's aspirations can be imagined. How could he participate in such an action and use such means? Not to mention the 3rd level medicinal materials, even the thunder tribulation pill itself, in some places, and on some people, is a priceless treasure, but to put it bluntly, it is just that. How much would it cost to invite such a Shianjiao to come out in person? Therefore, Lee Su could not have been invited by the other party, which means that this matter has nothing to do with him, because he is not qualified. This basically means that the Heaven Court broke the rules, and Tei attacked the true immortal. You said Lee Su started it first. You're kidding. You've already driven out such a thing. Can you let the Shianjiao accept it calmly? This is not a harmonious society. Shianjiao is the most privileged in the mythology world, and all explanations will be viewed from the perspective of Shianjiao. Therefore, from the moment Lee Su showed his strength, the Heaven Court fell into a disadvantageous position. If you hurt the other party, you have to give an explanation. If you are beaten to death by the other party, you deserve it. In an instant, you went from being a winner to a complete loser. Facing this result, the mood of Tei of the Rain Department at this moment is undoubtedly completely imaginable. What should I do? What should I do? Go to help? You're kidding. 9 true immortal chains. How to fight? If you go up, you will probably be beaten. Once it explodes like Tei of the Thunder Department and draws out Tei chains, it will be certain to die. Taking a breath, Tei of the Rain Department looked directly at Lee Su's companions. She took a breath and walked over directly. Capture someone. Take him as a hostage? Are you kidding me? Do you want to die? As for Lee Su's true identity, Yu Butei had already made some guesses in his heart. No, it can't be considered a guess. It's almost a hammerstone. There are many geniuses in the myth world, but Lee Su is another matter. Are you kidding me? Do you think he is a cabbage? So, he is most likely the one who killed 5 Dalo realms, and one of them was killed by the little justice god of their heaven. Although he has not been seen much in the myth world, he is undoubtedly the famous successor of Gigio. Gigio Daozi. When he thought of this, although it was a guess, Ubutei's stomach hurt. He gave me a very special feeling. This was the original words of the little justice god Yang Zuankang, before returning to the heaven and retreating. Damn it, if it's true, you should tell me. Isn't this a scam? Let's go find those two girls first. It's over. I'm afraid I have to collect the body of my junior brother. The Tai chain has come out and is starting to move. Once the junior brother is locked, it will be another scene. In just 1 second, Ubutei thought it through and went straight to the two women. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the other side, with the outbreak of the war, the people who hijacked one side were stunned. What's going on? Why are they fighting each other? And, looking at the way they fought, no matter how you look at it, this is not a show, but a real fight. Tai, who was blocking the door in the fog outside the gate, was shocked and confused. This is different from what was agreed. However, when the real immortal chain appeared, when the whole 9 real immortal chains appeared, they couldn't suppress the person inside, and the Tai's face turned a little green. You know, if the other party came out directly just now, it would not be Xianting who took action, but him. If he blocked it, would he still be alive? However, thinking that it had nothing to do with this Gigio disciple, and Xianting took the initiative to fight with the other party, Tai smiled again. This is a good thing, a great thing. Although they don't know why they are fighting, it's convenient for them to search for the location of the things. Let the heavenly court step on Lisu's thunder. The one from the rain department. Did he realize it? Tai's eyelids outside the door sank. Everyone is not a fool. Such a genius is a treasure in the big sect. It is impossible for them to get involved in such things. After all, there is no benefit. As for their invitation, are you kidding? Inviting such a genius to end up is no cheaper than Daluo. After all, ordinary things are not valued by people. Looking at the Tai chain flying from the direction of the immortal prison corridor, which gave him a huge sense of oppression just by looking at it, Tai's eyes flashed in the mist. Want to stop the war? Overthinking. It's just right. Although it is still a misunderstanding so far, it will not be a misunderstanding if people on both sides die. Vicious thoughts flowed out of Tai's pupils, and his eyes flickered constantly. If there is a rift between Gigio and Xianting, the harvest will be much greater than the 3rd level medicinal materials. Such disciples will definitely participate in the 10,000 years war soon, and 99% of them are the core of Gigio. A good opportunity. He grasped the void, and the fog around him became a spear, with countless Dao rhymes running through it. Here, with a low shout, without any hesitation, he threw it directly into the dragon boat. The target was obvious, the two women beside Lisu, Beisu and Kinga. The movement was suppressed by him very low, and the power of Tai was gathered inside. The Tai chains attracted by the Tai of the Thunder Department were all inactive and paused slightly. In the narrow gap, the Tai of the Rain Department came quickly, and the two women also showed a vigilant look, and looked at each other. Brother can't beat him, so he plans to attack us. Kinga muttered directly, but her face was very calm, and she was not scared, because the other party was Tai. Beisu didn't say anything, just looked at the other party calmly. After all, she was older, and had experienced more things. She could feel the emotions in the other person's eyes. The other person came over, and didn't seem to want to make a big deal. Ubutei whispered, and took a deep breath, preparing to speak. The next second, her face changed, her pupils suddenly widened, and she looked behind the two women. Not good. Although she felt it, it was too late. Almost silently, Beisu and Kinga, who were facing Ubutei, trembled. They showed surprise on their pretty faces and couldn't help but look down at their chests. A spear, grey and foggy, pierced them. This spear not only pierced their bodies, but also pierced the avenue in their bodies. The millions of Dao rhymes burst directly and shattered everything inside. Blood flowed along the corners of their mouths, and the colorful eyes of the two women dimmed in an instant, and their pretty faces lost their vitality forever. Arsehole. Faced with this scene, Ubutei was furious, and the 3,000 black hairs couldn't help but bulge up, and the power of rain burst out, covering the two women. As the perception fell, her body could not help but tremble. Dead. The vitality of the two was completely extinguished. Damn, who is it? She raised her head. Her pupils were red, and she looked outside the dragon boat. However, except for the hazy fog, it was obvious that the other party was hiding well and could not sense anything. On the side, Zhang Yuan, who was brought here together, also changed his expression. From several contacts, it can be seen that the two women and Li Su have a very good relationship. If they die here, the other party may go completely crazy. Hehe. In the depths of the fog, they retreated directly after taking action. Tai couldn't help laughing. There will be a good show to watch next. Not good. Tai of the rain department changed his face and couldn't help but raise his head and said directly, Junior brother Kiafeng, Junior brother Fangxin, Junior brother Li Dang, Junior brother Hua Hui, please help. The two women died and the other party must go crazy. It is obvious that at this moment, Tai's chain has entered the other side. The ending of Tai of the Thunder Department can be imagined. She took a step, broke through the present world directly, and rushed into the other side. At this moment, she didn't even bother to find the third level medicinal materials, because the seriousness of the matter had completely changed. It is very likely that the GGO Xiangjiao and the Heavenly Court will have a direct rift. You know, if the other party is really the GGO Daozi, it will definitely not be a good thing for the Heavenly Court, because the GGO Daozi has a very high reputation in GGO. Unlike most Xiangjiao who can only become stronger by themselves, all the GGO disciples who have been with him have been taken care of by him. He is a person who shares. Just for the monkey wine, many people have offered their favors to Daozi. Although there are not many Xiangjiao disciples in GGO, when it comes to means, that is another matter. Hearing the voice of a senior sister, the faces of several people in the Heavenly Court, who had half of their energy focusing on the first floor and watching the battle of Li Bu Tai sank slightly. That attack came too suddenly, and it was totally unexpected. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Damn it. Their faces were also very bad, knowing that things were serious. Without hesitation, several people shook their breath and directly tore through the real space and rushed into the other side. As soon as they entered, including Xiao Tai, their faces tightened. A huge pressure came, and the blood-colored aura was scarlet. It was not a big deal before, but now that they were at the scene in person, their faces became more serious. Without Tai's blessing, the four of them might not be able to stop it. Senior sister, go save people first. Yu Bu Tai gritted his teeth. If he really couldn't stop it, he would just give up the things and lead people away directly. It's too late to call Daluo now. Moreover, this place is not suitable for calling Daluo realm to come, because it will completely shock the corridor of the immortal prison and may attract the immortal prison itself. Once it becomes like that, it would be extremely bad. Without hesitation, several people burst out with momentum and rushed directly to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the situation there is very bad. Just as they thought, accompanied by the appearance of Tai chains, just one, it is enough for Li Bu Tai. Unlike Li Su, who could drag all 9 true immortal chains and move, the moment the Thunder Department Tai was shackled, his breath began to fall endlessly, the star systems in his body dimmed, and the tyrannical Thunder domain was shattered on the spot, and was completely suppressed. Facing the Li Su in front of him who could fight him head on with 9 chains, and whose star systems couldn't help shaking with every punch, the Thunder Department Tai knelt on the spot, crushed by the terrible blood, his bones were ringing, and his flesh and blood seemed to be torn. At this moment, he was a little desperate. The original anger, pride and other emotions were shattered by the opponent in the few seconds of the fight just now. Too strong. Fortunately, he was Tai, and the opponent was only a true immortal. If they were at the same level, there would be no battle at all. Looking at Li Su, whose arrogance was like a demon god, the Thunder Department Tai seemed to see Yang Zuankang, the little justice god holding a trident, in a trance. Different people, equally powerful. He did not beg for mercy, nor was he afraid. Although he was a little unwilling, he also understood that the person in front of him could not be a gang of thieves, and the other party was not worthy. Therefore, no matter what the result, he would accept it. Just when he was about to face it calmly, Lee Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes turned red on the spot. The monstrous murderous intent exploded, and the uncontrollable anger ignited in his heart. Obviously, he was aware of what was happening outside. Someone attacked the two women. The violent emotions began to gather, and the extreme will that had not been seen for a long time was awakening. The originally blood-red blood began to turn hideous black. That was emotion, extreme emotion. Because of the influence of the main consciousness, it actually stimulated the vast flesh and blood cells in his body, causing them to wake up and let out a huge roar. The black hair in the blood gathered into an extremely hideous face, and the violent murderous intent permeated it. The blood-colored aura that was already terrifying enough became even more terrifying at this moment. All the particles turned into ash at the moment of contact. The first to bear the brunt was Lei Butai. His body collapsed immediately. If it weren't for the fact that his internal foundation was still there, and he had a huge immortality, he would not be a true celestial being. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Lee Su. Most of his flesh flew away, and then regenerated immediately. If it weren't for the nerves that were trained to be as hard as iron, he would probably have cried out. Even so, he still groaned in pain, and veins popped up all over his body, just like being tortured by someone. How could he be even stronger? The Thunder Department Tai was a little suffocated. You know, when he was in his prime, he couldn't reach the level of a cultivator at the heavenly immortal realm just by killing intent. He had to take action. The person in front of him, unless he was above the myth, would definitely die. At this moment, the Rain Department Tai arrived with his men. Not good. When they saw the miserable state of the Thunder Department Tai, their faces suddenly changed, especially Lee Su's extreme killing intent, realizing that he had known what was happening outside. The Wind Department Tai moved, and at this time, there was no time to care. Save people first. If it really doesn't work, retreat first. The black hair rising from the blood, like a devil's face, was too extreme and too violent. The few people who came in suffered an unprecedented severe impact. The Daorim on the surface of the body was being decomposed. Facing Lee Su within the radiation range of the immortal lock, there was no way to fight. He didn't move yet. Lee Su had already reacted, turned his head indifferently for a moment, and two rays of light spurted out of his pupils. This light, one black and one white, instantly rushed in front of the Wind Department's people, covering them in an instant, and the black and white formed a huge yin and yang grinding wheel, refining the other party on the spot. Everyone's expression changed drastically, especially the Wind Department's people. The black and white air was extremely terrifying. It was filled with yin and yang power. The virtual and the real were added together, and the existent and non-existent were confused. It was wearing him down. His fencing avenue was quickly decomposed as it turned. The Rain Department Tai took a breath, and did it without hesitation. The Grand Rain burst out, trying to erode the black and white air, and cooperate with the Wind Department Tai to break the yin and yang grinding wheel. She didn't move her feet, but an unprecedented chill broke out from under her feet. She couldn't help but look down, but saw a huge vortex below. A figure appeared in the vortex with great suction, trying to pull her down. It's not a physical body, but a soul. The Rain Department Tai was pale at this moment. As a Tai realm, the soul had long been combined with the stars in the body to form a whole, but now it was caught by the power, and wanted to be pulled out of the galaxy. Her feet suddenly shook, and raindrops spread all around her. Each drop was as heavy as a star, directly suppressing her soul. Seeing this, the other three Tai were really horrified at this moment. They were stunned by the scenes. A true immortal actually forced the three Tai to burst out all their strength. This was simply unbelievable. You have to know that, even if the power of the realm is suppressed, Tai is still Tai after all, and it is not comparable to the true immortal. This can't go on. If it goes on like this, everyone will die here. Once they are suppressed by the Tai shackles and the immortal prison corridor, they will really become fish on the board, at the mercy of others. However, the next second, the three Tai were sweating coldly, and couldn't help but look up in horror, and look at the sky above their heads. Swords, two peerless divine weapons stood in the air, hanging high above the three people's heads. 1. Exhausting all changes. 1. Exhausting all speed. Before the three of them could react, they were covered by the sword light of the two swords. The infinite sword light directly slashed on their bodies. The terrible sword intent instantly penetrated the obstacles formed by hundreds of thousands of diorimes on their appearance, slashed deeply into their bodies, and cut their flesh and blood. The three were not Tei of the Great Sect, but just Tei in the early stage. Facing Li Su, let alone restrictions, even if there were no restrictions, they could not beat him. No. Li Bu Tei was shocked. He didn't care about his own fate, but it was different for his senior sisters. He couldn't let them all die here because of him. He used all his strength to break free from the suppression, and wanted to ask Li Su to kill him alone. He responded with a kick. After suppressing the 5 people on the opposite side, Li Su didn't look back, and kicked Li Bu Tei in the chest, kicking him out, and vomiting a lot of vermilion, and lying directly on the ground, unable to get up again. The faces of the other 5 people became more and more ugly at this moment. It was not just Li Su's actions, but more importantly, their situation was not good. Li Su's power was too terrifying. Even if he faced 5 people at the same time, it was not enough for an immortal to fight. A full-scale outbreak would inevitably attract Tei chains. However, they were running out of time. The opponent's power was getting stronger and stronger. Tei of the Wind Department was torn apart by the Black and White Key. Tei of the Rain Department could only barely suppress his soul and not be pulled. The other 3 were in a mess. Their foundation was far less strong than those 2. Fight. Several people made a quick decision and broke out directly. Tei's power was indeed extraordinary. Tei of the Rain Department broke free first, and then Tei of the Wind Department broke out of the yin and yang power by force, and a lot of blood was shed in the process. As for the other 3, facing the 2 absolute swords, although they resisted, they just resisted. Facing Li Su, even if they had a realm advantage, their overall strength was still lower than the opponent. Tei of the Wind Department, who broke out, had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief, but found that the yin and yang key seemed to be alive, and followed him closely. Once they stopped, they would be covered again. As for the Rain Department, the same was true. She was the most relaxed one among the few people. After all, she was the strongest. The gap in realm made it not so difficult for her to face Li Su. She wanted to do something, but the chains were clattering. Because of the Tei of the Thunder Department, this time, it came very quickly, faster than ever before. The face of Tei of the Rain Department was pale. He had already felt a huge suppression. He could not hide or escape. The light of the huge galaxy in his body began to extinguish bit by bit, and was being suppressed bit by bit. She was like this, and the others were undoubtedly even worse. Almost the moment the sound of the chain sounded, they were suppressed. They could not exert their strength at all, and the power of Tei was completely imprisoned. It's over. As soon as the words fell, Tei shackles appeared on the bodies of several people at the same time, and their great power was completely suppressed. Facing Li Su's magical power that came again, they were almost swept in without any strength to fight back. All in all, less than a minute, the 6 Tei Zhuangzi of the Heavenly Court were completely suppressed by Li Su, a mere true immortal. The shocking result not only made the Tei sect of the Heavenly Court in the other side look better, but also the immortals who could see the battle in the present world were also shocked. This was definitely an outcome that they had never thought of. That was the Tei of the Heavenly Court, who could be the top fighting force of the top sect in the upper domain. In the end, he was suppressed by a true immortal. The impact was so huge that for a moment, everyone even forgot to breathe. Outside the dragon boat, the eyelids of Tei who attacked Basu and Kinga kept twitching. Although his purpose was to cause a conflict between the Heavenly Court and the GGO, this result was unexpected. However, it was very good. 6 Tei, not to mention the 3 affiliated sects, whether it was the Rain Department, the Wind Department, or the Thunder Department, they could all be regarded as the elite of the Heavenly Court, and there were clansmen behind the 3 of them. Once they died, the GGO and the Heavenly Court would basically be at odds. The Tei was startled, a little puzzled, and subconsciously moved a body. Why did he feel that the GGO disciples on the other side were looking at him? Impossible. He was hiding in the fog at the moment. The fog was a special thing that had the effect of covering up one's whereabouts. not to mention the real immortal. Even Tae couldn't confirm his existence. However, as he moved, he found that Lee Su's eyes were also moving. The blood red eyes locked onto his body. The other party can't see him? Tae was horrified, and his face couldn't help but change. Before he could make any move, Lee Su stretched out his palm on the other side and grabbed the void. A huge flag appeared, and the great power of space gathered on it. The mana suddenly burst, and billions of brilliance poured down on the flag. At this moment, the world broke. Boom. With a loud bang, the dragon boat and the fog disappeared, and were cut into the other side by Lee Su. The huge dragon boat and the endless fog were cut into thousands of pieces at this moment, and the whole was completely disintegrated. Space? Facing this horrible scene, Tae almost bit his tongue, and couldn't help but feel horrified. What does the other party want to do? Come. Lee Su's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he stretched out his hand, and clenched the air. In an instant, tens of millions of people in the cut dragon boat trembled. Except for some Tae with high realms, the rest of them lost control of their bodies. Facing this scene, Lan Gong Guang's face turned pale. After all, everyone saw the battle, and the ending was not good. The Tae of the Heavenly Court and the one of the Rain Department were suppressed. The rest of them, in the radiation area of the Immortal Prison Corridor, had no ability to fight against the disciples of the GGO in front of them. Could it be that the other party wanted to kill everyone here? Just when several Tae on the dragon boat were shocked, hundreds of people broke away from the dragon boat. At this moment, they were panicked and terrified. It was nothing else. They were all participants in this accident, including the 18 people who were responsible for suppressing the strongest person, the old man in the Heavenly Court. The flesh and blood were peeled off, and the soul was extracted. Hundreds of people were trained by Lee Su into a skin and a scroll, and were directly fixed in the void. After dealing with the group of people, Lee Su turned his head and looked at the fog with murderous intent. 6 pupils appeared in his eyes, and a ghost body stood up under his feet and floated above his head. The ghost body closed his eyes slightly, and his grace was peerless. He appeared for a moment, raised his sleeves lightly, and flicked his fingers. Boom. The soul was shaking. The souls of the Foundation building and Golden Elixir were out of their bodies on the spot, and the flesh fell. The celestial immortals and true immortals were not much better, with 3 souls swaying, and 7 spirits leaving their bodies. The only one who could resist was Tae. Ao Guang and the others couldn't help but gasp, feeling that they were out of the big score. The soul that was integrated with the galaxy was actually shaken. As for Tae, who was hiding in the fog, he was really dumbfounded. Because this attack was mainly aimed at him, the power was beyond imagination. It directly shook his soul and pulled his 7 spirits out. At this moment, he was integrated into the fog and couldn't stabilize at all. Seeing his soul being shaken out, he could only jump out. As soon as he appeared, Lee Su moved. Blood and energy surged to the sky, and the sword light surged to the sky. He activated the supreme power of flesh and blood, raised the immortal killing sword, and slashed directly at the opponent. This was a very strong sword, without any skills, only unparalleled tyranny, and the determination to cut through everything. Facing this amazing sword, how could Tae, who was forced out, dare to neglect it? He called for the fog to come, transformed into a divine weapon, and directly blocked Lee Su's long sword. With a loud clang, Tae was chopped and vomited blood and fell back. He didn't dare to burst out with all his strength, so he was naturally in a very embarrassed state. Even though he vomited blood, Tae didn't have time to get angry. His heart was beating, and his heart was extremely nervous. He only had one thought: run. In this place, where the corridor radiates, facing the person in front of him, he didn't have even a glimmer of chance of winning. Moreover, although he didn't know why, with that sword just now, he felt the terrible anger and murderous intent of the person in front of him. The other party knew it. Those 2 women were killed by him. Frame up is pleasant, but if the frame up is exposed, that's another matter. But before he could move, there was a vibration under his feet, and his soul was pulled by something. He didn't need to look down. He knew that it was the method used to deal with Yubu Tae just now. Just when he was about to break free, he felt an extremely sharp tension from above his head, and the 2 swords of Juxin and Xiangxin were inserted into his head. The black and white air blocked behind him, and the terrifying blood energy blocked in front of him. The hijacker, who had to endure the treatment of all the Tei in the heaven, felt desperate at this moment. It was outrageous when he saw it. But when he faced it head on, he found out how outrageous it was. Facing Lee Su, who had the aura of a demon god, Tei's gloomy face turned pale. He shouldn't have taken action, or he should have escaped immediately after taking action. As long as he went to the other side of the river, he could actually get out of the radiation range, and escaping would be easy. One sword. Blood. He was chopped through 2 worlds. It hasn't stopped yet. Another sword. Clang, clang, clang. Finally, Tei desperately burst out all his strength and tried to escape, but was frozen in place by Lee Su's sword, unable to get rid of it. As the shackles appeared, the opponent lost his strength. Lee Su overwhelmed the fog and turned it into a weapon. He chopped the opponent with a sword, splitting him into 2. Ah! A shocking scream broke out. The opponent was not dead. Tei's immortality was bursting out, connecting his split body and trying to reassemble it. However, the wound was filled with the terrible sword intent of killing immortals. Facing its repair, it kept tearing again and again. The scar penetrated into the cells and directly killed the opponent's genes, forming an incredible trauma. Looking at the piece of meat lying on the ground, twitching with blood all over the ground, Lee Su often exhaled, and the anger in his pupils melted and dissipated, and he was sweating. Although it was relying on the help of the radiation of the immortal Jade Corridor, his own consumption was really not small, and it was amazing. "Brother, let me wipe your sweat." As Lee Su stopped, a cute voice sounded, and a green person appeared beside him, holding a silk handkerchief in her hand. It was Xiaoqing. Not only that, on the other side, stood an ethereal woman with a complicated expression, shocked by the strength that Lee Su had burst out. It was Bait Su. Both women were not dead. Not only were they not dead, but they were both alive and well. After Lee Su lowered his head and let King wipe his sweat, he looked back at the embarrassed and shocked Xianting Tei not far away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lee Su nodded and said, "Not bad." Everyone was stunned, especially the extremely embarrassed Yubu Tei and others, who widened their eyes. The originally desperate scene was turned upside down. What's going on? Chapter 702, another round. What a pity. He looked up and took a look at the remaining Tei in the dragon boat. There were quite a few of them, all of whom were on the boat that passed through Huago Mountain and entered the upper domain. This group of people was very low-key. After the dragon boat accident, they basically did not take any action, but only secured their own disciples. On the side of the treasure hunters, it was naturally impossible for there to be only one Tei. More than a dozen true immortals, hundreds of heavenly immortals, plus a bunch of golden elixirs. The combat power was obviously not enough. Although the combat power of the heavenly court was divided by crashing through the dragon boat, making it unable to concentrate its strength, it would be difficult to take it down with just this group of people. Therefore, there should be helpers from the other side in the dragon boat, especially those at the Tei realm. Although Lee Su was powerful, his realm was there after all, and the effect on Tei was not good. Although he caught many problematic true immortals by touching the soul directly, it was another matter when facing Tei. Tei's soul was too stable and integrated into his own galaxy. Although it could shake, it was just like shaking it through the cabinet, and the soul was not really shaken out by him. Unable to directly touch the soul, Lee Su seemed to have no way to find out the situation of this group of people. Not only that, these people have a lot of problems. There is no actual connection between them, whether they are Jiandan or Xiangxin. They gathered together because they received the order. They have never even met before. Not only that, each of them has a special talisman on them, which will convey the task to them. In other words, this group of people has no idea who is the superior who contacted them. Including Tei, who was split in half by Lee Su, there is not much useful information. The task he received was just to arrange fog outside the dragon boat to cover it, and choose to take action or not according to the actual situation. That's all. In other words, a lot of people were captured, but they were basically useless. It can be said that in terms of value, it is far less than that of the heavenly court. 6 TIE. Each of them can be said to be of amazing value. Not to mention the 4 departments of wind, rain, and thunder. The TIE of the affiliated sects also come from the upper domain forces of the Heavenly Court and have a certain background. Otherwise they would not be called. In short, the harvest is great. Looking up, he glanced at the first and second floors of the dragon boat. There was a large tripod suspended there, with blood interweaving on it, and thunder and lightning rhyme constantly overflowing from it. The old man in the Heavenly Court was breaking through from the inside, and it would probably take some time. The specially prepared means here did put him in a certain dilemma. Lee Su waved his palm, and the Heavenly Court TIE who was suppressed by him flew directly over and landed beside him. His eyes moved and looked at the little guy standing blankly not far away. The sunny boy waved his hand. The boy suddenly woke up, a little dazed, and couldn't help but put his hand deep and pointed at himself. Lee Su nodded. For the first time, the little Cheyenne Geo of the Heavenly Court fell into a state of helplessness, without the heroic spirit and injustice that he saw for the first time. Well, it was mainly because Lee Su's image looked a little scary at this moment. Shrouded in blood clouds, ghostly, and held by 9 huge, clear, slightly mottled, but still pregnant with supreme divine power, the real immortal shackles. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like Brother G, but the great demon who was sealed in ancient times, and now broke out. The child took several breaths, so he was not scared to tears. After all, he was not young, and he had experienced a lot of things. He had knowledge and courage. Seeing the other party approaching, Lee Su stretched out his hand, and grabbed a few tables and chairs, and took some fruits, drinks and so on. I didn't want to hide it, even if it was like this, so why should I hide it? Those were fruits of the first, second, and third layers, which were very valuable. They came from the Supreme Domain, Huago Mountain, and were brought by private individuals. Some of them were placed in front of the 2 women, and some were collected and stirred with fingers to make juice. After filtering out the residue, they were put into several cups. After thinking about it, he stretched out his hand, and grabbed a handful. The place where he had scattered the flesh wall shook, and the Taoism was directly grabbed by Lee Su. After shaking it, it was completely scattered. It was no longer arranged in a regular pattern, and it was thrown into the juice. With a gentle shake, the colorful colors were very beautiful. Kinga and Basu each had a cup. Lee Su looked at the little boy, motioned him to sit down, pushed a cup to him and said, "Sit down, drink, wait for your master to come out." The little boy was a little confused, but he still sat down, mainly because Lee Su's tone was very gentle, not angry, as if he was the brother next door. If there were not a bunch of uncles lying next to him, and the other party's blood and energy had not subsided, he would have thought it was the senior brother in the heaven. Try it should be good for you now. Lee Su's face was harmonious, and he had completely lost the violent luck before. If possible, he even wanted to disperse his blood and energy. After all, it was too conspicuous and inconsistent with his low-key personality. The reason for not dispersing was also very simple. The 9 real immortal chains were really weighing on him. Each one was so heavy that it was difficult to blink without keeping the blood and energy active. The little guy was very well behaved. After all, the truth of this matter was almost revealed. The GGO senior brother in front of him was a third party, who had nothing to do with it, but was forcibly dragged in. Originally, the strong fought and implicated the weak, which happened all the time in the myth world, almost every day. But this time was a little different, with a fierce dragon coming over, and both the enemy and us were beaten by the other side. Fortunately, at least this GGO brother still maintained a bottom line against the Heavenly Court, and did not attack as hard as the other side, leaving a ray of leeway. While thinking, the little guy raised the cup in his hand, and drank a sip of the colorful juice. Not to mention, the taste was sweet. No wonder the sister over there drank so happily. This taste has extremely strong lethality to those under 18 years old. Moreover, after taking this sip, the little guy's pupils suddenly widened, and the whole person seemed to be sublimated, and light came out of his body. Deo rhyme. Hundreds of Deo rhymes were mixed in the juice. After drinking it, he could feel that his Deo was rapidly improving, and a new path was rapidly taking shape. What is this? Is it the Deo principal power of other cultivators that the GGO brother just caught? The little guy was very shocked. Yes, he was very shocked. As for the reason, it is very simple. It is very difficult to absorb and digest the Taoism of others. You are kidding. If it is that easy, how can the myth world be so peaceful and can easily absorb the Taoism of others? It is only when there is a war of 100, or 1,000, or even 10,000 years. The reason for this is that the saints personally arranged it and spent extremely expensive materials to barely form that special environment. Therefore, the cup of juice in front of him is extraordinary and can actually improve people's Taoism. Although the quantity is not much, it is undoubtedly many times faster than his own understanding. The little guy is already in the realm of true immortals. This kind of juice is more important to him than any panacea. It can be called a priceless treasure. He held the cup, straightened his body, and drank it in small sips. It can't be too fast. If it is fast, it will be a waste. As for Li Su himself, he didn't drink it. The main reason is that this thing is useless to him. It is similar to Tao candy. It is made based on his own realm and understanding. The small paths in it are basically his own understanding. Breaking up means reorganization, changing the structure, and amplifying the pheromones in the small paths. This is the essence of easy absorption. There are not many small paths inside, so it's okay to be a snack. So Li Su poured himself a glass of wine, sat there and drank it. Judging from the situation of the other party, it is estimated that it will take a long time, and it's okay to be idle now. Facing such a scene, the 4 people in a circle are nothing, but the more than 20 million people on the dragon boat are not the same. The whole dragon boat was broken and cut into countless small sections, and everyone was exposed to the other side. Are you kidding? Not everyone can come to a place like the other side. Only immortals, and immortals with a certain degree of strength, can break the rules of the world and enter the other world. Even if you can do it, the other world is not a place to stay for a long time. The space here is too chaotic, and there will be space storms sweeping, which is an extremely dangerous place. Now among the more than 20 million people, most of them are not immortals, which means that, if a storm blows over, people on the 8th floor will die on the spot. Therefore, except for Tai who can remain calm, worry-free, and protect his disciples, most people are worried. In such a situation, is it appropriate for the person concerned to sit there and drink leisurely? There were countless thoughts in his mind, but when he saw the 6 Tai from the heavenly court lying around Li Su, his mouth was as if it had been stitched with stitches, and it was motionless. There were many scenes that they did not see, but the Tai that were split into 2 pieces, and the hundreds of true immortal heavenly immortal golden pills that were made into meat patties, were seen by their own eyes, and they were still bloody at this moment. Of course, it was not only the cultivators on the dragon boat who were in a bad mood, but also the 6 Tai from the heavenly court. For Li Su, including the Tai of the rain department, there was only one thought, a bitter smile. Fortunately, as the only female among the 6 people, although she was suppressed, she was not too embarrassed. She was surrounded by a circle, and the outside could not see the situation clearly inside, and she was not targeted more inside. If it was the thunder department, it would be miserable. The upper body was suppressed to the ground by the blood and energy, and only the lower body could be seen, as if someone treated it as a green onion, and planted it there. The other 3 were not much better. The wind department was suppressed by the yin and yang ki, but was still grinding his Dao rhyme, which did not hurt his body. The other 3 were also the same. A sword pierced their heads, and nailed them to the ground. Fortunately, it was an energy sword that fixed the foundation of the Dao, not the flesh. Otherwise, it would be bloody, just like Tai who was cut in half not far away. It was so miserable that it couldn't recover at this moment. The broken part was bleeding all the time, and it was almost a river. Although this matter was essentially their own fault, no one else can be blamed. But little nephew, your 6 uncles are all suffering. You are sitting next to the real murderer and drinking juice. Do you think your behavior is appropriate? At least say a few words, beg for mercy. If it really doesn't work, at least ask the other party how to stop, right? Let the others be more or less prepared, so that they don't have to be so nervous, right? If someone tells you to sit, you sit. If someone tells you to drink, it's fine if you really drink. But why are you drinking so attentively? Several people secretly sighed and began to pray, "Brother, please help me and break through quickly. Then come and negotiate with the other party so that they can be released and have less punishment." However, sensing the movement of the dragon boat not far away, it is estimated that this scene will take some time. Although the tripod cannot be completely suppressed, it will take a lot of time to break through. By the way, where are the fellow Taoists in the Dragon Palace? Where is the dragon? Come quickly. Being suppressed like this is really not a good thing. Several people felt bitter, especially Tai of the Thunder Department, who looked like he had eaten Coptis chinensis, or in other words, his gallbladder exploded. How did he provoke such an evil star? Come quickly and end the matter. After that, I will go to the Heavenly Palace immediately. The War of 10,000 Years will not start, and no one will be seen. It's really too shameful to see people. You ask why it is a retreat, not revenge? Goddamn revenge. The true immortals beat them to the point of collapse. The one in front of them was obviously already perfect. The only thing left for him to reach Tai was to ignite the divine fire, use the tower's fuel, and open up the true path of Tai. In other words, he might turn around and become Tai. True immortals can fight them on equal terms. At the Tai realm, beating them is likely to be like beating his son. Revenge. Unless those Avildoers in the Heavenly Palace meet their end, or even the little justice god comes out of retreat. Otherwise, there is no hope. To be honest, it is hard to say whether those Avildoers can defeat the monster in front of them. The little justice god can beat the other party because his limit breaking is too powerful, which is the limit of mythology. But the problem is that the other party has a good sense of Lee Su. If he is right, he may still make a move, but if he is wrong, it is likely that he will not be able to do anything. At this moment, inside the dragon boat, the expressions of several Tai in the Dragon Palace are very tangled. They naturally knew what had happened. If it weren't for the need to stabilize the dragon boat and prevent the boat from collapsing and sinking, they would have gone up before. After all, they belonged to the heavenly court, so they had to go up no matter what. My goodness, Ao Guang originally planned to let the 3 true dragons help, freeing up 3 people to help. As a result, before he could rest his hands, all the Tai of the heavenly court rushed over. The 5 dragons were frozen in place, and they couldn't advance or retreat for a while. It was so embarrassing. After all, the people from the heavenly court rushed over, and they went up. The result is obvious. The Tai chain has been activated, and the reaction is very fast. Once it explodes, it will probably be locked in the next second. The dragons probably have to lie on the ground before they can run. Anyway, when the battle is over, it seems that Lee Su has held back and didn't do too much to the heavenly court. Ao Guang and others took a breath and prepared to act. You know, although the dragon boat was cut into countless pieces and dragged into the other world, although the surroundings seemed to be full of dangers, the chain of the dragon boat formation was broken and stopped, and it was completely cut apart. As a result, before he took a step, Lee Su looked over. His eyes were very clear, not complicated at all, with only one emotion. You guys want to go too? This was a question, and with a look of surprise, he was looking forward to them coming over, and while looking forward to it, his eyes also swept back and forth from their dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws and other places. In an instant, the 5 dragons woke up. It was really that look, which was very similar to when they were hungry, and looked at the lobsters and fish around them. Can it still move? Dare to move? Of course, it was motionless. In this regard, Lee Su himself was undoubtedly a little disappointed. After all, he had only seen the structure of the dragon scales before, and failed to observe the dragon muscles, dragon tendons, dragon bones, dragon marrow, dragon heart, and dragon horns in detail. I had planned to observe it carefully, but the other party didn't move, which was really disappointing. Forget it. Under the current situation, we can only wait for the old man in the heavenly palace to come out. Finally, after more than half an hour, the ancient tripod that trapped the old man in the heavenly palace, along with the blood energy of the sacrifice, was exhausted and could no longer maintain its own existence. After a huge roar, the old man broke the shackles and rushed out. At this moment, the old man looked furious and his pupils were red. The taste in the ancient tripod was not pleasant. The three sounds were simply a huge torture. The soul was pierced, as if being dragged back to the ancient times, and truly experienced the tragedy of the human race in that era. That kind of pain, that kind of despair, was simply indescribable, stimulating the old man's nerves, and kept beating. Damn bastards, you don't even think about living. As soon as he appeared on the stage, the old man let out a shocking roar. The roar was like thunder, and it shook the land for thousands of miles. Fortunately, he still maintained a certain degree of rationality, and did not let his anger completely erupt, and form a real impact. Even so, with his roar, the foundation building pill was the first to bear the brunt. Not long after waking up, he fainted again. As for the celestial immortals, they also had stars in their eyes, their five senses were unbalanced, and they were on the verge of collapse. Faced with such a result, not to mention the foundation building pill that had already fainted, the celestial immortals were so uncomfortable, their faces turned green again and again, and they couldn't stand it anymore. Are you still going to let people live? How many times has this happened? Let's count them carefully. The dragon boat was hit once, and Tai of the Thunder Department found Lee Su. The two of them had a fight once. Later, the dragon boat was forcibly taken to the other side, and another group of people attacked the two women around Lee Su, causing Lee Su to be furious again. At this time, the old man in the heavenly court came out, and did it again. 5 times in a row, a full 5 times. You know, since becoming an immortal, standing in the clouds, and becoming a member of the high and mighty, this kind of experience has not been experienced for thousands of years. Now they once again recalled the memory of long time ago, when they were still struggling at the bottom of society, and were forced to be ants again. Do you think it's uncomfortable? Moreover, this is not the most uncomfortable, because the more uncomfortable is probably still to come. Lee Su put down the wine glass in his hand. Well, how should I put it? I really want to travel back in time. It doesn't take too long, just one day will do. Let's go back to those bastard colleagues in the company and drink again. Just once. Let's see whose face turns green, and who can't stand it this time. Why didn't I have such a good alcohol tolerance back then? Putting down the wine glass, Lee Su shook his head, gave up the idea in his mind, and returned to reality. It looks like we have to fight again. Okay, let's talk about it after the fight. On the side, the little guy was very happy to see the master break through, but when he saw the master's horrible face and ferocious expression, he suddenly became a little anxious. Not only was he anxious, but Yubu Tai and others were also anxious, and the people in Langang were even more anxious. Master, senior brother, don't. I really underestimated you. You took away my things from the Heavenly Palace and hurt my people from the Heavenly Palace. You dare to stay again. You are too much. GGO, you are too much. Obviously, Zhang Yuan and others' voices were obviously not loud enough. When he saw Tai and others from the rain department who were suppressed, the old man, who was already extremely exposed, was furious. GGO, he must give him an explanation. Boom. The terrible thunder filled the void. The people from the Thunder Department were undoubtedly representatives of the Steel School. How could they endure such a situation? How could they endure it? Boom. Blood rushed to the sky, and the sword intent exploded in all directions. Two peerless figures, without any communication, started fighting directly. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. The old man's face changed a little, his eyes were like knives, and he realized the difference in the person in front of him. So that's it. There is a bit of origin. The battle continued. Thousands of Dao rhymes collided, endless sparks filled the sky, and the terrible power of thunder was fully exerted on the old man at this moment. It was not the little guy Zhang Yuan, or the big guy from the Thunder Department who could be compared. Facing this old man in the late Tai stage, Lee Su was defeated for the first time, and was suppressed by the opponent. It was difficult to form a battle situation, and he relied entirely on the supreme Taoism to resist. A Tai chain fell, and the old man's pupils shrank. The suppression was so strong, that the star systems in his body stagnated in an instant. However, the old man, whose strength far exceeded that of others, was not completely suppressed. Just one chain could not lock him up. With the arrival of the second chain, the old man's expression finally changed. The suppression was too strong. His tremendous strength was directly reduced by 90%. Immediately, the situation was reversed. With Li Su's sword slashing, the old man was directly pulled out of more than 100 worlds, and his scalp began to throb. It was mainly because the anger had been vented in the previous wave, and most of it had dissipated, and rationality returned. When watching Li Su rushing towards him with the full 9 chains of true immortal chains, the old man's face began to twitch wildly, and he realized something extremely terrible. As we all know, the restrictions of the immortal prison corridor have limits. 9 extremes. The 3 realms of Daluo, Tei, and True Immortal will manifest 9 chains at the highest, 1 chain at a time, which can almost suppress all the strong men in the corresponding realm. Except one kind. That is the myth limit, or the existence of 15 fire powers. That is a qualitative leap, a height that is extremely difficult for a trillion creatures to reach. There is only one in the heavenly court, and that is the little god of justice, Gilu. The old man swallowed his saliva and finally realized that something was wrong. Things seemed to be different from what he thought. Feeling bad, he slowly said, "Little guy, let's talk." He touched the places where he was struck by thunder. Several places were black at this time, and there were rolling thunders inside, strangling his supreme body. This old man was very thief, and he didn't care about the severity at all. Li Su, who was beaten for several seconds, was naturally angry. The idea of respecting the old and loving the young was directly thrown into the corner of the mess. He said with a fake smile, "No, let's finish the fight first and talk later. Little guy, don't go too far. The heavenly court and the GGO are of the same blood. Old guy, you were very cruel just now. Why didn't you say it at that time?" Boom, boom. Little guy, I tell you, you have to respect the elderly. Old guy, you didn't love the young first. Gilu. Swallowing his saliva, he watched the amazing battle between the strong men gradually deteriorate. For a moment, everyone in the heavenly palace, the dragons in the dragon palace, the dragon boats and others were speechless. The scene was so beautiful. Chapter 703 Bargaining. The mood was not pleasant. As an old man in the heavenly palace, and one of the 3 elders of the Thunder Department, the old man, whose status was only lower than Lei Yu, sat next to his apprentice with a swollen face. He was beaten. Bang, bang, several punches. His eye sockets were black, and now they were emitting golden stars. Power was injected into his eye sockets, and the Daoan particles were constantly vibrating. The little guy was very thief. There was no serious injury on his body, but it was mainly the appearance that was very miserable. The clothes were split and turned into strips of cloth, hanging on the body, and some important parts inside were vaguely visible. It was too infuriating. Recalling that the other party slapped him dozens of times in a row, making him roll around, and finally he was grabbed by the back of the neck and pressed on the chair. It is completely imaginable how the old man in the heavenly palace felt. If there was a hole here, he could immediately get in and bury himself. For an old man with great prestige, face is more important than heaven, and such behavior is more uncomfortable than giving him 2 knives in the heart. Although the mood was extremely bad and the old man was very resentful, he could not get angry, because from the moment he was suppressed by the Tei chain, the other party had stopped his strength and had no intention of really hurting him. On the contrary, he was even more unkind after breaking out of the cage. He did not show mercy. If the other party was not strong enough, he would definitely be seriously injured by him. Therefore, if this matter really got out of hand, he was still in the wrong, and this beating was in vain. Thinking of this, the old man's intestines were about to burst. When had he ever suffered such a big loss in his life? This kind of feeling of being chased like a dog can definitely be said to have not happened for thousands of years. It's so hateful. That group of people were blown to pieces. If it weren't for them, how could he be in such a predicament? Little guy, I admit defeat. It's my fault in this matter. The old man picked up the tea in front of him and was very direct. After drinking it all, he admitted it directly. People have been arrested, so naturally there is no way to be tough. What's more, with 3 chains pressing down on him, he was exhausted like a dog, and when he exhaled, almost all the stars inside were destroyed. However, the other party, under the pressure of 9 true immortal chains, was still able to suppress everyone, as if nothing had happened. The difference was obvious, and it was completely imaginable. This is a monster, a super monster. Forget revenge. Once the other party breaks through, they are not enough to fight him. As for shaking people, you can shake, but can't they? The old man's identity is not ordinary, so the other party is simple. In terms of status, the difference between the old man and the other party is not just one level, but several levels. In the heaven, only the little justice gods are qualified to be compared. Thinking of this, the old man was very angry, and continued with a face full of resentment. Boy, you are too unkind. The relationship between the heaven and the GGO. Why do you have to hide your identity? The only Taoist of the GGO, if he reported his identity, they would not associate him with the treasure snatcher. As for why he was so sure, nonsense. This kind of monster, even if a big sect can have one, we should be thankful, and there are two. There was also information before, when he was in Tangshan Dao, the GGO Daozi had already achieved the perfection of heavenly immortals, and advanced to the true immortal. At that time, the disciples of the heavenly court brought back news that the GGO Daozi's comprehension was extremely terrifying. In just a few days, he had realized hundreds of minor ways, and then he directly hammered the mythical Xian Jiao Zengxin of the Black Mountain sect, which was simply inhuman. However, after taking a look at the other party, the old man felt a little palpitated. Too fast. Has he already achieved the great perfection of the true immortal? This guy, did he take hormones? He realized the truth so quickly? Originally, the above analysis showed that in this 10,000-year war, the GGO side was likely to be a runner-up. Although the only Daozi had amazing talent, his realm was too low, and he appeared a little too late. In the 10,000-year war, he could only achieve the Tai realm at most, so there was no need to care too much. Now it seems that he is far from the original. Although there are rumors that he is the son of a saint, now it seems that he is not the son of a saint, but the son of a saint, right? Otherwise, how could it be so fast and so strong? In the mythology world, there is a tradition of being well established. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's talk about the Monkey King Sun Wukong. He is related to the heavenly saint Nua, and he is also a disciple of the two western saints. He is definitely a relative. He made a big fuss in the heavenly palace, and was suppressed for 500 years. When he came back, he became a fighting god and Buddha. There is no one else. In history, there are only two people who did the same thing, and didn't get into trouble. The last one was the nephew of the old man Xiandi. His purpose was to save his mother. He was also a relative. Li Su rolled his eyes, and didn't intend to pay attention to him. His waist was still hurting at this moment. Originally, he just wanted to suppress the other party and hit him twice. As a result, this old thief didn't hit the right place, and one of his punches landed on his waist. Although Li Su realized that it was not good and dispersed immediately, he still didn't keep the piece of kidney, and a hole was blown on the spot. There was a hole as big as a fist. Even if he recovered, Li Su still couldn't help grinding his teeth, feeling that he hit too lightly. Okay, old man, stop talking about those useless things. Let's talk about compensation. Compensation? The hand that put down the teacup paused, and the old man's face jumped, and his old face suddenly turned black. Little guy, don't go too far. It was wrong for us to attack you, but every one of them counts, and all those who attacked were beaten by you. What else do you want to do? No compensation? Li Su's eyes slanted, and his eyes suddenly became unfriendly. Okay, then we won't talk about it. Let GGO and Xianting talk. The old man's face fell. GGO and Xianting talk. Doesn't that mean that everything here will be exposed? The fact that so many of his people were beaten by GGO's real immortals will spread within the two sects? If this matter spreads thoroughly, will the old man still have face? Immediately, the old man took a breath, gritted his teeth, looked at Li Su with hatred and said, how are you going to compensate? Tai, 1000 stars, 800 true immortals. As for you, 1500 star crystals, 1 extraterritorial galaxy, at least 3 habitable planets, permanent use rights. Why don't you go and rob? The old man's face turned green, and he roared loudly, and the table in front of him clattered. Lee Su looked at the other party in surprise. How can you rob as fast as me? The old man paused and had to say that the other party was very reasonable. How could you rob so quickly? And there was no worry. Impossible. The old man blew his beard and glared. Little bastard, the lion's mouth is big, and you are not afraid of jumping teeth. 200 star crystals, otherwise you can do whatever you want. Although face is big, face is a thing to say, that is, whether you care or not. According to the other party's request, the old man doesn't want this face. What is a star crystal? It is made by Dalo, directly refining energy planets in the extraterritorial starry sky. Do you think it is a stone on the street? One star crystal contains nearly 100,000 energy. Such a star crystal is enough for a 3-fire immortal to cultivate to perfection. His annual salary is only 10 star crystals. 8,000? Do you want him to eat dirt for 800 years? Do you want me to take care of the cultivation resources of your entire Tai realm? 200? Lee Su was unhappy, and he also slammed the table, roaring and said, "Old man, are you sending beggars? 7 Tai attacked a real immortal like me, and in the end you pay 200 stars? You can't say such a thing with your status and identity. Okay, I'll write you an agreement, and you can sign it, if you have the guts. Do you dare to sign it?" The old man joked. He really didn't dare to sign it. If he signed it, I'm afraid something big would happen. 500, at most. Lee Su raised his hand and clenched it in the air, turning it into paper, and placed it in front of the other party, saying, "No need. 200. I've prepared the agreement. Just sign it, and the matter will be settled once it's signed." Looking at the contents on the paper, the old man frowned and said viciously, 1,000, no more. 200 means 200, sign it. Damn it, you bastard from GGO. Didn't the old man and your family tell you to respect the old man? Respect. Just sign it, and it will be 200. 1,500, and at most one more pleasant planet, with 100 years of usage rights. 100 years. Look, it's said that the Heavenly Court recruits talents from all over the world and manages the affairs of the 3 realms of heaven and earth. The time that passes by in the blink of an eye can actually be brought to the table. 100 years. It's not even enough time for me to sleep. Are you planning to kick me out in the middle? Or are you planning to charge me secretly and take back all the money I paid while I'm still asleep? The old man couldn't breathe smoothly. He had seen people who were mean, but he had never seen such meanness. Time for a nap? Damn, is this how the stars in the outer domain are used? The stars in the outer domain are used to cultivate humans below the foundation building stage. 100 years means 5 generations. If the population base is a little larger, with a population of 10 million, how many people will there be after 5 generations? Hundreds of millions, or even billions. Moreover, as we all know, most of the stars in the outer domain are energy based, and there are few habitable ones. There may not be 1 in 10,000. The value of such stars can be imagined. The old man said, "Are there not enough?" Of course, 10 permanent energy stars are also fine. I've seen stingy people, but I've never seen such a stingy person. 10 energy stars? Not to mention that I can't use them as a true immortal. Even if I can use them, I still need you to give them to me. Can't I find them outside the domain myself? What is the most in the outer starry sky? There are the most energy planets, just like the stars in the sky. There are so many that no one develops them beyond a certain area. After all, although this kind of energy star has rare materials and can extract energy, the process is very troublesome. Most energy stars are poisonous, and the energy inside contains a lot of impurities, which is not suitable for cultivation energy at all. Why are star crystals expensive? It takes a lot of effort to refine them, and also convert the energy into something that can be absorbed, which is time consuming and laborious. Therefore, 10 permanent ones are almost equivalent to pointing at a pile of garbage and throwing it to him. A habitable planet. Anyone who can cultivate to the golden elixir will have the right to use it for 5,000 years. Do the people of GGO have no shame? How shameless. And you cultivated to the golden elixir? Do you want me to send a few hundred celestial beings to be teachers and give you hand-in-hand guidance? That's possible. You want to eat shit, little bastard. A habitable planet is only for mortals. 300 years. Golden elixir, 1500 years. Don't push me any further. Build a foundation, 500 years. 1000 years, no less. Little bastard, I told you not to push me any further. Someone is offering me an inch, but I won't take it. Am I stupid? Looking at his own teacher, arguing with his brother GGO, until they were red in the face, knocking on the table, spitting, and the back and forth battle was no less than the previous battle. The little guy Zangyuan, who was sitting carefully on the side, was stunned. He didn't know what the situation of the brother GGO was, but the appearance of his own teacher really refreshed his worldview. This is the first time I have seen the usually generous teacher being so fussy and arguing with others. On the side, King's eyes were wide open. While drinking juice, she secretly cheered for Lee Su. Although she didn't understand it very well, as long as she stood on her brother's side, it was right. Baisu's eyes were a little bright, and she realized what Lee Su was doing. No wonder he never held back against his enemies in the mortal world and the earthly immortal world, but this time he didn't kill anyone from the heavenly court. This time, the heavenly court was in the wrong. Even if Lee Su killed someone, the other party would have nothing to say. But he didn't kill anyone, and the other party's position was very bad. Look at the old man. A series of compensations. Although I don't quite understand the value, I can also feel how painful he is. But no matter how painful it is, he is not angry. No, it should be said that there is anger, but not on Lee Su. The reason is obvious. Wrong. In other words, Lee Su made a lot of money, and the hatred was resisted by others. Finally, the discussion ended. 1,500 stars, habitable planets, 800 years for the foundation building surface layer. Faced with this result, the old man's beard stood up with anger. He drank the tea poured by Lee Su again, turned his head, looked at the people who caused this series of events with a cold face and said, "Give these people to me." He could feel that, including the layer of flesh and blood on the top, the people inside were not dead, but their nature was changed. It was an amazing method involving some special Taoist method. At this moment, he was very angry, really very angry. Not to mention the loss of things, he also lost a lot of money, and lost blood. He has never suffered such a big loss in his life. The Taoist of GGO has no choice, but to dig from this group of people. 500 stars for Taie, 100 for Zengson. Lee Su nodded, put away the agreement between the two parties with satisfaction, and then said, the old man's hair and beard were all standing up, and he stomped the teacup heavily on the table. He said with an evil look, "Little bastard, are you obsessed with money?" Lee Su was startled, and suddenly he was a little embarrassed. He said, "Senior, I'm from GGO." The old man took a breath and his cheeks hurt. Fuck. It's useless. GGO, which is founded on money, is it not obsessed with money? 300, and the rest is incidental. Senior, I don't think you are from the heavenly court. Will you sell it? Sell it, of course. Lee Su's face was full of smiles. Although Taie 300 was a bit cheap, it didn't matter. The other party had been suppressed by him for almost an hour, and the Tao in his body was almost exhausted. The strange grey fog was also collected by Lee Su, and the things in the cave were also drained by him. For him, the value was already very low, so it was not impossible to give it to the other party. As for the group of people above, Lee Su caught a lot of their Tao foundations, which were considered half-wasted. The old man wanted it, so he gave it to the other party. He raised his hand and grabbed them all, and they all flew over. With a breath, the flesh and blood of hundreds of people immediately began to separate, and soon became individuals, and the souls quickly returned to the flesh. Together with the Taie who was cut into two pieces, they sealed their cultivation, and threw them in front of the old man in the heaven. Without saying a word, he put all the people into his own cave. The old man glanced around and said, "Are you going to let the others go?" Lee Su nodded and released the suppression on the Taie of Yubu and others. Several people quickly stood up and came behind the old man in silence. This time, they were completely embarrassed. Ao Guang. The old man raised his head and spoke directly, calling the Taie true dragon of the Dragon Palace. "My lord." Ao Guang, who had already arrived nearby, but had not come over, flew over immediately. The old man didn't blame the other party for not coming out. It was also a good thing that they didn't come out. Otherwise, it might not be 15,000, but 2,000 or 3,000. He said directly, go outside to notify the Dragon Palace, and send a new ship. Just notify the Heavenly Court and let the Big Dipper come. After suffering a big loss once, there is no reason to suffer a second time. Regardless of whether there are more behind, and regardless of who is behind the people who come to grab the treasure this time, the old man will not give the other party any chance. Big Dipper. Ao Guang's eyes tightened. That is the core of the Heavenly Court, the real elite, and the combat power is unparalleled. Under the joint efforts, they can kill Daluo. They are the highest combat power of the TIE level, the ceiling of the ceiling. Yes. Ao Guang did not hesitate. Although they are both TIE, the identity of the old man in front of him is completely different. He has a high generation, but because of some reasons, he is stuck in the TIE realm and has not been able to complete the breakthrough. The actual status is no different from Daluo. Watching Ao Guang leave, the old man exhaled, pointed to the teacup in front of him, and signaled Li Su to pour tea. Li Su was also direct. He picked up the teapot and filled the other party's cup again. Little bastard, what do you think the origins of this group of people are? The old man took a sip and asked suddenly. Li Su was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Senior, you asked strangely, how do I know their origins? The old man said inexplicably, I have seen this group of people. Their skills and identities are not from the same place, but they have joined forces, and are very close. It is unusual, no matter how you look at it. What do you want to say, Senior? Remember that you were captured once in Jijio? Li Su paused, and the faces of Bei Su and King beside him changed. They couldn't help but look at Li Su. Brother, he was captured? Li Su didn't say anything. At first, he thought that this group of people were the old enemy of the Heavenly Court, the Demon Court. But when he found that everyone was human, he read the divine consciousness and found that they didn't know each other. Naturally, he also thought of the organization that had attacked him before. Unfortunately, this group of people knew very little. The only thing that could be found was that they had been funded by someone, but even that was different. Whoever made the move didn't know the identity behind these people. The water is very deep, the kind of depth that can't be seen. The old man looked at Li Su deeply and said nothing more. It was enough to say this. If that organization dared to reach out again, the Taoist in front of him would obviously not remain silent. That was enough. By the way, little bastard, are you interested in the Thunder Tribulation pill? The old man changed the subject directly and said very suddenly. Li Su was stunned for a moment. This topic was obviously a bit unexpected. The Thunder Tribulation pill is a third-level prescription owned by the Heavenly Court. It is rumored that it can help people break the shackles and further consolidate their own foundation. It is extremely precious. Although it is not as good as the 9-turn golden pill, it is also the ceiling type of the third-level elixir. Among the functional categories, it is the most sought after. This thing, the Heavenly Court must have been very strict and never showed it to others easily. Why is this old man so generous now? Li Su's own limit breaking is too powerful. He is completely walking against the ceiling. The Thunder Tribulation pill is not very meaningful to him, but it is different for the two women, or the teacher. Even if it is not enough to help them break the shackles, it can improve their potential and enhance their own foundation. In fact, the other party didn't look at Li Su at this moment, but looked directly at the two women beside him. Li Su narrowed his eyes. Old man, what do you want to do? The old man smiled kindly. Let me make a deal with you. Asterisk 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 not good, not good, not good. Not far away, among the crowd of people on the dragon boats, the old man who successfully fished for the third-level medicinal materials looked very bad, as if he had taken a bite of a sour lemon, and his old face was wrinkled into a ball. The development of the situation, as he expected, developed into a big war. If it continues, it will undoubtedly turn into a multi-party chaos, and even directly damage the dragon boat. In this way, the fourth party, who is the fisherman, can take the treasure away in a chic way. But what I didn't expect was that the disciple of the GGO was so perverted that he beat up the people on both sides alone. You said you would beat them, but the Heavenly Court actually reconciled with the little monster. Now they are sitting together and drinking tea. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they turn their faces completely? Even if they are not fighting to the death, they should never have any contact with each other. As the old guy in the heavenly court mentioned the thunder tribulation pill in front of Lee Soo, the old man couldn't help but take a breath. Things are a bit bad. Although he asked himself that he did it secretly and left no traces, the old man was really unsure when he saw the little monster from GGO. This thing was too inhuman, and he really didn't know what other methods he had. The old man's face was a little green, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at his granddaughter. Girl, can that little pervert do it for a while? The little girl's eyes shook, and there was light in them. Not too long. 1 minute. Too long. 20 seconds. Okay. Just 20 seconds. Fortunately, no one heard the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, otherwise I don't know how many people would be shocked. After seeing Lee Soo's strength with their own eyes, he dared to say such words. Not a fool, but if he had the confidence, it would undoubtedly be very scary. After all, with Lee Soo's performance, he was undoubtedly the ceiling of the ceiling in the realm of true immortal. Grandpa, what are you going to do? The old man took a deep breath, looked at the old man sitting in front of Lee Soo fiercely and said, "Old man, don't force me, otherwise. Kill them all?" The little girl added. The old man's face darkened. "Kill them all. If we kill them all, we will have no light in our lives. What does grandpa want to do? Have you forgotten where this place is? On the river? Why do I have such a stupid granddaughter like you? This is the radiation range of the immortal prison corridor. What does grandpa mean? Release the immortal prison." The little girl was a little confused. This immortal prison, can it be released? Chapter 704 The Terrible Baby Girl. Thunder Tribulation Pill. Lee Soo raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What do you want to say, senior? You seem to have mastered the Taoist method involving the soul." The old man in the heavenly court was very direct. Although he had asked Ao Guang to call people, it would undoubtedly take a lot of time. Although the dragon clan is good at moving water, the speed will not be too fast without a dragon boat against the current. It will take at least 1 or 2 days for people to come. The third level medicinal materials have been stolen for a long time, and the other party may have already started to find a way to move them. If people come after 1 or 2 days, even if they find who stole them, the medicinal materials may not be here and have been moved away. This medicinal material is very important. It is the main ingredient of the Thunder Tribulation Pill, and is very rare. It is not that the place where it grows is bad and dangerous, but the place where it appears is not fixed. For example, this time it was found in the lower domain, so the old man came in person to collect it. Now that it has been stolen, I don't know when I want to collect it. The Thunder Tribulation Pill is very important. Many Cheyenne Geo in the heavenly court need it, such as his apprentice Zhang Yuan, who is above the myth and has the 13th fire. If he can get a Thunder Tribulation Pill, he may be able to break this shackle and advance to the 14th. Don't look at the difference in this fire. It will definitely bring a world of difference. It's not just the difference in strength. With each additional fire, the perception of the Great Dao will be improved, and the use of Taoism will be strengthened. This kind of strengthening is amazing, enough to completely open the distance with the 13th fire true immortal, forming a multiple difference. Therefore, the third level medicinal materials must be found no matter what, even if it costs the Thunder Tribulation Pill that will never flow out under normal circumstances. Lee Soo blinked. It is involved. It has been used in the battle just now, so there is no need to hide it. The cultivators in the heavenly court are still very strong. They can only use the Supreme to fight. If they change to ordinary Taoism, it is definitely a suicidal act. Even so, Lee Soo was injured in the face of the old man in the heavenly court. You have to know that his current strength is much stronger than when he was in Biju. He is a great perfection of the true immortal, with nearly 1 million miscellaneous ways and 42,000 main ways. No joke, if he were in Biju now, he could directly kill the Teng Snake Patriarch. Although the demon race has blood awakening, which can stimulate the ancient prehistoric bloodline and even produce the effect of breaking the limit, it is still much worse than the human race in terms of inheritance. The 4 divisions of the heavenly court Thunder, rain, and wind are obviously all inherited from the same lineage, and they are also the kind of branches and leaves, and the Taoism has been deeply expanded. The old man in the heavenly court, the big man, and Zhang Yuan, they are all thunder, with the same roots and origins, but the core is completely different. Top grade, or even the best immortal method. The old man in the heavenly court was very direct. If you are willing to help me find the stolen 3rd level elixir, I'm willing to take out 2 thunder tribulation pills as a reward. 1 furnace, at least 5 pills, up to 8 pills. Of course, each pill is extremely precious. Even if it is exchanged within the heavenly court, it requires a huge price. Taking out 2 pills directly, the old man undoubtedly felt a little painful, as the loss was huge. But there was no way. After all, the things were lost. If they couldn't be found, then there would be nothing left. Li Su looked at the other party in surprise. The herbs were really stolen? The old man in the heavenly palace was also stunned. What do you mean by that? Li Su's pupils shrank slightly. He was very interested in the thunder tribulation pill. If possible, he didn't mind putting in some effort. However, they didn't succeed in getting the group of people he caught. He read the souls of hundreds of people he caught without missing a single one. This group of people was planning to take action against other people in the heavenly palace. If they had already got the herbs, it would be impossible for everyone to do the same. Now, the old man in front of him said that the herbs were really stolen. This is a bit worth pondering. There are 2 possibilities. First, the old man in the heavenly palace did it on purpose. He revealed the news that the herbs were stolen to confuse the audience and make the group of treasure hunters suspicious of each other. This group of people obviously did not belong to each other, came from different forces and different classes, and usually had no intersection at all. Once there is a doubt in the mind, problems will naturally arise internally. It is not an easy job to attack the heavenly court. It will kill people. The guy who was taken away by the other party will undoubtedly die. Second, there is a 4th party. This is undoubtedly much more difficult than the former. It is terrifying to be able to benefit from the competition between the 2 major forces and not expose oneself from beginning to end. The above, no matter which possibility it is, has greatly weakened Li Su's interest in the thunder tribulation pill. The first possibility is that the old man in front of him is trying to get something for nothing. If he really agrees, the result is that he has spent a lot of effort and may get at most a symbolic compensation in the end. After all, the medicinal materials were not found. The second possibility is that they were really stolen. Another force took action and stole the medicinal materials in a way that no one knew. If there is such a person, it is obvious that he is not only amazing in means, but also very bold. Amazing means mean that the other party is not easy to mess with. A bold character is undoubtedly more troublesome. This kind of interception offends not only one side, but once it is exposed, it offends both sides. Fortunately, the heavenly court is in the open and easy to hide. The other wave of forces is different. They are very secretive. If you offend them, your life will definitely be very difficult. This kind of people are undoubtedly typical gamblers. They do things regardless of the consequences. They are likely to take risks and do things that you can't imagine. Thinking of this, Li Su said directly, the people who handed it to the senior have confirmed that they did not get the medicinal materials. In fact, they are preparing to attack others. Li Su didn't want to get involved in this matter after providing the information for free. Of course, it is also possible that the treasure grabbing party is actually 2 teams. One team grabs openly as bait, and the other team attacks secretly. If this is the case, then there is even less hope. Since they have already succeeded, they will naturally move away at the first time. The people have already left, and even if they want to chase, they can't catch up. The old man in the heaven was a little stunned. Obviously, he was shocked by the information provided by Li Su. You know, he took out 2 thunder pills as a price, just to find out the whereabouts of the medicinal materials as quickly as possible, but the result was that the people who attacked him did not take the medicinal materials. In other words, there is another group of people who are grabbing the treasure. With the emergence of such a conclusion, the old man in the heaven court suddenly laughed, and one by one, they rode on the head of the heaven court and shit. Very good, very good. The old man in the heaven court slowly raised his head, and his eyes were grimly looking at the dragon boat, and directly fell on the more than 20 million people. The things in the heaven court were stolen. So, I hereby declare that all of you are suspects. From now on, you are not allowed to leave. All of you follow me back to the heaven court, until it is proven that there is no problem with you. As the old man's words fell, the faces of all the people on the dragon boat changed in an instant. Obviously they did not expect the old man in the heaven court to do this. This is not a request, this is an order. The old man in the heavenly palace was extremely indifferent and said lightly, "Of course, you can refuse. As long as you are confident that you can escape the pursuit of the heavenly palace, I welcome you to refuse to execute this order. Thief, I don't know who you are. I admit that you have good means, which is indeed beyond my expectations, but..." The old man paused slightly, his face was extremely grim, and he said with a tone like 10,000 years of ice, "Who do you think you stole? Who do you think you are? Who gave you the courage to ride on the top of the heavenly palace and shit?" Facing the old man's extremely domineering words, the more than 20 million people on the dragon boat looked extremely ugly, but at this moment they were extremely quiet, and no one dared to speak. As for the reason, it's too simple. What is the heavenly palace? It is one of the 8 major religions in the mythological world, and it is an existence standing at the top of the power in the mythological world. In the mythological world, except for the 8 major religions that are qualified to have equal dialogue with each other, no other force can get involved. That is an absolutely inviolable area. Even at this moment, there were many upper domain sects present, and there were dozens of Ta'i who were not sealed and suppressed. Facing the overall decline of the aura, no one dared to speak or make a sound in front of the old man in the heavenly realm. The majesty of the great sect has long been engraved into the bones of every cultivator in the mythical world. Looking at the rough and overbearing way of the old man in the heavenly court, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. In the face of the possible existence of a fourth party force, it is undoubtedly very troublesome to retrieve the stolen 3rd level medicinal materials. After all, how can we check who stole it without knowing it? Unexpectedly, the old man actually used this method to directly make more than 20 million people suspects on the spot. It has to be said that, although it is a bit rough, this method itself is undoubtedly the best way in this situation. It can be said that, as long as the things have not left the dragon boat in time, they will be found sooner or later. There is no need to worry about the transfer. As long as there are traces left on the boat, and one person is caught with the ability of the heavenly court, sooner or later, all the people behind will be fished out along these clues. Of course, if there is a saint behind the other party, it is another matter. That is equivalent to the big sects playing against each other, and the heavenly court can only blame itself for its bad luck. Taking a breath, Lee Su unnoticeably distanced himself from the heavenly court and others. If there was any commotion, it would only take the next few minutes. As the saying goes, if you dare to pull down the emperor at the cost of your life, will the barefoot be afraid of your slippers? Although the 8 major sects, as the authority of the mythological world, have stabilized the world for hundreds of thousands of years, and have never been shaken. But being unshakable does not mean that no one will shake it. As far as Lee Su knows about the history of GGO, many people have attacked the big sects, including the Dalo realm, the Ta'i realm, the true immortals, the celestial immortals, and even the golden elixir. There have been dozens of them in hundreds of thousands of years. Either they were forced to go nowhere, or they were crazy. For example, at the time in Huago Mountain, the Dalo realm who attacked Lee Su, didn't he know that he was a big sect? He knew, but he still did it. There is no way. He is dying. He is almost crazy. How can he care so much? It can be said that the most dangerous people at this moment are around the group of people in the heavenly palace. At this moment, the Ta'i true dragons of the dragon palace have all come over, obviously to prevent some Ta'i. After all, the old men in the heavenly palace were imprisoned by the Ta'i shackles. If a Ta'i suddenly attacked, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even if the Ta'i chains can react quickly, it will take some time. Fortunately, he retreated quickly and did not cooperate with the old man in the heavenly palace. Otherwise the person who resisted the thunder at this moment would be 100% him. He directly winked at Baesu and Kinga, indicating that the two women should open their eyes wide, be careful of the surroundings, and retreat immediately if a conflict occurs. It's not that Lee Su is afraid, but this matter has nothing to do with him. He can't end up for no reason, right? If he really wants to end up, he has to wait until the old man in the heavenly palace invites him and promises him, right? A loss-making business can't be done. Just when Lee Su was thinking about this and everyone in the heavenly palace was waiting indifferently, don't say it, someone really moved. A little girl, with a mask on her face and two pigtails, who looked no more than 13 years old, suddenly jumped down. Faced with this scene, not to mention the heavenly court, Lee Su and the other two, even the more than 20 million people on the dragon boat were all stunned. What's going on? Who is so immoral? If you really want someone to come forward, you should at least get a tie or 1000 or 800 years old. What do you want to do by letting a 13-year-old child or a little girl jump down? The old man in the heavenly court was also stunned. Undoubtedly, this scene was a bit unexpected. When he spoke, he was already prepared to be attacked and killed. This was a test in itself, wanting to determine as quickly as possible whether the thief was still on the dragon boat. Of course, this is not a gamble. If there is really no movement, he will still pull everyone back to the heavenly court. In short, do his best to find it. Just when everyone was confused, and the serious atmosphere was about to be destroyed by the little girl who jumped out. The little girl who landed not far from the heavenly court, and the others took a deep breath. This breath was quite amazing. The open mouth was like a huge black hole, swallowing thousands of square meters of air around it. You know, this is the other side, facing the infinite space fragments, and the land of violent energy. With such a breath, Tae was choked, let alone a little girl. In an instant, the hairs of the old men in the heavenly court stood up. It was as if an extremely terrifying beast had emerged from the little girl's small body. An indescribable pressure was pressing directly into their hearts. Roar. The little mouth opened, and the little girl let out a huge roar. The scene was really earth-shaking. Such a small person, the roar was like thunder in the plain, resounding for thousands of miles. The land of the other side was directly shaken by the other side's roar, and the void was twisted, forming a shock wave and bursting. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lee Su was shocked by the girl's voice. The strong body was different from his life supreme. It was filled with an ancient wild breath, the taste of the Wild Witch clan. Boom. The void under his feet exploded, and the girl jumped several miles and smashed straight into the position of the people in the heaven. The heaven reacted quickly. Ao Guang led the old man and others to retreat rapidly. The three real dragons showed their true bodies, dragon horns and dragon scales. They roared and did not hold back or hesitate because there was only a little girl in front of them. With a loud bang, the little girl's body directly hit the fist of the three real dragons. An amazing scene appeared. The three real dragons let out a wail. Their fists, dragon scales, and dragon bones were cracked and shattered with this shocking collision. They were knocked away by the little girl after only a moment of resistance. It was extremely tragic. You can see that the millions of Dao rhymes on the body of the three real dragons were shattered, as if an egg hit a stone. Facing this scene, not to mention the more than 20 million people on the dragon boat, even the old man in the heavenly palace couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Where the hell is this little monster coming from? Is this body forged from the Dalo god gold? A real dragon? That's a real dragon. Even if the three who took action can only be said to be average in the dragon clan, as the supreme life individuals, they have basically no opponents in terms of strength. As a result, they were broken by the other party's body. Just when everyone was extremely shocked by the girl's physical strength, Lee Su's pupils shrank, and his face changed. That girl, what the hell is she looking at me for? That's right, the girl who knocked away the three dragons, as far as the eye can see, is Lee Su. In fact, if you look at the angle carefully, you will find that this girl is running towards Lee Su. The reason why she crashed into the heavenly palace camp first is because the other party happened to be blocking her and Lee Su. Otherwise, the angle of jumping out just now should be 15 degrees off. Looking at the opponent's thigh muscles that were bulging and swelled up again, Lee Su's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood energy burst directly. In the blood smoke, only dragons and phoenixes were seen. The phantoms of ancient species such as Killin floated in it, and infinite power fell. The girl disappeared. Lee Su's figure also became hazy. With a loud bang, the two figures appeared at the same time. Lee Su punched, and the opponent kicked. At this moment, the extremely terrible bodies collided with each other. Pain came. Blood splattered. For the first time, Lee Su was injured in a pure physical collision. His defense was penetrated by the opponent's power. His figure slid back, and the void where his feet stepped formed two huge fire paths. The void where the two collided collapsed. It is completely imaginable how terrible the explosive power is. The five fingers were cracked and twisted. But in the next second, with the terrifying blood vapor, the invading power was quickly eliminated, and the palm returned to its original state. On the other side, the girl was not feeling well either. She was obviously super strong, but for the first time, she was stopped by someone's physical brute force. She even stepped back several steps, and each step created a huge pit of 100 feet, forming a huge storm. She was also a little uncomfortable, and her white fist was a little red. She didn't expect Lee Su's physical strength to be so strong. Boom. 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 She adjusted quickly, and her heart was like a drum, and it was shaking like thunder. There was a heavenly palace between her eyebrows, and in the center of the heavenly palace was a huge hall. In that hall, terrible flames shot up into the sky. Boom. 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 In an instant, 15 flashes. The terrible flames formed a huge wave of air, impacting everything. Within a radius of 100 meters, the void was whipped into countless particles, unable to form a containing space, and kept jumping. 15 fires, the ultimate myth. Lee Su was shocked, and everyone was shocked. Where did it come from? Of course, although he was shocked, Lee Su did not dare to neglect it. The same palace appeared, and the huge hall stood tall. The same terrible flames rose from his eyebrows, forming a scene different from that of the girl, but equally domineering. Whoosh. Without any words, the two figures disappeared again. Boom. 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 The terrible power met in the void, and the two figures were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they impacted thousands and tens of thousands of times. Wherever they passed, there was a mess. Extremely tragic. The extremely terrible battle, let alone the center, the arrogance that impacted out, the true immortal could not stand. Only Tai could resist. Fortunately did not lean towards the dragon boat, otherwise this instantaneous battle would be enough to evaporate all the cultivators in the true immortal realm. This little girl, is she crazy? Lee Su's face turned green as he kept fighting, and felt the huge pain from his hand and leg bones. What dog coins? Why are you staring at him? I don't even know you. Lee Su's liver hurt, and he really didn't understand why this girl found him and stared at him. However, when everyone was shocked and attracted by the battle between the two, there was a movement on the dragon boat. A magical fishing rod was swung silently, and the fish hook pierced the void in an instant, leading to the real world, and headed towards the immortal prison corridor, which was 1,000 miles away from the riverbank, and tilted between huge mountains. The hook fell and hit. A sudden pull. In an instant, the immortal prison corridor shook. A terrifying light burst out in diameter along the hook and rushed directly to the place where the dragon boat was. It was a black light, extremely huge, and it instantly enveloped the section of the river where the dragon boat was, whether in the real world or the other side. Chapter 705 Ancient Immortal Prison. This person is not right. Lee Su was a little shocked. The other party's body structure was simply unbelievable. The supreme flesh and blood is not a simple body refining technique with a strong body, but an extreme evolution of life. Therefore, there will be a situation where the style is very wrong, and it can even control the flesh and blood of others. Therefore, the body of the girl in front of him made him feel a huge shock. Its structural pattern has been completely changed, giving people an extremely contradictory feeling. It is both an independent individual and a complete whole. Under the individual, each of the cells has a hardness beyond diamond, as if millions of years have accumulated infinitely, and repeated superposition has formed ultra-high density crystals. But when the two collide, the other party's cells will actively absorb the impact of the force, letting the entire structure bear the burden. It is terrible enough when it is independent, and it is even more terrible when it is united into a whole. This makes it extremely difficult to break the defense, requiring 100 times, or even 1,000 times the power to do it. After more than a minute of collision, Lee Su found that he could not take down the other party. It's not that her strength surpassed Lee Su. In the realm of true immortal, Lee Su was undoubtedly at the top, but the opponent's body was too unreasonable. Diamond indestructible. Instantly, such a thought appeared in Lee Su's mind. The body of the little girl in front of him was completely invincible in the physical realm. Even if the most destructive jade purity and supreme purity were used, it would be difficult to reach the opponent's zero limit. Don't look at her little fists red, because of hundreds and thousands of collisions with him. That was just a phenomenon of high temperature overheating. In fact, there was no damage to its internal structure at all, let alone damage, and there was no loss. This was very unreasonable. He encountered an existence that was already similar to a bug. Of course, Lee Su was not completely helpless against this kind of person with super high physical defense, and he had many means involving multiple fields. If the flesh and blood didn't work, then push the soul. Since the opponent attacked him, who was Lee Su? Gender equality in the full sense. If someone calls him a little girl, even if a peerless beauty wants to kill him, he will fight back without mercy. He will never be unable to walk when seeing a beautiful woman. Therefore, Lee Su saw the opportunity and pierced the soul without hesitation. In this level of battle, with this kind of tricky true immortal, he dared not be careless at all, let alone hold back. It doesn't matter if he kills or seriously injures him, as long as he can take him down. He never considered the three good things of Lali. However, the result shocked him even more. Not shaken. Faced with this result, Lee Su was shocked and almost turned around and ran. The soul is supreme, and the method of how to Niang did not shake the opponent's soul. Not to mention shaking it. This pierced with a spear. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was like taking an embroidery needle and stabbing it into the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The area of the soul shook Lee Su. The 7 little people sitting in the heavenly palace couldn't help but open their eyes, frightened by the information fed back by the supreme soul. What the hell is this? No, it should be said that there is something wrong with this thing, a big problem. The strength of the physical body is enough to make his eyelids twitch constantly. Anyway, Lee Su himself has not tried the upper limit. When the jukes and sword fell on it, there was actually a sound. Of course, this has a lot to do with his low realm. But even so, as his strongest attack, let alone the true immortal, the Zhuangxin should be chopped to pieces. Even if it is the late stage, dare to use the physical body to receive it. It can't be blocked. Shanking supreme, the sharpness is not a joke. Plus the weird situation of the soul. Yes, it is weird. It is really too huge. This thickness can't be described by a word of giftedness. The soul, even if it is innately sacred, its size is limited. Just like the wine in the alley, it has to be old to be fragrant enough. Only through the years of tempering can it be so mature and huge. In other words, even Lee Su, who has cultivated the highest soul, has a soul that is not as big as the girl in front of him. This is really too incredible. It is undoubtedly normal for such a powerful soul to appear in a Daluo or even a saint. The realm and the long years are there, but it is a big problem for such a little carrot head. The only good thing is that, although the other party's soul is abnormally huge, the use is very pale, mainly because she is really young, her soul is blank, and there is no heavy historical precipitation. In other words, her age, at least in experience, is less than Lee Su. Otherwise, such a huge soul, if it has a corresponding spiritual consciousness, it is really not a joke. I thought I should be the biggest pervert in the world, but I didn't expect that the girl in front of me directly refreshed his 3 views, and there are even more perverted ones. Faced with such a weird situation, do you think Lee Su, can face it calmly? Damn. What's the situation with this girl? What's her origin? Who is she from? To be honest, it has been a while since he came to the myth world. The only person who makes his scalp numb just by looking at him is Yang Zhuangkang, the little justice god of heaven. It is said that in ancient times, the son of Yang Jian, the god of war in heaven, is Yang Zhuangkang. Now there is one more. Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression became very sad and angry. If the occasion did not allow it, he would have shed tears of blood. Why? Why did he hit him? Who did he offend? He didn't know the girl in front of him. He had never seen her before. Why did she come to him and stare at him? This posture was simply a fight to the death, as if Lee Su had done something that angered the heavens and the people. The ship was the ship of the Dragon Palace, and the matter was the matter of the heavenly court. Why did he, a passerby, become a victim? And twice. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Lee Su felt. Why? Looking at the little girl's face, that she would not stop until she killed him, Lee Su's eyes became a little evil. Is he the kind of person who swallows his grievances? He is not. Even the one in front of him, who is obviously a young lotus, is not one. A shadow began to appear in Lee Su's pupils, very shallow, very light. Compared to the golden light formed by the Daoan particles, it can be said to be an inconspicuous projection. A flag, rolling up the sky with fire. His eyebrows shook, and the shanking Dao fruit jumped out directly. There was also anger on the villain's face, and he was very unconvinced. As an existence that cuts the sky, cuts the earth, and cuts the air, when has he ever suffered such grievances? A sword passed by, and he almost collapsed himself. The flames flowed down and melted with the sword. In an instant, the sword body trembled slightly, as if a torrent of history gathered, shining into the ancient times, sinking into the prehistoric world. A trace of blood gathered on the sword body, and endless killing was bred in the sword. In the full blood, hundreds of millions of dead souls died under it. Lee Su himself was affected, and his eyes turned red on the spot. This was the power of the fire flag to illuminate the past, and the first killing sword in the prehistoric world was truly brought down and materialized. Even rabbits bite when they are cornered, let alone humans. Blood and Yun Qi intertwined directly on the sword, covering up the terrible killing intent. Lee Su stared at the girl, staring at her thin neck, without even thinking of chopping her arms and legs, and went straight for her head. Then, the little girl stopped, very suddenly. She glanced at the long sword in Lee Su's hand, and then, without hesitation, she opened the distance between the two of them, and pushed them 100 meters away. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but take a step forward. As expected, the little girl immediately took a step back, and kept 100 meters from him, unchanged. Did she sense the crisis? Obviously, the two Supremes were covering up, but she still felt it. What a sharp reaction. The legendary super intuition. In an instant, many thoughts appeared in Lee Su's mind, but the next second, he dispersed them. Now was not the time to think about this. With such a big black pot, how could the fire in his heart be small? Afraid? It's good to be afraid. It's a good thing to be afraid. If he is not afraid, doesn't it mean that Lee Su can't do anything to him? If he is afraid, that's good. What big bullies the small? What men bully women? At this moment, there is no such thing. He has only one thought in his mind, to get her to death. Seeing that Lee Su's eyes were not right, the girl said nothing, turned around and ran away, just like when she came here before, fast and anxious. She knew very well that this was a ruthless person, without the noble virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. His target just now was wrong, and he went straight to her little head, not moved by her cute appearance. It's been 2 minutes, if you don't come, I will be beaten to death. The girl was silent before, and she ran and shouted, as if reminding someone to hurry up, otherwise, her little body would not be able to hold on. Facing the little girl's behavior, Lee Su kept picking at the corners of his eyes. No wonder the books often say that the righteous way of the flesh is the most awesome. Now he has a deep understanding of it. Space is absolutely imprisoned in front of the other party, and it is really no different from paper. This meant that, even though Lee Su had mastered the Jade Purity Supreme technique that ignored distance, he had no way to restrict or suppress the opponent. Of course, he could teleport over, but the opponent was too fast and erratic. If he teleported over, the opponent would just hit him head on. Although his flesh and blood were strong, his hardness was a flaw. If they collided, it would not be Mars hitting the earth, but glass hitting stone. He would be the only one to suffer. Not only that, the opponent screaming all the way also made Lee Su quite concerned. It was obvious that she was not alone. There were other people behind her, and they were obviously preparing something. In other words, the main purpose of jumping out to fight him was to distract him. Lee Su's face turned black, and he felt that he had to remember this beating first. Beating in vain? How could it be possible? He was not very smart, and unless he couldn't beat him, revenge would be a matter of time. Wait, this matter is not over. Lee Su stopped and didn't plan to chase, mainly because Kinga and Basu were still there, and if something really happened, he could lead people to retreat. Of course, it wasn't just him. The faces of the old men and others in the heavenly palace also changed. Since the girl jumped out, the old men's brows have never relaxed. In their eyes, the powerful strength that can directly fight against the Taoist disciples of GGO is no different from the Arabian Nights. A small monster is already scary enough, and another one pops out. What's going on? What's the situation? What's going on in the myth world recently? Monsters of this level pop up one after another. Lee Su has some background. He is a disciple of a big sect and the legendary descendant of a saint. What about this girl? Where did she jump out? Not only that, what makes the old men and others in the heavenly palace feel the most chilling is that her breath is very small and she can be said to be a cub. This is incredible. At the same age, what realm are they still in? Not even the foundation building stage, not the golden elixir stage. Where did this come from? In an instant, countless thoughts emerged in the old man of the heavenly palace, suspecting that the girl in front of him might be a hidden evildoer of a big sect. The next second, the old man's pupils could not help shrinking. It was not just the girl's cry, but the inexplicable huge pressure. And, the surroundings of the other shore suddenly became dark. Faced with this result, everyone's face changed. The space on the other shore was chaotic. The so-called light was actually formed by the Daoyun particles floating here, not the sunlight on the sky. It was actually dark at this moment. What does it mean? It means that the Daoyuns have lost their luster and have been completely suppressed. They are no longer active, as if they were dead. Just when everyone was in doubt, a palace with a very eerie atmosphere appeared in the darkness. This palace itself is nothing to describe. It is a square, piled with 10-foot high square stones. The whole is dark, without extra carvings and patterns. It is extremely simple. There is only a door in the front position. It is very dark inside, like a big mouth, giving people a feeling that once you go in, you may never get out. All of the above is actually nothing. What was really shocking was that there were many rusty chains hanging on the square wall, all around. Those chains were extremely huge, each of which was more than 10,000 feet long and 100 feet wide. They hung down from the endless void and swung slowly with the movement of the palace, making clanging sounds. This sound was very strange, forming a huge suppression with an extremely terrible restriction. When you hear it, you will feel that your own magic power has been greatly disturbed and the extraordinary power in your body has become extremely dull. As the palace kept approaching, Lee Su and others reacted greatly at the first time. The chains on Lee Su's body became heavier and the pressure became greater and greater. The huge 9 chains in the void gradually became solid. The old man in the heaven who had endured 3 Tai chains was even more miserable. His realm was completely crushed to death, as if he was an ordinary person, and his torso was bent, like an old man. Of course, not only they were trapped by the chains, but everyone felt the extremely strong restriction at this moment. Tai, Zengxin, and even Xiangxin all felt that their Taoism was being suppressed, and their cultivation seemed to be disappearing. This damn. Can't it be the immortal prison? Lee Su's face turned black, and a very bad idea was faintly in his heart. When he saw that the palace was getting closer, 9 of them were just connected to the chains on his body. Facing this scene, many people's faces turned blue. How could it be? Why did the immortal prison appear here? You should know that what was lying nearby was not the immortal prison itself, but the corridor leading to the immortal prison. Facing this scene, Lee Su didn't care about chasing the girl. He flashed and came directly to Basu and Kinga, who were sent far away by him at the beginning of the battle. His face was very bad. He hated this kind of people the most. When they were angry, they could do anything. Although he didn't know how the other party did it, the immortal prison was indeed on top of his head. The situation that followed must be bad, even extremely bad. If it was not good, everyone on the dragon boat might die on the spot. This behavior is simply beyond words. What is the difference between this and dying together? Facing this terrible suppression, even Lee Su was a little out of breath. How long has it been since the ancient flood? A fairy prison that has been broken for countless years still has such a huge power. With this kind of pressure, I'm afraid that the 15 fires will be suppressed on the spot. The power of the fire gathered in his palm, and Lee Su directly grabbed the two women and protected them. Since the fairy prison appeared here, it would not be a wasted trip, so everyone present probably didn't want to run away. Now we can only hope that the people in the heavenly court have some means, especially the old man in the heavenly court must be alive. Otherwise, he will really lose a lot. It's a blood loss. Beside him, the two women also looked heavy. The pressure was too strong. Kinga was lucky, she was still in the golden elixir realm. Although she was perfect, she was not in a hurry to break through, and was consolidating the 11 fires. Although she was also suppressed, it was not as strong as the immortals. Baesu was suppressed very badly. Although she was not in the realm of true immortal, this huge immortal prison itself contained a great power of restriction. Anyone above the realm of immortal was within the range of suppression. As for the few people in the heavenly court, including the old man in the heavenly court, their expressions were extremely bad. As members of the heavenly court, they undoubtedly explored the heavenly palace the most. After all, they longed to take back the heavenly palace one day and become the true orthodox descendants. It was also because of this that they knew best how dangerous the immortal prison, as a part of the heavenly court, was. So far, all the objects related to the heavenly court that have been found, even if it was just a piece of palace debris that fell down, have undergone extremely terrible changes. They were severely polluted during the ancient war, and each one had huge problems. If the Dalo realm encountered it, the result would not be very good. Unfortunately, the black light came too fast. When they realized it, they were already covered by it. They could only watch the immortal prison getting closer and closer until it reached their sky and fell into the huge floating chain. The next second everyone's eyes went dark. The gate of the immortal prison continued to expand in everyone's eyes. Finally, everyone was swallowed up and disappeared from the spot. Then, a terrible black light flashed and disappeared quickly. With its disappearance, only a broken dragon boat was left at the place just now, standing alone. Because of Lee Su's disappearance, the space could no longer be maintained. The broken dragon boat quickly recovered and returned to the outside from the other side, and fell on the riverbed. It was severely damaged. Soon, as the hull was flooded, and the space formation inside the boat was torn, it quickly disintegrated. In just a moment, it completely disappeared in the river, and was swallowed by the river water without leaving any trace. Chapter 706 Unexpected Situation. The so-called immortal prison is the place where the ancient heavenly court imprisons serious criminals. Perhaps some people would think that, since it is related to the ancient heavenly court, even if they fart, it is also a breath of immortal air. But I want to tell you clearly here, it is not. The so-called immortal prison is an extremely terrifying hell. If you can choose, you would rather go to the netherworld than stay in the immortal prison. Why do you say that? Because the so-called crime in heaven is nothing but a violation of the heavenly law. And within the heavenly law, there is no small crime. Even if the emperor of heaven's own sister violated it, her father died, the eldest son died, and so on until the second son, after going through all kinds of difficulties, angrily split Mount Tuition. My aunt, with the support of the Chan sect, moved heaven with her filial piety and let her mother be released. From this, we can see how great the price of violating the heavenly law is. Then the question is, if you violate the heavenly law, you will either be killed or suppressed. What is the use of this immortal prison? Criminals are either killed on the spot or thrown into the lower world to be suppressed. What's the point of setting up such a large immortal prison? It's very simple. The real purpose of the immortal prison is to deal with some guys who have not violated the heavenly law, but are guilty to the people in the heavenly court. After all, although the heavenly court is high above, it does not mean that the gods have no desires. But the heavenly law is a very serious matter and cannot be used indiscriminately. It can't be said that it is true or not. It still depends on what the heaven says. Is it? Therefore, the immortal prison came into being, specifically used to deal with some things outside the heavenly law, such as some disobedient beings. Once you understand why the immortal prison exists, you will understand what the nature of the so-called immortal prison is. Yes, this place is completely a place for punishing criminals. No one who is sent here will have a good ending. Before being pardoned, they will have a nightmare-like experience that is worse than death. But you are lucky. Because the heavenly court is no longer there, no one has convicted you. So, you don't need to stay here forever, but there will be a deadline. Time 1 day is 1 day. If you are not convicted within 1 day, you will be spit out by the immortal prison. This is good news, but it is also bad news, because the time in the immortal prison is the time of the mortal world, and the so-called 1 day in the immortal prison is 1 day in the heavenly court. It is said that 1 day in heaven is 1 year on earth. So after you go out, although only 1 day has passed outside, you have stayed in here for a whole year. Do you understand? There were all kinds of food in front of him, and rusty iron swords were stuck all over his body. The man was several feet tall, his clothes were rotten and bloodstained. He spoke with a broken gong-like voice. While eating, he told the thousands of people in front of him about the information of the heavenly court. There were more than one such scene, divided into thousands of such communication circles of various sizes, and the largest one had tens of thousands of people. These people were all residents of the immortal prison. After Lee Su and his friends were swallowed by the immortal prison and entered it, they appeared. As soon as they arrived, they each made a big hand and divided Lee Su and his friends, and then exchanged food for the information of the immortal prison as a condition. Undoubtedly, it was a bit destructive to the worldview. The scene inside the immortal prison is completely different from what I imagined. According to the self-introduction of these people, they are the sinners of the heavenly court, and they are completely trapped here and cannot leave. They don't know how many years have passed. They are a very special group of people. They cannot die directly, so they have lived until now. Perhaps because they have been tortured for too many years, this group of people have gradually become accustomed to this torture. The only thing that is more tormenting is that they cannot grow food in the immortal prison, and their lives are very tormented. Until one day, someone entered here and brought food. From then on, whenever someone took the initiative to enter, they would come here and trade the food that occasionally fell into the hands of people here at the cost of the information of the immortal prison. This formed the situation just now. Of course, some unpleasant processes also occurred in the middle. After all, I don't know what will happen in the future. Although many people have a lot of food in their hands, they are unwilling to hand it over. And some people are several people, so one person only needs to go to listen, and there is no need for all to go. However, the other side obviously will not give this opportunity. Those who listen will be taken away, and those who are unwilling will be left where they are. Naturally, there were also strong people who were not happy. After all, there were several Ta'i who were brought in. Because they could not sense the breath of these people, they directly glared at the immortal realm. The result is self-evident. Those immortal realms had a miserable end. As soon as they started, the immortal prison celestial phenomenon was triggered, and punishment was brought down. Several lightning strikes shattered the people. It took a long time to recover. There is also good news here, that is, they will not die. But the bad news is that the people who were struck were very tragic and suffered a lot. The kind of shattering was a complete shattering from the flesh to the soul. Although it was reassembled, there were still some problems. For example, they are still shaking, and their memories have been damaged to a certain extent. Facing the tragic end of those immortals, the natives of the immortal prison spoke up with a sneer. Although you are not sinners, don't die too many times in this world. Every death here is equivalent to a breakup and reorganization. In this process, there will be a certain degree of loss of flesh and blood and soul. You will most likely become a disabled person when you get out. Then, there will be punishments here every day. According to your realm, the injuries caused by the punishment will not be recovered, and you have to heal them yourself. Otherwise, when the punishment comes the next day, the injuries will worsen until death. Also, the night in heaven is not safe. There will be jailers patrolling. Because of the long time these jailers have been, they have lost their consciousness and only have the most basic instinct left, which is to punish crimes. Therefore, once they are caught, their fate will be very miserable. As for what will happen, I will not introduce it specifically. After all, among the people who have been here, there are usually 2 or 3 stubborn guys in 10. This time, there are so many typical people coming in. So when night comes, don't wander on the ground. Finally, it is not far from here, about 20 miles away, there is a base we built, which can provide shelter, but this kind of shelter is not free. Like intelligence, you need to pay money, that is, food. As this group of people spoke, many people's faces changed. The mythical world is extremely abundant in extraordinary particles. Even if you are in the foundation building realm, you can go without food and drink for a long time. Once you reach the golden elixir, you can go on a full-scale fasting. There will be no problem for decades without food and drink. The food you carry is more to satisfy your appetite, and you don't carry a lot. In the transaction just now, most people almost took out half, or even 70% or 80% of the food. After all, the other party asked for a lot, 100 kilograms per person. Of course, the price is not expensive. You only need to spend 1 pound of flesh and blood every day. After hearing 1 pound, many people looked a little better. They didn't ask for much, and what they had was enough to receive shelter for dozens of days. Can't we use other things? The Aboriginal laughed, looking at the person who spoke with a strange look. In the immortal prison, except for food, nothing else has value here. Then what about women? Suddenly, a voice sounded, which made many people's faces change, especially the female cultivators, whose expressions were extremely ugly. Haha, a very good idea. An Aborigine laughed. You can think of it so quickly, but it's a pity that you can't use it. Many people were stunned when they heard it. Then, they suddenly remembered that just now, there was a fairy realm who took action, and was directly smashed to pieces by the thunder from the sky. Here, you can't do it. Since you can't do it, how do you turn female cultivators into goods? The few female cultivators couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard it. Undoubtedly, in such an environment, if they could be traded as goods, it would definitely be an extremely bad scene. In fact, it's not that you can't really do it. You can do it. As long as you don't use mana, you won't be punished. At this time, another Aboriginal suddenly spoke up, with an extremely weird smile. Instantly, most of the female cultivators who were heartbroken couldn't help but feel a chill, feeling a huge malice. Kinga beside Lisa couldn't help but reach out and grabbed his hand, looking a little uneasy. At this moment it seemed as if she had returned to the days in northern Jalasau. Besu couldn't help but clench her fist. Her face was not good. After all, with their mana restricted, although their bodies were strong, they couldn't stand facing too many people. Facing the change in the atmosphere of this group of outsiders, the Aboriginals looked at each other. Their eyes became more and more weird. Okay, if there are no other questions, those who are willing to go to the shelter can follow by themselves. After that, without caring about the reactions of others, more than 1,000 Aboriginals went directly to the direction just pointed, and walked quickly, not caring whether these outsiders would go there. Obviously, this attitude undoubtedly made many cultivators feel at ease, but also more nervous. After all, it is not safe at night. Instead of staying here, it is better to go to the so-called shelter first. They still have a lot of food, at least enough for a short time. It is a good time to observe and determine whether the situation in the immortal prison is as the other party said. Soon, someone left the team and chose to follow. The more than 1,000 natives walked very fast. After a while, they were far away. After all, with cultivation, even if they don't use magic power, they can't be like ordinary people. One after another, people chose to act, and a scene like a wave was formed directly. After all, more than 20 million people are not a small number. If they are squeezed together in one place, it would be a big area. Of course, some people did not act, and deliberately stopped where they were. Some of these people planned to wait and see, and some were eyeing new supplies. Apart from anything else, there were many eyes on Lisu, and their eyes were full of malice. If they were still on the other side, on the dragon boat, even without the suppression of the immortal prison corridor, these people would not dare to have any idea. But it was different in the immortal prison. They could not use their Taoist magic here, which undoubtedly meant that the other party was only at the immortal realm. Even if they were strong, they would not be that strong. With the suppression of absolute numbers, they might be able to take down the other party. It was not just because of Kinga and Besu. For many people, just being able to kill this genius gave them an irresistible impulse. People's hearts were like this. Some people were born to hate others being better than them. Of course, it was not just Lee Soo. Most of the female cultivators were targeted. Some cultivators looked down at them. Teacher. Not far away, Shanting and others were there, feeling the strong malice around them, especially the situation on Lee Soo's side. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but speak quietly. Undoubtedly, in terms of the team, Lee Soo's side had the fewest, with only 3 people, and 2 of them were female cultivators. The attraction was too great. Once someone took action, a chain reaction would definitely occur directly, which would undoubtedly lead to an extremely bad situation. After all, the majority of people on the dragon boat are casual cultivators, and this group of people is the most lawless and like jackals. Standing there, facing waves of malice, Lee Soo himself did not react much, and was still thinking about the information he got from the group of natives. One day outside is undoubtedly good news. It is equivalent to saving a lot of time. If possible, try to break through in the immortal prison. If you can advance to Tai, the days to come will undoubtedly be much more stable. In the myth world, unless there are some special places or saints, even if you can't beat the extreme Daluo, you can run away. However, did the group of natives really say everything about the immortal prison? Without reservation? In addition, the other party's last words were that you can take action without using mana and will not be punished. This is also quite interesting. Lee Soo doesn't think this is just targeting female cultivators. Although female cultivators are indeed a huge resource, how many female cultivators will go out like this? As the absolute majority of casual cultivators, the number of female cultivators is very low, almost several thousand to 1. As for the sects, the ratio is large, 7 to 1. There are more than 20 million independent cultivators. Excluding the 1 or 2 million who died when the dragon boat was hit and the dragon head exploded, there are still more than 21 million. Independent cultivators account for more than 80%, almost 17 million, and there are less than 5,000 female cultivators among them. As for the sects, there are about 4 million, a little more, hundreds of thousands. It sounds huge, but facing the larger overall number, even if you can use female cultivators as a price, how much can you get in exchange? How long can you exchange? The important thing is how many people can you get in exchange? In addition, you have to understand an obvious problem. Female cultivators can indeed be used as a price, but when they realize that they can't protect themselves and no one can protect them, will they choose to shelter themselves? After all, initiative and coercion are 2 completely different concepts. The indigenous people will probably enjoy the former more, and once the female cultivators choose the former and shelter themselves, it will be meaningless for the male cultivators to take action, and the indigenous people will not be able to provide them with shelter. There were many questions to think about. Feeling the tension transmitted by the soft little hand in the palm, and the surroundings were no longer covered, some people began to get restless, and planned to try. After all, the immortal prison will not die, and can be resurrected after death. Under this premise, how can the casual cultivators who are already desperate bear it? If such a genius can die at their hands, the pleasure is absolutely incredible. As for the future, for casual cultivators, in a place like the myth world, every extra day of life is equivalent to earning. The reason why they are afraid of death is not only because they don't want to be crushed to death like ants. If they are really given a chance, their nature will be exposed immediately. What's more, the 2 women around Lee Soo, even if there are many beauties in the myth world, their special temperament is undoubtedly of the upper class, especially the woman in white. For most casual cultivators, most of the time, they have to be cautious even when looking at each other, for fear that they will accidentally expose their thoughts and be killed. Now that he had the chance to taste the beauty himself, he would be satisfied even if he died. Lee Soo raised his head and looked at the malicious eyes around him. He shook his head, stretched out his empty right hand, bent his index finger, clasped his thumb, and exerted force. With a humming sound, the bent fingers twisted, and the place where the thumb and index finger were clasped together burst out with an extremely amazing force, as if 2 huge real dragons were competing there, so that the space was shaken. One bounce. With a loud bang, the force exploded, and Lee Su's finger that was bounced directly formed an extremely huge shockwave and burst out. In an instant, the huge diameter of 1,000 meters and the terrifying width of more than 10 meters were destroyed by that finger, leaving a shocking gully in the original place. Nearly thousands of monks were directly turned into ashes. The malicious intent that was ready to move was extinguished on the spot. The desire that had just been ignited was like being drenched by a heavy rain, and not even a slag was left. All the courage and thoughts disappeared completely at this moment. Whether it was a casual cultivator or a sect cultivator, at this moment, their faces were as pale as a dead person, looking at Lee Su in disbelief. Not only did he kill thousands of people with one finger, in fact, if he was outside the immortal prison at this moment, let alone thousands of people, with his strength, it would not be surprising to kill millions of people with one shot. What really frightened everyone was that they did not feel the fluctuation of mana at all in the previous attack. In other words, that finger was completely pure physical strength. The killing caused by hitting the air. What kind of monster is this? Not far away, the old man in the heavenly court could not help but jump with a horrified face. He knew that the other party's physical body was not weak and very powerful. A casual cultivator could not pose a threat. Going up would be a 100% delivery and would definitely die. But he did not expect that the other party killed hundreds of casual cultivators with just the strength of his physical body. Although there were only a dozen immortals among them, most of them were golden elixir and foundation building. You have to know that the physical bodies of the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court are also extremely powerful because of the Taoism. For example, as one of the 3 elders under the Thunder Department, his physical body is extremely powerful. Even if he does not use his magic power, his physical body alone can easily shake the mountain. But you have to know that he is a Tai cultivator, which is directly one realm higher than the other party, and his physical body has been tempered for a long time, and formed after enduring the baptism of endless thunder magic. As a result, the physical body of this GGO Taoist in front of him actually gave him a feeling that he was not much weaker than him. So, what on earth is this thing? With the fluctuation of the special Tao rhyme, the hundreds of scattered cultivators who were killed by Lee Su recovered. At this moment, their faces were pale and horrified. That way of death was really too terrible. The bursting air crushed their physical bodies, squeezed their souls, and even broke the avenue in their bodies. Pure violence tore them apart in an instant. You have to know that at the last moment, they did not suppress it and burst their own magic power. The result was still the same. They were crushed by the other party's finger. Boom. Before the group of people could speak, the thunder struck, and the hundreds of people who had just recovered were once again struck to ashes with a shrill scream. It was obvious that those who were struck to death by the thunder had used their magic power and were caught by the immortal prison's restriction. Faced with this scene, everyone was speechless, unable to utter a single word. In an instant, the circle that surrounded Lee Su dispersed, and thousands of casual cultivators with evil intentions lowered their heads deeply, fearing that they would be stared at by Lee Su. They stood there in fear like trembling doves. Just one blow completely put their natures, that had erupted from the immortal prison of another rule, which was not the mythological world, back into the cage, and once again recognized their own status. Without looking at the casual cultivators who were frightened by him, Lee Su turned his head and looked at the old man in the heaven not far away and said, "Senior, would you like to chat?" The old man in the heaven took a breath, nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 707 A Plan. "Senior, what do you think about this?" Lee Su looked at the direction where the crowd was leaving. The people who followed first could no longer be seen. Although the group that followed was the largest, there were also many people who left the group halfway and headed to the other side. Of course, the general direction did not change, and they were all closer to the shelter mentioned by the group of natives. "What are you looking at?" The old man in the heaven smiled. "What do you think of what those people said? How true and how false?" The old man did not answer, but asked back, "What do you think?" "I think there are problems, all false." Lee Su smiled and said directly. Everyone was stunned. Obviously they did not expect Lee Su to completely distrust what the native said. On the side, Zhang Yuan said with a look of surprise on his face, "Brother, it's impossible. They have made a contract with us." This is not a written agreement of mortals, but an oath, which cannot be faked. Once one party violates the oath, the other party can immediately detect it. That is why the people here will hand over what the other party wants so happily. Otherwise, although 100 kilograms of food is not much, they came to a place where they don't know the truth. Even if they say it is not important to themselves, they will not hand it over easily. Lisu smiled, looked at Kinga and Besu and said, Sister Bay, Kinga, what do you think? Kinga thought for a while and said, brother, I can only feel that the other party is not lying, but has malicious intent. Besu thought for a while and said slowly, it should be okay to say it, but there are probably a lot of things hidden. Therefore, these seemingly true contents are actually worse than false, which will give people a wrong concept. Therefore, I personally think that this group of so-called aborigines is very problematic. Hearing Lisu's address, the old man in the heavenly court's eyes flashed for a moment. When he heard the analysis given by the two women, even the weakest looking girl was quite extraordinary. It feels that the other party is not lying, but has malicious intent, more like a talent. As for Besu's words, the old man couldn't help but feel depressed. Naturally, he would not simply believe the words of the so-called aborigines. The other party must have concealed something, and did not reveal some key information. But now, after hearing Besu's explanation, he realized that he was a little careless. The other people in the heavenly court were also startled, and they couldn't help but look at Besu, shocked by the other party's meticulous mind. Zhang Yuan also felt cold. Although he was young and had not experienced much, he was extremely smart. He reacted instantly, and then his face became a little ugly. The old man in the heavenly court took a deep look at Besu and then said, I also think that these natives are not right, but the perspective is different. Senior, you say? Lisu became interested. At this time, multiple perspectives are undoubtedly very important, which can analyze the current situation to the greatest extent and prepare countermeasures. The east region is the ancient heavenly palace, and the west region is the hell. My perspective is from the general direction, that is, the results obtained from the research on the ancient heavenly palace. The old man said slowly, so far, we have conducted no less than 1 million explorations of the ancient heavenly palace, including saints, Daluo, Tei, and true immortals. There is only one result. The ancient heavenly palace has undergone a huge change. It is filled with multiple, extremely evil forces. Not to mention a palace, even a fallen branch or a stone is very problematic. If you touch it directly, it is easy to be contaminated by the power inside and cause unpredictable changes. If you make this association, this place, as part of the heavenly palace. The old man did not finish his words, but everyone present basically understood what he meant. The entire heavenly palace, even a stone has problems, so such a large immortal prison cannot be without problems. Since the immortal prison itself has problems, can the natives living in it still be normal? No. Lisu thought for a while. So, what are you going to do next, senior? Do you have a plan? The old man was startled. In the current situation, there is actually very little that can be done. After all, apart from the content provided by the aborigines, they have no other information. If they want to collect more information, they can only wait for a while. I'm immature, but I'm afraid that I will be laughed at by the seniors if I say it out. Lisu smiled. But you can say it. The old man looked very serious. Even if it is immature, it is still a plan. It is better than waiting for time and slowly collecting. Lisu was very direct. Kill into the shelter and capture a few aborigines. Now, not only the old man, but everyone was stunned. This plan is really immature. What is familiar or not? It is simply reckless. Do you really think that no one will fight against the aborigines? Of course not. Let's not talk about the few immortals who took action. Most people have weighed it. This group of aborigines has very strong bodies. Although they all have injuries on their bodies, the blood reaction is extremely heavy, and the strength of the body is very amazing. At least, if there is no way to use mana, then every 1% counts. Apart from the old man in the heavenly palace, only Lisu can suppress the other party in terms of physical strength. Are you this kind of person? Zhang Yuan was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Lisu to be so direct. In his opinion, the other party was clearly a fishing man who liked to fish for law enforcement. How could he become so tough after entering this immortal prison? The old man in the heavenly palace was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Lee Soo to plan so directly. Are you so eager to do it? Don't you plan to see the situation? Senior, what do you think of what they said before they left? That they can do it without using mana? The old man was stunned for a moment, and Kinga, Bae-soo, and Tae of the rain department frowned subconsciously, and a trace of unhappiness flashed in the depths of their eyes. It was because of the words of the Aborigines that hundreds of thousands of female cultivators fell into an unprecedented predicament. Now, in addition to some female cultivators who followed their fellow disciples, many stopped where they were and consciously moved closer to Lee Soo and his group. Apart from anything else, the strength displayed by Lee Soo is a great deterrent. Not to mention the people of heaven, as one of the great sects in the East region, and the ruler of the East region, they will not watch such a thing happen. Lee Soo said inexplicably, Senior, when someone takes action, but is struck to death by the thunder tribulation of the immortal prison as a warning, how long will it take to find a way to take action directly? Although it seems to be a very simple condition not to use mana, in fact, it is very difficult for cultivators to realize this when no one points it out. Especially when everyone is scattered and forms independent small groups, it is undoubtedly more difficult to discover this. Hearing this, Bae-soo's eyes suddenly shrank. Junior brother, I remember that the Aboriginal answered about the content of female cultivation at that time, that female cultivation can be used as a price. Lee Soo nodded and said, that's right. Bae-soo looked at Lee Soo deeply, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He understood why Lee Soo planned to take action against the shelter and even the Aboriginals inside so quickly. There was a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes, but the other party did not say what kind of price the female cultivator had to pay. And the other party also said that in the immortal prison, except for food, nothing has value. And the so-called food usually refers to flesh and blood. As her words fell, everyone in the heavenly court felt a chill in their hearts and looked horrified. Tae of the wind department couldn't help it and said with some horror, little girl, are you saying that we can also be used as food? Hundreds of thousands of women, a gap of more than 20 million. Even if one female cultivator can satisfy the shelter of 10 people, it is still a drop in the bucket and cannot satisfy it at all. But the natives chose to inform them of what they could do. Don't they know what will happen when those who have been unable to enter the shelter can no longer withstand the torture of the immortal prison? There will definitely be a riot. Millions of people will gather and attack the strongholds where the natives are located until the shelter is captured. The other party cannot be unaware of this. Bae-soo said slowly, in my understanding, life has two major instincts, the instinct of survival and the instinct of reproduction. Everything else is basically the continuation of these two instincts, or a change. Not only that, in fact, the second instinct to reproduce also has a prerequisite, that is, it is based on the complete conditions for the survival of the first instinct, that is, there is no threat to one's own life. Although there are occasional situations where the second instinct overwhelms the first instinct, most of the time, the first instinct will take precedence. And these Aborigines, their physical condition is very bad, and it has nothing to do with health. Their bodies are cracked and pierced by weapons. I think everyone present is familiar with that kind of pain, but they have almost no reaction from beginning to end. They have adapted to their own situation. In other words, this group of people are extremely tough, so I don't think sexual desire can affect them. At this point, Bae-soo paused, turned to look at Ubu Tae and said, I think the senior should also feel the reaction of the Aborigines when they heard about female cultivators. Senior, do you think that is a look of interest in the identity of women? Ubu Tae's expression was slightly unnatural and very uncomfortable. After all, although she has lived for thousands of years, in fact, her emotional experience is not as good as that of an 18-year-old girl in modern society. Of course, as a woman's unique sensitivity, even if she has never been in love, she is still quite familiar with the eyes of male creatures. She nodded, although a little embarrassed, but compared to the seriousness of the matter, it is nothing. As the two women expressed their opinions and provided evidence, the atmosphere became solemn. The female cultivators were probably just bait, and the ultimate goal was to let them kill each other. Regardless of whether they ate human flesh or not, as long as it was food, 1 pound could be exchanged for shelter. Once the people who entered realized this, fighting was almost an inevitable result. The old man in the heavenly court took a deep breath and completely understood why Li Su was planning to attack the shelter directly and to capture the aborigines to understand the reason. Not only that, he even realized why he was so urgent and not just waiting for a while. Killing each other was their goal. So what was the goal that this goal could achieve? For fun. Of course, it was not ruled out. After all, human nature could be sacred or dark, and even extremely sacred on the outside and extremely dark on the inside. But these people acted so neatly and arranged so deliberately, just for fun. Even if it was really just for fun, the old man in the heavenly court would not gamble. There was only one thought in his heart, that was to catch all these aborigines and dig their hearts out. Even if he got this ridiculous answer after that, he would not hesitate. After all, what if? What if there is another purpose? What if this way of fighting is to achieve some ulterior purpose? Then the result is too unpredictable. The old man looked at Li Su deeply. What do you want to do? I think the senior has understood what I mean. In fact, for me, it is simple to take action, but it involves 2 problems. Li Su smiled and said seriously, the fighting power of the aborigines, and the reaction of the aborigines afterwards. The old man in the heaven was not surprised at all, and said with an indescribable appreciation in his eyes, this is also the reason why you didn't take action just now, right? After all, if you don't know the specific fighting power of the aborigines, you will not only alert the snakes, but once you fail, it will be more difficult to catch them next time. Undoubtedly, compared with taking action at the shelter, the timing just now was better. But Li Su didn't do that, because he couldn't be sure whether there seemed to be stronger aborigines hiding around. If there were, the situation would undoubtedly become very passive. Therefore, he needed helpers, strong enough helpers, such as the old man in the heaven. The purpose of the other party coming to him was not to chat at all, but from the beginning, the other party had planned to ask them for help. He is worthy of being praised as a successor of GGO and the future successor of GGO. His meticulousness is amazing, and it is not inferior to his brilliant talent. Senior is amazing. It is indeed the most labor-saving to ask you to cooperate. Li Su smiled and complimented. The old man in the heavenly palace rolled his eyes when he heard it. What a great bullshit. Such important information, but he actually needed others to remind him to realize it, and he was not even as fast as the girl next to him. Is this a compliment or an insult? I roughly understand your plan, but are you sure? You know that you have no idea what the situation is at the shelter. If you act rashly, what if there are individuals beyond imagination there? This is obviously not an easy life, and there is a probability of death. Don't worry too much about this, I'm sure. Li Su naturally would not take risks with himself. Not to mention that he will not die in the immortal prison. Even if he does, he is not afraid. Don't forget that he is a person with the 7 saints supreme. Even if he doesn't use his magic power, what's wrong? How can the Taoist method of the saintly level be explained by common sense? Rebirth by dripping blood is not difficult for Li Su. Moreover, this process does not require the use of magic power. The huge vitality contained in his cells is enough for him to recover. And it is obvious that vitality and magic power are 2 different things. Accumulating vitality requires magic power, but releasing vitality does not require it, and every cell of his has already completed the backup required for the reconstruction of the body. In fact, the possibility of him being killed is very low. After all, he has a treasure. If the punishment of the immortal prison is based on the realm, then no matter how terrible the thunder tribulation of the true immortal level is, it is impossible to kill him who has the protection of the treasure, so he will choose to directly attack the shelter and capture people inside. This is his greatest confidence. Li Su's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, and if that's the case, at least 2 things can be confirmed. Everyone was stunned again, with surprise on their faces. 2 things? Although the old man in the heavenly palace, Basu, and several Tai reacted immediately, they frowned afterwards. Obviously, they thought of one of the things. Brother, are you sure about those 2 things? At this moment, Kinga's mind was full of question marks, and she couldn't help asking. Zhang Yuan was also curious. To be honest, he thought he was smart, but now he found that his brain was obviously not smart enough. Otherwise, how could the other party be sure of two things with just one attempt? Baisu was also a little confused and couldn't help but say, the first point is not difficult to guess. There is someone that you, junior brother, can't beat. It also means that if the other party simply wants to kill, it is not difficult, just do it directly, but they didn't do that. Instead, they use this method, which means that the fight must be carried out by ourselves. Li Su smiled and said, the second point, if there is really a powerful strong man, then it is likely that his actions are restricted. Otherwise, just come and capture everyone, imprison them, and have a large-scale death battle. Let the two sides fight each other, and the survivors can get a certain amount of time to rest, and the dead need to stop fighting each other. The efficiency is undoubtedly much easier than letting us scatter outside like this. Everyone was stunned, but thinking of the possibility mentioned by Li Su, they couldn't help but take a breath and felt a little relieved. After all, a stronger person is a huge pressure for everyone present, but if the other party is restricted, this pressure will naturally be greatly reduced. I understand. The old man in the heaven nodded. Everything will go according to your plan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Ancient City. The shelter mentioned by the Aboriginals is about 20 kilometers away. It is an ancient city, very desolate and old. The city is very large, and the walls around it have basically collapsed, but it is not the kind of damage soaked by time, but the damage caused by fighting. It is very tragic. It can be said that it is devastated, with gaps cut by weapons, and there are also explosions that have caused damage. There are also fist marks left directly in the city, a large area, and all the buildings have been destroyed. Standing on the mountain, looking over, you can even feel that, even after who knows how many years have passed, it is still filled with an extremely tragic murderous intent. It seems that the war has not passed, and it has been lingering since ancient times, and has not stopped until now. There is a smell of swords in the air, which can be felt as soon as you get close to a certain distance, and the closer you get to this ancient city, the more amazing the atmosphere is. This should be made by the heavenly court in the ancient times. After determining the next plan, the old man in the heavenly court frowned slightly when he came here, and his expression was a little serious. Undoubtedly, this is nonsense. After all, the immortal prison belongs to the heavenly court. Could the ancient city and the immortal prison be built by someone else? Kinga looked at the old man who spoke with some surprise. What's the point of saying this? Not only Kinga, but others also looked surprised. Even Taai of the heavenly court, well, except Taai of the rain department. The old man of the heavenly court could naturally feel the gazes of the people around him. The old man quickly rolled his eyes and shook his head. It's okay for the disciples of GGO not to know, but the people of the heavenly court are also like this? No, this time when I go back, I must find the emperor and organize a study and training to explain the historical knowledge of the heavenly court to these bastards in the heavenly court. Boy, I think you have to change your plan. Ignoring those idiots in his family, who were full of realms and powers, the old man of the heavenly court turned his head and looked at Li Su with a serious face. Li Su was stunned for a moment, a little confused. The old man in the heavenly palace took a breath and said slowly, boy, you are a disciple of GGO, mainly in the western regions. You know more about the Netherworld, but you know less about the ancient heavenly palace. As for the ancient heavenly palace, you can ignore other things, but there is one thing that must be mentioned. That is, all the buildings related to the ancient heavenly palace have formations. Li Su was stunned for a moment and nodded directly. After all, it was the heavenly palace, and it was not strange to have formations. In the mortal world, as long as someone went up to open a sect or establish a faction, formations were almost indispensable. No, you don't understand. The old man in the heavenly palace shook his head immediately after seeing Lisu's reaction and said very seriously, "You don't understand the seriousness of this matter at all." Lisu was stunned. What a normal thing it was. Arranging formations. Everyone would do it. Who doesn't have it in any sect? For example, the mortal Huang Yaoshi also set up a peach blossom formation on his island. As long as you have the ability, who doesn't want to be safer? After taking a look at Lisu's reaction, the old man in the heavenly palace sighed and looked at the expressions of the other people around him. It can be said that except for the bitter face of Tae of the rain department, they were all similar to Lisu. After a pause, he calmed down and said, "Okay, since that's the case, I will talk to you in detail." Although he was talking to Lisu, the word "you" sounded like thunder in the ears of the people in the heavenly palace, especially Zhang Yuan, who was shocked. "Boy, have you heard of the war between witches and liches?" The old man did not directly mention the heavenly palace, but talked about the war between witches and liches. This question confused Lisu again. What does the arrangement of the formation in the heavenly palace have to do with the war between witches and liches? He nodded. Of course, there are many records in GGO. Although the prehistoric world was destroyed, and even the truth of the destruction was not recorded much, there were many records of things before, from Pangu opening the sky, to Journey to the West. Of course, there are not so many words in the novel, just like the historical records I read in my previous life. For example, Journey to the West. One day, the sky collapsed, and the stone monkey was born. After 5 Jaya, the Monkey King robbed the Dragon Palace and made trouble in the underworld, committing a serious crime. The Buddha was in charge of the 5 element. It took 8 Jaya, and the Eastern Saint Monk revealed the Buddhist verses, released the stone monkey, collected Xianpeng, and got Shaseng. He arrived in the West in 14 years, went through 81 difficulties, and completed the mission of the Buddha's eastward journey. The whole text, including punctuation, is exactly 81 words, not a word more, but not a word less. It's good to know. The old man in the heavenly palace nodded, not realizing that Lisu had recalled the journey to the west of the GGO in just a short while. He turned his head and took a look at the heavenly palace. The focus was on the Tae of the thunder department and the wind department. The apprentice was excusable. After all, he was still young, not to mention the affiliated sects. They really didn't know much about the ancient things. Of course, you don't know until you see it. When you see it, the old man in the heavenly palace is furious. It's mainly the Tae of the thunder department. He is in a state of confusion. It's obvious that his brain is immortal. He doesn't care about this matter at all. After returning, the thunder department held an internal meeting. The old man barely managed to keep his emotions, looked at Lisu and said, "Since you know, then you should also know that after the war between the witches and the liches, the world was destroyed, right?" "Yeah. The strongest races in the prehistoric world fought to the death, and many powerful beasts participated in it. Naturally, it was a mess after the fight." The old man in the heavenly court sighed and continued, "This demon court has always said that they are the orthodox heirs of the ancient heavenly court, and they are competing with our heavenly court. In fact, it is bullshit. Why? Because after the war between the witches and the liches, the demon court was directly destroyed. Don't say there are ruins. There is not even a little bit of dirt left." This topic jumped so fast that my brain couldn't keep up. Lisu was stunned for a moment and looked at the old man with some surprise. No wonder the rain department and the wind department are very respectful to this person. It seems that he is not only an old man from the thunder department, but also the political commissar of the heavenly court. In a few words, the relationship between the ancient demon court and the heavenly court was directly cut off. Despite his thoughts, Lisu nodded. After all, he had no favorable impression of the current demon court, so he naturally had to stroke the fur. The old man in the heavenly court smiled with satisfaction. This child is not bad. No wonder the saint likes him so much. But the 3 realms cannot be without a master for a day, and the heavenly court cannot be left empty. After all, someone has to take care of the mountains, rivers, terrain, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, right? So Lord Haoshin, the master of the new heavenly court, was photographed to reorganize the heavenly court and rebuild the order of the 3 realms. But when he arrived at the ancient demon court, Lord Haoshan found that there was nothing. Not to mention his subordinates, there was not even a single office. It was completely blank. What should Lord Haoshan do? He can only beg and look for help everywhere. Let's put it this way, although the Queen Mother was also responsible for part of it, most of the entire heavenly court can be said to have been remolded by Lord Haoshan alone. Even if he had amazing strength and no shortage of materials, it still took a long time to mold such a large heavenly court. It took thousands of years. It was not until shortly before the conferred god that it was roughly completed. It is entirely conceivable how much effort and energy Lord Haoshan put into rebuilding the heavenly court. The old man in the heaven palace took a deep breath. Although the war between wizards and liches is over, the three realms have not calmed down. There are hidden dangers everywhere. Even the two major sects founded by the three saints at that time, the Chan and Ji sects, did not see eye to eye with each other and did a lot of dirty things in secret. You say, after finally and laboriously building a beautiful place, what if some people disregard all living beings in the world and start to mess up again? God Haoshan can't do it again by himself, right? So, when refining the Heaven Palace, in order to avoid the situation where the Heaven Palace would be directly destroyed in a war, God Haoshan stuffed 10 sets of formations into every inch of the Heaven Palace, the size of a grain of rice. These formations are linked together, and prohibitions, counterattacks, killing, defense, illusions, traps, and suppression are like one. Therefore, anyone who has something to do with the palace, even if they are in the Dalo realm, will have to lose a layer of skin, unless the energy to maintain the formation is completely exhausted. At this point, the old man in the heavenly palace took a look at the location of the ancient city. Although I don't know why this city is here, the materials used must be correct. Like other palaces in the heavenly palace, it is the work of Lord Haoshan. If we don't figure out what's going on inside, once we start, if we trigger Lord Haoshan's ban, it's hard to imagine what will happen. As the old man in the heavenly palace spoke, the faces of the people around him couldn't help but show a look of surprise. No wonder the old man emphasized that this was the ancient city of the heavenly palace. After seeing the ancient city, the fundamental reason was here. As for Li Su, he widened his eyes and was stunned by the old man's words. Is it true? Chinese mythology, do you think I haven't seen it? The heavenly palace was indeed built from scratch by Lord Haoshan after the war between the witches and the liches. But is it that serious? The great emperor of heaven actually did the work of a bricklayer? Wait. It seems that, when the heavenly palace was rebuilt, the Emperor of Heaven didn't seem to have many people under his command. At the time of journey to the west, there was only one real old man, Taibei Jinxing. I guess everyone knows how powerful Taibei is. Think about it, this thing is not necessarily fake. Moreover, Li Su has seen the Emperor of Heaven. He brought his wife to visit and eat free food. After a day of roasting, he didn't eat many skewers, and they were all eaten by his uncle. With this comparison of his uncle's behavior, if the heavenly palace was really built by him, don't even mention the formation. It seems like something that the Emperor of Heaven can do. No, don't think about it. After all, the Emperor of Heaven is not dead in the world fragments. You can't form prejudices because of one contact, right? Everything requires evidence, don't you think? Li Su tilted his eyes and said in disbelief, Senior, this is not a guess from the heavenly court, right? After all, it is the ancient heavenly court, so it is not surprising that there are so many formations. It is not necessarily the work of the old Lord Haoshan, right? That is the Emperor of Heaven. Li Su did not doubt the formations. After all, the heavenly court has been dealing with the ancient heavenly court, so it must be right. However, as the grandson-in-law, he has to maintain the dignity of the old Emperor of Heaven. In order to avoid a war, the heavenly court was damaged, and so many formations were implanted. This is too petty. The old man in the heavenly court smiled lightly. Young people always like to sanctify some things. Let alone the Emperor of Heaven. Even the saints of the three religions have some little secrets, don't they? When the saint of the human religion became immortal, he was perfect in merit, but he let down a woman. Did you know that the saint of the Ji religion was caught by the Emperor of Heaven eating candied whores? And the saint of the Chan religion, Forget it. This person can't be mentioned, and can't be mentioned at all. The Emperor of Heaven has a memoir of the Emperor of Heaven, which specifically records this aspect. Do you know this? The Emperor of Heaven was afraid that the heavenly palace would be destroyed. He was gritting his teeth and was worried. He pondered over it day and night and even consulted his teacher. Looking at the old man's face, I'm very sure, and there is evidence, but I will not argue with you. Lee Su's eyelids could not help but twitch. Could it be true? In an instant, the matter of the immortal prison was almost thrown out of his mind. His heart was full of gossip, wanting to know how the other party decided. It took a long time for Lee Su to suppress his inner curiosity. After all, it was not allowed at this moment. After the matter was over, he went to the heavenly palace and learned more about it. After a moment of silence, Lee Su sorted out his emotions and said, "Okay, I understand what the senior meant. I don't know what kind of formation is arranged in the ancient city. If you act rashly, once you trigger the counterattack of the formation of Lord Haoshin, the risk is too great." That's right. The old man in the heaven nodded. Although hundreds of thousands of years have passed since the ancient times, the means left behind at that time should not be underestimated. The heaven paid a heavy price for this, and even a Dalo realm almost died because of this. If it weren't for the timely action of the Emperor of Heaven, I'm afraid I would have to stay in it completely. Lee Su took a deep breath and his mouth curled up undetectably. Originally, seeing the ancient city and feeling the atmosphere inside, he was only 30% sure of success. It's not about catching people away, but running away is a bit risky, and there is a high probability that the treasure will be used. At this moment, it feels like it has risen to the 7th floor all of a sudden. Speaking of the 7th floor, in fact, it is still a worry. Even if this ancient city really has the prohibition of Lord Haoshin, what if it has lost its function? After all, this is his great uncle's city. And now in his mind, let alone the Palace of Heaven, the ancient Jade of Heaven given to him by the Emperor of Heaven is all there. With so many things in hand, even if this ancient city can't help him, it is impossible to regard him as an enemy, right? Senior, Kinger and Baesu, please take care of them here. Lee Su moved his feet, and his confidence became full. On the side, the old man of heaven was stunned, and quickly grabbed Lee Su. "So I just explained to you for a long time, but it was in vain. I told you that this ancient city is related to the Lord of Haoshin, and there is a high probability that there are formations in it. Don't mention a long time. Time is meaningless to the ancient Emperor of Heaven. Let alone hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. Don't think that it can wear away the power he gave it. What do you think happened to the Dalo realm who almost died? What he entered was not a palace, but a palace, Zixio Palace, and he was almost melted in it. The restrictions inside are too terrible. It seems that the years have not only failed to erode it, but made it even more terrible." The old man in the heaven palace frowned and said, "What's wrong with you, kid? I just said so much. Didn't I tell you the key to the problem?" Lee Su certainly understood what the old man meant, but he didn't explain. After all, there was no way to explain this matter. The other party claimed to be the heir of the Heaven Palace. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? "Senior, I'm just going to check the situation first. At worst, I won't go into the city, and will do it outside the city." Chapter 709 Another function of immortal prison. "Grandpa, aren't you the natives in the immortal prison who have a problem? Why are you still approaching the ancient city?" Just as Lee Su was preparing to take action, rush into the ancient city, and directly capture the natives to ask about the situation, the culprit who brought the entire dragon boat, almost more than 20 million, into this place, the old man, and his granddaughter, were also in the team, quietly moving forward. At this moment, they have changed their clothes. The old man is still the same. After all, he has never shown his head from beginning to end, but the little girl's image has changed greatly, becoming a dwarf in her 30s. They mixed into the crowd, and also came to the ancient city. "Of course, it is to get a pass to leave," the old man said. "Leave?" The little girl was stunned. "Does it mean that we don't have to stay in the immortal prison for a full year?" The old man shook his head and said, "Yes, 1 year is the fixed mechanism of the immortal prison itself. It opens to let people in at the beginning of the year, and it opens to let people out at the end of the year. This cannot be changed. Although the entry and exit cannot be changed, it can change the time of the year where we stay. The little girl was stunned. What does it mean? The old man smiled and said, for other people, when they hear about the immortal prison, they will think that this place should be a place where criminals are simply imprisoned. Isn't it? The little girl was a little surprised. Of course not. The old man shook his head. This is also a high-level training ground. In the ancient heaven, although there is a way for mortals to ascend, not every immortal ascended. The heavenly law stipulates that immortals and mortals cannot marry, but it does not mean that immortals cannot marry each other. Besides, even if mortals become immortals, can the power of immortals and mortals be the same? Take the golden elixir and the celestial immortal as examples. They can be said to be two different life forms. The Taoist magic powers they once mastered are naturally incompatible with their current situation. Then, the question is, how do these immortals practice? Rely on meditation to practice? Just kidding. Even if you meditate for 1,000 years, what can it do? It's not even as good as a few battles. However, as the largest forces in ancient times, the three Zuanman religions, Western Buddhism, and the Netherworld are all under the heavenly court. In such a vast ancient world, there is nothing that can go to war with the heavenly court. That is to say, even if the heavenly court is willing to sacrifice some people to train soldiers, there is no place to train, and it cannot win at all. No one will be stupid enough to go back to fight, and they will either flee in panic or surrender. In that era, the heavenly court had no opponents, and even the immortals who have experienced the battle of conferred gods will still lose their combat effectiveness if they do not use their swords for a long time. Faced with this situation, how can the heavenly court ensure its combat effectiveness? Rely on two aspects: military drills and individual fighting and sparring. Use the above two methods to maintain the combat effectiveness of the heavenly court and ensure a certain combat effectiveness. Originally, this was the case, but after the conferred gods, the Monkey King's disturbance in the heavenly palace in the West Buddha's East crossing completely exposed the shortcomings of the so-called drills and fighting and sparring. Although the essence of the Western Buddha's crossing to the East is to make the two Western religions that had separated from the Zuanman sect reincorporate them into the three realms system and bring them under the ownership of the heavenly court, there is an element of acting in it, and the great powers of the three Zuanman sects did not survive. But when the Monkey King made trouble in the heavenly palace, he was really alone, broke through the south heavenly gate, and attacked the Lingxiao palace. Millions of heavenly soldiers, the extremely terrifying millions of heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court, were actually penetrated by a Tai great perfection. You should know that even many strong men from the conferred god period also died, and the result was still the same. The million-strong army formation of the heavenly court, combining the two principles, entering the three talents, transforming the four images, integrating the five element, forming the six harmonies, forming the seven stars, forming the 8 trigrams, performing the 9 palaces, and fighting the 10 directions. The real military strength of the heavenly court is that the more people there are, the more terrifying it is. A group of 10 people kill the real immortals. A group of 100 people kill the early Tai. A group of 1,000 people kill the middle Tai. A group of 10,000 people kill the late Tai. It's just the second great perfection. 10,000 people can't do it, but 100,000 people should be able to stop it. As a result, 1,000,000 people went up and were smashed by the Monkey King with a few sticks. Of course, the Monkey King is indeed terrible, but it's too one-sided. The third Prince Nessa, who made a great splash in the conferred god, had once made trouble in the ancient times when Erlang Shen of the heavenly palace took action, but he only tied with the Monkey King. Is the Monkey King too strong? The Monkey King is indeed strong, and his fighting talent is far beyond imagination, but after the conferred god, the third prince and Erlang Shen have gone through countless blood and fire, so how can their fighting talent be weak? At this point, the old man shook his head. It's not that the Monkey King is too strong, but that after thousands of years of peace, the fighting power of the heavenly court has weakened, too weak. Therefore, after the journey to the west, the heavenly court began to reflect, and the Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of the Three Realms, began to reflect. It's okay to act, But if a great disaster really happens, the heavenly court will undoubtedly be vulnerable. At this time, the immortal prison, a place where all kinds of criminals and serious offenders are imprisoned, came into the sight of the Emperor of Heaven. There are many reasons for people to be imprisoned here, but they are basically in the same state, unable to die, and unable to get out. Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven set up another function in the immortal prison, which is to let the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals come here to exercise, and make promises to the criminals imprisoned here, improve their lives, and even let you go out. For example, if a criminal in the heavenly immortal realm kills 10 people a year, he will not be punished. If he kills 100 people, he can go out. He only needs to kill 100 people every year. If he kills 10,000, as long as he is willing, he can directly join the heavenly court and become a heavenly general, and he is also a heavenly general under the Emperor of Heaven. Since the journey to the west, in less than 500 years, even the Dalo realm can't think of directly fighting from the south heaven gates to the Linxio palace. 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers alone can drown him. The little girl's eyes are bright. She is quite warlike and undoubtedly has a great shock to the heavenly court 500 years after the journey to the west. 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers suppressed Taloo. Is that a great military force? How terrible. Grandpa means, well, go to the ancient city and get to qualifications. The old man suddenly laughed and said, girl, don't you like fighting very much? With this qualification, you can participate in the challenge designed by the Emperor of Heaven to hone the fighting power of the heavenly court. That place is called the Demon Subduing Hall. There are a total of 100 floors, and from the 90th floor, you will face the strongest heavenly army formation. 1 person, 2 yin and yang, 3 talents, 4 images, 5 element, 6 combinations, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. If you can break through there, then in the same realm, even if you look at the ancient wilderness, you are absolutely the pride of heaven and unparalleled in the world. It can be called the Realm Master. Realm Master? The little girl's eyes widened. The old man said, the master of a realm, invincible in the same realm, the absolute master. I understand. The little girl couldn't help but take a breath. Warfare has become an instinct. She said with shining eyes, how do I get that qualification? Don't worry, wait until you are close enough to the ancient city. Well, the pressure has increased, right? Well, yes. It's right that the pressure is great. The old man smiled and said, this ancient city was specially refined for the Emperor of Heaven. The closer people with higher talents get to it, the greater the pressure will be. It records the wills of the ancient geniuses of the heavenly court and imprints their strength at that time. The stronger the talent, the more it will resonate, allowing you to communicate with the ancient geniuses and feel their power. Don't look at the people around you walking very fast. In fact, it means that this group of people are just mediocre. They can't feel anything before they really get close to the pressure point. In ancient times, such people didn't even have the qualifications to enter the immortal prison, whether as challengers or as criminals. The little girl took a breath. At this moment, her interest was completely ignited. It was already like this outside. She was more and more curious about what the so-called demon suppressing hall would be like. The battle with Lee Su was not pleasant. She still suppressed herself and did not explode completely. Moreover, there was something on the other party that made her very afraid. Grandpa also said that it was just a delay, not a bloody battle, so she was not satisfied. She only hoped that this demon suppressing hall would allow her to have a completely enjoyable battle without any scruples. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling a little anxious and urged, let's go quickly, Grandpa. Haha, no. The old man smiled and said, why rush? He couldn't run away. He originally planned to wait for a while before bringing his granddaughter into the immortal prison, but he was forced to do it earlier. Now that he was here, he would try slowly. After all, there was still a whole year. The old man paused and stopped talking. His eyes widened, and he looked at the distance in disbelief. Damn. How did that little bastard come here? He was not heading towards him, but towards the ancient city. How could it be? Could it be that he also knew about the situation in the immortal prison? Impossible. The other party was a disciple of Jijiro, not a disciple of the heavenly court. Even if he was from the heavenly court, he should not know. The letter just now, the secret was that he accidentally fell into this place thousands of years ago and got it with great difficulty. The heaven court didn't know it. It was recorded by a powerful person in the immortal prison in ancient times. It was the content of an article praising the great deeds of the Emperor of Heaven. After reading it, he buried the monument completely, not wanting to be discovered by others. Why did this little bastard come here? The old man was a little anxious. He originally thought that he was a scapegoat, but now he felt like he was his nemesis. Of course, he would never have thought that Lisu was going to go directly to the ancient city to catch a few natives for questioning, because he found something wrong with the natives. Speed up, girl. Huh. That little bastard is here too. Something's going to happen. Although I don't understand why Lisu suddenly came here, based on the memory of the battle on the other side left by the old man, the other party will definitely not be obedient when they go to the ancient city. If there is a conflict with the natives there, it will undoubtedly cause a huge interference to the old man's original plan. Once a battle breaks out, it will be difficult to get a pass. And if you can't get it here, it will be very difficult to get it from other places. You have to start with the jailer. That difficulty is extremely high. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Leaving the team, approaching the ancient city. Lisu frowned slowly, and the hairs on his body stood up. He could feel the remaining will sweeping through him, the sword light that split everything, the fist that pierced the void, and the foot that kicked the earth. As far as the eye could see, every mortal trace around the ancient city, the scars that had been left here since the ancient war, seemed to be hosted by an extremely terrifying strong man. The terrifying will and powerful force, unmoved by the years, ran through the long river of time, flowed over, and had an unimaginable impact on Lisu. This made Lisu step slower and slower as he got closer to the ancient city. The speed was gradually decreasing, and it was even slower than a one is a golden elixir, the other is a foundation building. In fact, the millions of cultivators who were approaching the ancient city did not react at all, although they could feel something different. Of course, it was not to say that Lisu could not bear the pressure. In fact, it did not matter if it was bigger. With his strength, it would not have any effect, even if it was 10 times bigger. This was a baptism. The power passed through him, causing him a great shock, impacting his body, and causing the stars to react. There was Tao inside. It was a Tao that was similar to the mythological world, but completely different. The ancient rules of heaven and earth were obviously different from those of today. This gave Lisu a great shock, causing him to be on the edge of his limit. The main path was already complete, not to mention the main path. The other paths were not complete, although they had reached more than 900,000 paths, reaching the limit of what the star could carry, and were completely consolidated. Now with this impact, his perfect star, accompanied by a little bit of almost undetectable vibration, something was repelled, and the already crowded space seemed to have some extra room, and some small paths could be squeezed in. Faced with this result, Lisu was a little stunned. Obviously, he did not expect that just approaching the ancient city would have such an amazing effect. He took a deep breath, and the idea of going directly over and taking action immediately was suppressed. He began to adjust his own speed according to the impact of the ancient city. Adjust, let yourself be fully exposed to this pressure. Let the power flowing from the ancient times, as much as possible to touch all of your own stars. Of course, even so, Lisu's walking speed is not satisfactory, about the same as ordinary people. When he can see the ancient city, the distance is less than 10 miles. Feeling the huge pressure, it is only 10 miles away. Although not fast 10 miles away, it only takes 10 minutes. Until he came to the outside of the city wall, in front of one of the broken gates of the ancient city facing him. Lisu couldn't help but exhale, and his skin opened up, and some inexplicable substances were squeezed out by the stars. The huge stars suddenly cleared out almost 0.5% of the space. Facing this result, Lisu's eyes were shining. Don't look at it as just 0.5% of the space, which basically means that he can squeeze in almost 5,000 miscellaneous roads. The limit of 937,000 suddenly became 940,000. At this moment, looking at his own star, he found that, although he only spit out less than 0.5 impurities, in fact, the whole star became more dazzling, and the road became clear and bright. Facing this result, Lee Su was happy and solemn. What is impurity? It is evil. This thing is too deeply rooted in the mythical world, and everywhere. If it were not for the power from the ancient times in the ancient city, he would even ignore it. If he really wants to achieve Taii in this way, God knows what consequences this evil nature, that is completely integrated into his own foundation, will cause. Lee Su couldn't help but pat his face. After this matter, he should find a chance to check himself. He made too much progress and was eager to advance to Taii, so he almost ignored whether his foundation was solid enough. After figuring out the purpose of the Aborigines, he took advantage of the 1-year period to consolidate it well, and then talk about breakthroughs. After thinking about it, Lee Su raised his head and looked at the gate of the ancient city. To be honest, he was quite conspicuous at this moment. Although many people followed the Aboriginals at the beginning, when the distance was about 1 mile, most people stopped and did not move forward. Although the Aboriginals talked about a lot of problems about the immortal prison and most people believed it, they were cultivators in the mythological world after all, and they were not so naive that they would not believe everything the other party said. In a place like the mythological world, the end of trusting a stranger is not death, but the body is gone. Some people would say, isn't the body gone also death? Of course not. The body is gone means that the flesh, blood, soul, and foundation of Taoism have been dismembered and taken away. It is hard to say whether it is dead or not, but it is certain that it is better to die than to live. Therefore, in fact, only Lee Su was the one who really walked to the front of the ancient city and stood at the gate. Although I don't know what he is going to do, someone is going to try it, and everyone can take a look, especially since this is the terrible Cheyenne Geo of Langchun, who is even more curious. The Aboriginals in the ancient city were also a little surprised. After all, it is not the first time that outsiders have entered, and there are all kinds of people. But there is no doubt that basically in the first few days, they will choose to wait and see, and be very cautious. Only after they personally experience the horror and cruelty of the immortal prison, will they be eager to come and trade with them. They can naturally wait for this time. With a signal, Lee Su suddenly ran out and stood at the gate of the city. The Aboriginals were naturally a little surprised. Maybe it will be faster this time. Immediately, 2 Aboriginals came out of the city gate and looked at Lee Su and said, if you want to enter the city, pay 1 pound of flesh and blood. If you don't stay for 1 more day, you have to pay 1 pound of flesh and blood. Lee Su blinked and said, is this the only way to enter the city? An Aboriginal laughed. His eyes were a little cold, with a bad look. Of course, there is another way. You can choose to force your way in. There are many people who enter the immortal prison, and naturally there is no shortage of reckless people. There are always such people, and they are used to it. It is also the object of the Aboriginals to establish their prestige, making everyone deeply aware of how stupid it is to force their way in. Of course, as the object of establishing prestige, there is no doubt that they will die miserably, very miserably. They will be used as an example and set up here until the end of the 1-year period. Really? Lee Su nodded, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the head of the person who spoke in the blink of an eye. His 5 fingers were like dragons, and they clasped. With a bang, the other person's head exploded on the spot. Then, as the other person's face changed drastically, he raised his foot and kicked the other person's stomach directly. With a bang, the terrible force directly tore the other person's belly and kicked it to pieces. With large pieces of internal organs flying and brain matter bursting on the ground, everyone in and outside the city was stunned. Hiss. Just take action, Lee Su said, holding the corpse with half of its head crushed by himself and its body twitching constantly. Then let's try to kill it. Chapter 710. Just one person. Ancient city, center. This should have been a huge palace. Even though only ruins are left, one can still feel the former glory and grandeur, and can also feel that a terrible war had taken place here. The palace with a diameter of 10,000 meters was destroyed, leaving behind a large area of traces. The high fighting spirit left on it has not completely dissipated until today. Deep in the palace, there is an extremely huge Xiangqing. It is about 100 meters in diameter and bottomless. It seems to be completely penetrated, leaving only a strong and extremely strong military atmosphere lingering around and can never be dissipated. If you look closely, you will find that the shape of this Xiankeng is very special, with narrow sides and wide in the middle. The proportions are also very special. It doesn't look like a sword, but more like the head of a gun, which is stuck in. The width is more than 100 meters, and the depth is almost invisible to the naked eye. Only the head of the gun is inserted. It is completely conceivable how huge and terrible the gun is. I don't know who left it. After all, there are many masters of using guns in the ancient heaven. Among them, the most famous person is undoubtedly the third Prince Nasa. At this moment, not far from the huge central Xiankeng, there was a 7-story palace with a man kneeling on one knee at the door. He was one of the aborigines who had traded with Li Su and his team. He was crawling on the ground. My lord, there are a lot of people entering the immortal prison this time, nearly 21,748,500. The necessary information has been passed to them. In the side hall, after listening to the report of the visitor, a strange conversation sounded. I didn't expect so many people to come in this time. Haha, I'm beginning to doubt my ears. More than 20 million. It would take thousands of years to accumulate such a number, right? If they all start to fight each other, the resentment that will be generated at once is enough to make me drool. Having more people is a good thing, but also a bad thing. If they unite, it will be very troublesome. The number of slaves on hand is only over 100,000. If someone leads them and launches an attack on the ancient city at all costs, it will waste a lot of time. I don't think we need to worry so much. This group of people is not a force, but multiple organizations. If in normal time and space, an absolutely strong person appears and forcibly takes everyone away, it's okay to be united. In the immortal prison, where you will be punished once you use your magic power, even the Dalo realm can't control many people. That's right, the more people there are, the more trouble there is. Unless all of them are forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise they will definitely choose the latter instead of the former, between uniting to attack the ancient city and killing each other. After all, the former has to pay a huge price. It can't be solved by dying once or twice, but it requires continuous human lives to fill it in the future. The latter only needs to spend some effort to get a long period of stability. There will be no exception this time. The content of the conversation is nothing. Just as Li Su and the others guessed, there is another purpose. It's mainly the sound of the words and the things that speak. It's not a person, but 6 armors that are almost 5 meters high, very ancient armors, with heads, bodies, and hands covered. The reason why it is called armor, not armored people, it's here. Because the exposed part, although wrapped in cloth woven with unknown materials, it is obvious that there is nothing inside. It is empty. Their voices did not come from the upper and lower masks of their faces, and their tones were not formed by entering the mouth, but from the chest of the armor, as if the wind was combined through the pipes, which was extremely strange. Not only that, at this moment, in the side hall, there was a large amount of fresh blood food that had not been processed. It was exchanged by the group of natives and was sent here. With the sound of rustling, the original more than 100,000 tons of fresh blood food disappeared rapidly, as if it was swallowed by something invisible. The 6 armors, along with the disappearing blood food, were shaking slightly. The cracked parts, the broken parts, and the parts with patina-like rust on the armor were shaking slightly. The cracks were creeping, the broken parts were filling, and the rusty parts were falling off, becoming brand new and bright. The scene was quite strange. Things that should have been objects were being eaten like living things. Hey, there is human flesh. One of the armors made a buzzing sound, and the armor was shiny. In a trance, it seemed that bursts of wailing and extremely shrill screams could be heard from inside. Speaking of flesh and blood, humans are the best. The armored man seemed to be in a very happy mood, mainly because the few pieces of flesh and blood he had eaten contained a lot of resentment. It was obvious that he died very unpeacefully and suffered great torture in his life. That kind of resentment was like a bowl of ice water in the dog days of summer, which was extremely refreshing to him. The other armored men couldn't help but nod their heads, agreeing with this. Compared to human flesh and blood, the demon beasts are much worse. The soul structure is too simple. Even if they are constantly stimulated, they can't compare with humans. Thinking of this, the 6 armored men couldn't help but flash a ray of light in the eyes. The emotions that had been dim for countless years couldn't help but be a little excited at this moment. There are a full 20 million people entering this time. Once they start fighting each other, they will get unimaginable fresh flesh and blood. They have a whole year, not too much. You must know that in the immortal prison, the people who are killed will be revived directly in the next moment. So if you want to get fresh flesh and blood, it means that you can't kill them and then take them. You have to scrape them alive. It is entirely conceivable that every pound of flesh and blood they obtain contains a great deal of resentment. And such flesh and blood is undoubtedly a great tonic for them and can repair the damage to their bodies. Thinking of this, the 6 armors were a little excited. If there were no restrictions, the armor itself was part of the ancient city and could not move freely. I'm afraid that they would have rushed out directly, swallowed the more than 20 million in one gulp, and directly refined it in their bodies to absorb the resentment. Hurry up. One of the armors was a little trembling, a little impatient, and its eyes were dim, but it was not looking at the other armors, but at the depths of the side hall. Not only it, but the others were the same, and their eyes were really burning with endless expectations. Following the gazes of the 6 armors, you will find that they are only in the outer periphery of the side hall, and the same armors are placed on both sides of the depths. However, those armors are extremely silent, without any sound, just a piece of equipment, and most of them are broken. But even so, all 6 sets of armor revealed eager looks. Especially the one at the deepest, which was placed in the middle, with red gold brilliance flowing from time to time, with shoulder blades, skirt armor, and almost covering the whole body, and a kill-in picture engraved on the chest. It was almost impossible to hide the desire in the heart. That was the general armor, the armor that only the generals of the heavenly court were qualified to wear. Heavenly soldiers and generals. It sounds like the specifications in the heavenly court are not high, but you have to know that it is the heavenly court. Let's put it this way, after a normal mortal ascends to the heavenly court, what do you think he will be? A heavenly soldier? A heavenly general? No, none of them. He will only become an immortal, just like a mortal in the mortal world. That's right, an immortal who has just ascended is not even qualified to become a heavenly soldier. Only after reaching the realm of true immortals and passing the test can he be qualified to become a formal heavenly soldier. When you reach the Tai realm and accumulate enough military merits, you are qualified to become a heavenly general. It can be said that in the absence of war, unless you have amazing talent, you don't even have the qualifications to become a heavenly soldier. You can only stay on it as an immortal. Therefore, a heavenly general's armor has an extremely huge temptation for these 6, obviously only the lowest level of armor. I don't know if anyone will come in to make trouble this time. One of the armors couldn't help but speak. Along with its words, the other 5 armors also showed their expectant eyes. To be honest, what they like most is the kind that can directly take action in person, directly mail it to the ancient city, and become a long-term meal ticket. There are so many people coming this time, there should be quite a few. It's better to have more people coming in at a time. A few hundred people are not too few, and a few thousand people are best. Luring them to touch the bang and deter everyone. After all, they want to take action. There are limits, which is why some armors were worried before. There are too many people. If they are organized to launch an attack and let them know the true situation of the ancient city, they will become very passive and unable to easily obtain a lot of flesh and blood. It happened once a long time ago. The main reason was that there was no special layout at that time. The criminals lured several times and were found out. Fortunately, there were not many people coming in, and it took a long time to completely suppress it. Since then, the armors have become cautious. If the number of people coming in is too large, they will set up a trap to let them fight each other. Therefore, the first time is particularly important, so that the group of people outside can realize the horror of the ancient city and kill their idea of attacking the city. Once they start fighting each other, there will be no trust. Report. Just as the 6 armors were looking forward to it, an aboriginal came in quickly. Report to the Lord. There are people outside the city making trouble and killing them. So fast? In the side hall, the 6 armors were startled, and then they couldn't help showing a look of joy. It was so fast. Good thing. Once the suppression is completed, the idea of the group of people outside to attack by force will basically be eliminated. 20 million people fighting each other. How much blood and flesh will there be in a day? Millions of pounds? Or tens of millions of pounds? One of them couldn't help but ask, how strong is he? Has he broken in? He has broken in. He is very strong. The Aboriginal who came was a little excited. No, it should be said that he was a little out of control. The passage of tens of thousands of years had already made him indifferent to all emotions. As a result, in less than a minute, fear appeared in his heart. Is he very strong? Hey, I'm afraid you are not strong enough. The pupils of several armors glowed. The stronger the person who came in, the better. The stronger, the more amazing the soul, the greater the resentment, and the more resentment that can be absorbed. Some armors were slightly excited and said, how many people came? 1. Although several armors had no faces, when they heard the report of the Aboriginals, their breath diameter changed, and they looked extremely stiff. How many? Some armors turned green, and anger appeared in their pupils. If there were no restrictions on movement, more than 20 million people would undoubtedly become their food. Although they were trapped here and could not move freely, the 6 armors were undoubtedly the masters of the ancient city. If a large number of people came to kill them, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, they would be extremely excited. Let the natives lead people to touch the prohibition, and then go out to fight. In the end, one person, just one person, came to report specifically. Just one person is worth letting them know. One person is worth sending them out. They are the kings of the ancient city, not the minions on the street. Arsehole. An armored man was furious. Just one person came to alarm them, which was simply an insult to them. How many criminals are there in the ancient city now? More than 100,000. The 6 armored men were all very angry. Are the natives starting to get cocky? This is cocky, right? If you can't handle one person, what's the point of you coming? A faint light flashed, and outside the side hall, the natives who came to report the news trembled and screamed directly. Weird black lines appeared on his body, crawling and biting inside like insects. The pain was indescribable. In just a few breaths, the whole person was eaten to skin and bones, and his flesh, blood, and internal organs were bitten clean. He died on the spot. The next moment, special rules appeared in the surroundings, and the Aboriginal who should have died, came back to life. He didn't have time to catch his breath, and he let out an extremely tragic wail again. The scene just now reappeared, and he was bitten to death again. This scene made the Aboriginal kneeling next to him tremble, and his pupils were full of fear. Obviously, he had enjoyed that taste, and even after countless years, he still couldn't forget it. This happened more than 10 times. Completely uninterrupted. The Aboriginal who reported the news completely collapsed to the ground. Even after reviving, he was still trembling. The horror of being eaten away eroded his body and mind. The living could not accept it at all, enough to make people completely collapse. Without even looking at the nearly collapsed Aboriginal, the armored man's eyes were extremely cold and filled with great anger. Go and tell the others that within a quarter of an hour I want to see the flesh and blood of the invaders outside the palace. Otherwise everyone will be waiting to enjoy the taste of insect bites. The Aboriginal who was kneeling on the ground and sweating all over hurriedly got up, not daring to say a word, and rushed out quickly. Damn it, damn it. What are those bastards doing? One person came in and killed him. Just one person, and he actually came to report such a thing. Isn't it courting death? Rushing out of the ruins of the central palace, the Aboriginal headed straight to the east of the city, which was the direction they had led him to. In fact, although it was far away, he could still hear a lot of noise. What the hell are they doing? One person, and he was allowed to make a fuss for so long? Kill him quickly. The Aboriginal jumped up. His body was very strong, and he jumped very high, hundreds of meters, and 1,000 meters in a flash. After a few leaps, the east of the city was already in sight. Although he ran impatiently, the man who came to deliver the message looked a little better, because in the distance, it was clearly visible that the Aborigines of the ancient city were everywhere. They were rushing towards that direction frantically, constantly sniping and strangling the invaders. After living together for so long, how could the people in the city not know what kind of character their master was? Death is not scary, but the wrath of their master is scary. No one can accept that kind of pain. There is no doubt that in the face of such a terrifying strangulation, let alone the immortals and the real immortals, even Tai would have only one result, that is, the elephant would die if there were too many ants biting the elephant. He took a breath and sped up his speed again. After all, the master's instructions had been issued, and now it was not just as simple as killing the opponent, but also to capture him alive, skin him, pull out his tendons, and bring all his blood, flesh and internal organs over. Although the ancient city had become ruins, there were still some buildings. He quickly ran to a higher broken wall and jumped up with the force. This time he jumped very high, ready to send a message and give the master's order. This time he jumped very high, and the entire east of the city fell into his sight, including the place where the battle took place. He was originally planning to send a message, but at this moment, this second, he was directly frozen in the sky, looking at the extremely terrible battlefield in disbelief. There was no doubt that there was only one person facing the aborigines that kept coming. The people who came to notify him did not imagine the scenes of encirclement and killing in their minds. The other party, advancing all the way, was invincible wherever they went. He punched, and his arm broke, and his body exploded. The flying flesh and blood contained amazing power, and directly smashed the 3 or 5 people who rushed over from behind. He kicked out, and the person who was kicked was like a human cannonball, smashing 7 or 8 people, before exploding on the spot. Facing the surging aborigines, the man punched, slapped, kicked, and bumped into them, killing 1 and shocking 3 or 5. The aborigines who kept coming forward could not stop him at all, and he kept killing them, leaving a pile of blood, flesh, and bones on the ground. Although they were still coming one after another. In fact, many aborigines had been killed 3 or 5 times by the invaders. Some of them could not get close to them from beginning to end, and they died directly when they recovered their consciousness, and died again when they recovered their consciousness. It was not until the other party walked away that they got a chance to breathe with pale faces. The scene was too tragic. There was blood and flesh on the ground, and bones flew across. The internal organs were hanging everywhere. Some of those who did not die immediately had most of their bodies embedded in the wall, turning into a bloody picture on the palm of their hands. Some of them had half of their bodies falling to the ground, and some of them had no chests, and fell there wailing. After all, they were all immortals, and their immortality was very high, which meant that, if they were not killed immediately, they could live for a long time. Thousands of bodies were scattered along the short bloody road of 1,000 meters. This was because no one died on the spot. Counting the dead, the other party might have killed tens of thousands of people. Finally, an aboriginal went crazy. He used his magic power desperately, not wanting to be smashed by the punch of the comer. He lay half dead on the ground, enduring the inhuman pain. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. His arm seemed to be inhabited by a real dragon, with the power to turn mountains and seas. He punched through the magic power of the aboriginal, and blew him up on the spot. His bones were beaten into ash, like spilled water, splashing all over the ground. Facing this scene, the aboriginal who was about to loudly report the master's request trembled, and his face turned pale. Physical cultivation. And it was a real immortal realm with combat power comparable to that of a real immortal realm, and a real immortal realm that could use magic power. Damn, weren't the physical cultivations in the myth world eliminated long ago? Are there only 1 out of 10,000? How could there be such a pervert among this group of people? As a native of Xianyu, he understood it very well. How terrifying would such a physical cultivator be here? It was simply a battlefield specially prepared for them. Not to mention 100,000 people. Even if there were another million people, they would not be enough for the other side to kill. At this moment, he finally understood why there was only one person who entered the city, but he had to run to report. Because he couldn't beat him. Lead him to the forbidden area. Chapter 711 Ancient Formation activated. The battle was still going on. The person who broke in was naturally Li Su. with a finger pointing out. The air was squeezed like a cannonball, directly piercing the chest of a person who rushed up, and then flew out, blowing up the heads and bodies of several people in succession before dissipating. Punching, kicking, clapping. Although only the martial arts of the mortal world were used, the most superficial lure and fist. But it burst out with incredible power. Every time a blow fell, these natives could hardly escape unscathed. They exploded when they were hit, and died when they were hit. These natives are actually quite strong in the flesh. Without using any mana at all, they are much stronger than those casual cultivators outside. As for the sect, unless they are physical cultivators, they are also weaker. Although Lee Su responded easily, in fact, if someone else came in, they would have been overwhelmed by this human seed tactic. The supremacy of flesh and blood makes every cell in Lee Su's body have extremely powerful power, and breeds terrible vitality. Although he is not a real physical cultivator, his flesh is not weak at all. Then Lee Su's soul is also very powerful. Because of the supreme soul, his will can penetrate every cell, and make the best adjustment. Every time he attacks, it is an explosion formed by hundreds of millions of cells. Starting from cells, to nerves, bones, muscles, and skin. The power of flesh and blood can be said to be exerted to the limit by him. Every action is the resonance of hundreds of millions of cells and the blessing of billions of cells. Although he has not yet used all his strength in the physical body of the Aborigines is difficult to withstand such attacks, when the real immortals rely only on magic power instead of directly using the magic power of Taoism. However, it has been so long since they came in, and they are still such miscellaneous soldiers. Although there are many people, 10,000 or 20,000 have been killed. Even if there are some repetitions, there are almost tens of thousands of Aborigines running over, and people are still pouring in from all directions. But just like this, let alone leaving him behind, it is difficult to hinder him. Is the combat effectiveness of the ancient city only to this extent? Or do we have to kill more people in the deeper? Another 3 to 5 minutes, thousands of people were killed. Lee Su's eyes moved slightly, and some changes occurred in the surrounding Aborigines. Among the crowd that kept approaching, big men began to appear. They were very tall, more than 2 meters tall, and their aura was obviously much stronger than others. Kicked out. With a loud bang, the first big man who approached him, about 2 meters and a half, was kicked out by Lee Su. But it didn't break. Although the huge force penetrated the opponent's arm, which was thicker than his thigh, and it was obviously broken, it undoubtedly showed a strong physique far beyond those who had fought before. The realm was also higher. Although he was kicked out by him, the damaged arm recovered quickly, with extremely strong immortality and strong regeneration ability. Interesting. Lee Su's eyes flashed slightly. With the arrival of these people, the shorter people stopped coming forward, but chose to surround him, and kept gathering around him. It was to make room for the big man, and prevent him from moving freely. Boom. 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 These big guys are very strong. Their weight alone is amazing. There are many of them. They are coming from far away. Even the hundreds of them in front of us are amazing. Their huge bodies bring an extremely strong sense of oppression. Facing this scene, Lee Su's expression did not change much. He directly fought with them. Boom. The impact was huge. These big guys were very powerful and their speed was not slow. Although they were still difficult to resist, when they collided with Lee Su, they were no longer defeated at the first touch. There was a terrible force exploding, forming an amazing shockwave. Although the scene was better, it was not much better in fact. After a collision, the 2 or 3 meter tall men basically retreated, as if struck by lightning. Although they had strong regeneration ability, even if they recovered very quickly, the pressure of the impact still made them numb all over. After a single impact, the bones at the contact site were shattered, and the muscles were eroded. The whole body would be penetrated by its terrible force, and the bones in the body were shaken out of a large area of shattered. It was just a single blow. If you want to recover your combat effectiveness, you need dozens of seconds to recover. What kind of monster is this? The same fate. A punch made him bleed. Half of his body seemed to be gone, and his whole body seemed to be cut by a knife. The Aboriginal was horrified. He came from the side hall, and his strength was also ranked at the top among the Aboriginals. He had practiced the art of body refining, which gave him a huge advantage in the environment of Zion. As a result, he went up. Just one punch almost beat him to death. Although he was mentally prepared when he came here, this time a very scary physical cultivator came in, and he needed to activate the ancient city ban to take him down, but he still didn't expect it to be so scary. Level 3, no. Level 2, no. I'm afraid the master and others will have to go down in person. Fortunately, Xianayu can't die, otherwise, their momentum would have collapsed long ago. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While the aboriginals in the city were extremely shocked, the people outside the city, even if they were mentally prepared, were also shocked and lost their voices. They had witnessed Lisu's strength in the other shore with their own eyes, and that strength had already been reflected in everyone's heart, forming an indelible memory. To be honest, if it weren't for the immortal prison, where mana couldn't be used, no one would have had the courage to face Lisu. Now, facing the scene in the ancient city, watching 7 or 8 people crushed with one kick and 3 or 5 killed with one punch, the impact they endured was no worse than that of the natives in the city. They didn't get out of the fight, but they felt numb all over. That feeling was like being naked on a snowy day, and the blood was cold. So strong. Not just so strong, it's so strong that my scalp is numb. Are the disciples of the great sect so scary? Master, uncle, brother, sister, are you really going to participate in the 10,000 years war and compete with this person? Child, I think we shouldn't go to this 10,000 years war. I agree, Dad. Faced with this amazing scene, countless people spoke up. The impact was too great, and their 3 souls and 7 spirits were shaken. For a time, they forgot the crisis of being in the immortal prison. The casual cultivators and people from the lower and middle domain sects, from Tei to foundation building, were all speechless at the astonishing sight. This is not a disciple of the great sect. The disciples of the great sect are indeed powerful, but this one is a pervert. Looking at the great sects, he is also the most evil one. Compared with the disciples of the lower and middle domains, or the casual cultivators, the sect disciples from the upper domain, the elders couldn't help but complain wildly in their hearts. Are you kidding? If the disciples of the great sects are like this, then what's the point of playing with eggs and cultivating immortals? It's better to just go to bed and roll around on the bed with your wife, isn't it? The advantage of the disciples of the great sects is that they have better resources, better skills, and better talents. They are just a little stronger than the disciples of the upper domain. If you give a score, the full score is 95 or above, and the disciples of the upper domain are more than 80. And this one in front of him is obviously just a true immortal, but it makes many Tei scalps numb. Even if it is said that there are no restrictions, it feels that he can't take down the existence with full firepower. This is a demon, a monster, just like the little justice god in the heaven. Teacher, am I really a genius? Not far away, on the top of the mountain, Zhang Yuan, the little genius of the heaven, was a little depressed at the moment. He practiced thunder magic and his body was quite strong, almost as strong as the group of tall, giant-like natives who were besieging Lisu. Seeing Lisu being beaten away by a punch and kicked away like a child, he couldn't help but started out himself. Since he was a child, he has been liked by many seniors in the heaven, praising him as a genius and gifted. The old man in the heavenly palace took a deep breath. He reached out and touched his apprentice's head, his eyes twitching as he watched the battle in the ancient city and said, "Child, you are undoubtedly a genius, and you deserve it in the entire mythology world. But, the mythology world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After hundreds of thousands of years, there will always be some incredible things. Don't compare with them. This kind of thing is incomprehensible. Think about your master. I was also undoubtedly a genius in the heavenly palace. As a result, on the day when your junior uncle Yang Zuankang achieved Tei, this old man was. Because he was young and full of vigor, he was not convinced that the other party was treated much better than himself, so he wanted to challenge him. But he found that your junior uncle who had reached the Tei realm, his opponent was Feng Yuxianzhen, one of the 4 heavenly emperors. Do you understand? Don't compare with this kind of thing. The former is the son of the ancient justice god in the legend, and the latter is the offspring of a saint. They are too high ranking. Hearing her brother being called a thing, Xiaoking, who was originally happy because of Lee Su's strength, suddenly became a little angry, but as the old man continued to speak, she was stunned. Offspring of a saint? Brother, when did you become a saint's offspring? Was you born again? Unable to help it, she looked at her sister. Bae-su was also stunned. For Lee Su, the two girls undoubtedly knew everything about him. They came from the same world as them, and walked step by step from mortals to today. Of course, this answer was even more shocking. The guy who used to be less cultivated than herself, in just a few years, has reached an incredible height. She shook her head, with curiosity in her eyes, looking at Lee Su, who was fighting in the ancient city, waiting for the other party to come out and ask. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, the battle is still going on. Although the natives who rushed towards Lee Su were much stronger than before, they still failed to form an effective resistance in the face of the extremely terrifying him. It was just that the scene looked better, and not as tragic as before. Of course, even so, the faces of the natives were still as pale as those of dead people. It was too terrible. If Shanghai Yuo had not been controlled, even if they would not really die, they would not be able to bear it. After all, there is still pain. A punch came and exploded on the spot, and the internal organs flew everywhere. Those who have not experienced that kind of taste will never know how painful it is. However, it will be soon. It will be soon. The opponent is about to enter the range that triggers the ban of the ancient city. Once it is triggered, his opponent will become the entire ancient city and their master. At the same time, in the distance, although they were extremely angry that only one person broke in, when the person went out, he did not bring back the things he had asked for after the time limit. Although the 6 armors were extremely angry, they still found something abnormal. After all, the natives in the ancient city were all under their control. As long as a thought, they could make them live a life worse than death. After thousands of years, these people had been tamed by them and eaten to death. Even if they were asked to commit suicide 10 times on the spot, they would not hesitate. Because compared to them, suicide is much easier. Insect bites are definitely an unimaginable death. That kind of severe pain, let alone the immortals and true immortals, even Tai can't stand it. Too many times, the mind will collapse. What so-called iron will, there is no meaning. Because you can bear it once, 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The natives are not without toughness. Anyone who has lived for thousands of years has a very strong mind, but the immortal prison cannot die completely, and insect bites are a cruel method that is extremely tormenting. How many people can bear the torture of playing without seeing the end? Once it collapses, there is basically no way to go back to the past. Even people who have endured insect bites tens of millions of times will not be able to bear it if it happens again. So it is natural that there was no response after such an order was issued. After all, among the indigenous people, the status of the 6 of them is undoubtedly absolute. The physical body is very strong. No wonder it can't be taken down. It must have some origin. This strength can directly challenge the true immortals, right? When Tai cannot use magic power, the physical body of Tai is only comparable to the immortals who have opened up the Taoist magic power. It's interesting. This should be a genius, right? In the mythological world, it should be a disciple of major sect. People from the upper domain have fallen into this place before, but they are not so powerful. Yeah. High probability. Oh, it's almost the restricted area. Not bad. Just one person. Indeed. By the way, how long was the last time you were killed in the restricted area? Thousands of years ago. I have forgotten the details, but it was not alone at that time. I don't know what level can it reach. Level 3, level 2, or can it make us go? Are you crazy? You are just one person, and you want to make us go? It is already the limit, to be able to open the level 2 assessment of the ancient city. Have you forgotten the original meaning of this ancient city of Xianyu? It was used by the ancient emperor to hone the fighting power of the heavenly court. Among them, the single soldier training is the demon palace, and the siege battle is the ancient city itself. Once it is opened, even if it is only the lowest level 3, there will be projections of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. With the cooperation of the battle formation, even if you can use mana, it is not something that one person can break. As for the level 2, the generals will appear, and the fighting power will soar more than tenfold. Just the heavenly generals will be on the scene, and the fighting power will soar more than tenfold. The projection of the soldiers is comparable to the 12 fires, and the projection of the generals is equivalent to the 13 fires. For just one person, it is already good enough to escape from these encirclements. If he wants to wait until we come to an end, it means that he has to break through the heavenly court army formation to activate the 800 black armors in the side hall and meet the conditions for us to take action. Has anyone done it alone in the past tens of millions of years? Never. 3 times before and after, it took thousands of people to achieve this, and once the black armor was deployed, it collapsed immediately. One of the armors chuckled. The creatures in the mythological world are far inferior to the ancient heaven. Not to mention that there are almost no 14 fires. Even if there are, they are far weaker. As for the real 13 fires, it is impossible for a mere person to break through them. However, this person is quite interesting. After I capture him, I will personally train him. Those criminals are good, but they lack a fighting force that can challenge the top. This one is good. With him, things should be much easier in the future. Why you? It should be me. It should be me. I like this kind of Shyangeo the most. Watching them crawling in front of me. Okay, what are you fighting for? This kind of Shyangeo has very hard bones. Are you afraid that the training time is not enough? That's right. No more talking. It's time. Let's see what this mere person can do, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With a thud, the person in front of him was knocked away. Lee Su's eyes moved slightly and felt a little different. The siege stopped. These natives looked at him with a cold face, and there were emotions flowing in their pupils, as if to say, you are finished. Lee Su took a breath and was slightly alert. This reaction means that he has killed enough. The stronger one is finally going to end. After all, he was getting a little impatient after fighting for so long. Although the big guy seemed to be better than before, it was not because he was too strong, but because Lee Su did not increase his strength. Every time he exploded, it was no different from before. It was just that hundreds of millions of cells exploded at the same time, which was far from going all out. After all, the strongest person in front of him, although his body was comparable to that of a celestial being, was only a 7-fire celestial being. The 7-fire celestial being was outside, and Lee Su only needed a glance. They seemed very strong, but in fact, they just occupied the immortal prison and could not use their mana. At this moment, the aborigines who suddenly surrounded Lee Su had fluctuations on their bodies, and the mana fluctuations instantly blossomed completely, as if they did not care about the consequences of running their mana. With the explosion of tens of thousands of mana fluctuations, the ancient city, which had been silent all along, shook slightly. Boom. 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 The next second, a thunderous drum was struck, and the sound was so loud that it directly rippled and resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Boom. 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 As if sensing something, the entire immortal prison was shaking, and the huge ancient city began to glow, with the rime of Tao pouring out and rushing straight up to the sky. This place, which had already become a complete ruin, actually began to recover, and was reorganized and formed by the flowing rime of Tao. The magnificent ancient city actually restored its original appearance at this moment. Snap, snap, snap. The friction of armor. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thousands of people's footsteps in unison. Suddenly, in the ancient city, soldiers wearing dazzling armor appeared one by one. They held magical weapons with cold light in their hands. Their auras were all perfect. There was a blazing fire burning between their eyebrows, shining with 12 colors of light. The moment they appeared, there was a great pressure falling. The air in the entire ancient city was as heavy as iron. Even outside the city several miles away, they felt it. Countless people knelt down directly, crushed by the amazing power that erupted in the city. The earth couldn't help but shake, and the void was trembling, being terrified by this terrifying army. The momentum that surged to the sky, the terrifying will, like a mountain or a sea, swept everything. Facing this scene, the people from the heavenly court outside the city could not help but change their expressions. Even the old man from the heavenly court, could not help but look horrified, saying in disbelief, "This is the ancient heavenly soldier." Chapter 712. Kill 100,000 enemies. Epic heaven. Immortal will. Fierce murderous intent. The army wearing silver white armor, surrounded by a large amount of taurine flowing, converged, like a river or a mountain, boiling like fire, surging like waves. There are obviously 100,000 people, but they seem to be a whole, inseparable from each other. Even Li Su, facing such a military appearance in front of him, still couldn't help but concentrate his mind, and the relaxed look on his face disappeared completely, replaced by a deep solemn look. Very strong. Although each one is not worth looking at, when they are together, they already have a feeling that even Tai will be bitten to death if they are not careful. Form a formation. Boom. A voice from long ago sounded, carrying the breath of endless years. As soon as it fell, the 100,000 legions responded at the same time. Attack. The simple and clear words made the legion that shook the world move. 10 people in a square formation, neatly drawn, and with their own special rules. Light bloomed on their bodies, stepping on yin and yang, 3 lights on their heads, surrounding the 4 images, and surrounding the 5 element. 3 by 3, they moved forward, just a few steps away, with a triangular attack and a 2-wing attack. Although there were 10 people attacking, they gave everyone a feeling that they were surrounded by thousands of troops, and surrounded by enemies on all sides. The first to bear the brunt were naturally the aborigines. The heavenly soldiers who appeared seemed to be their enemies in everything, and they used their butcher knives without hesitation. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of aborigines around were cut apart by the heavenly army. Facing the terrible military formation, they were instantly surrounded by the heavenly soldiers, with their hands cut off, feet chopped off, chests pierced, and heads cut off. Some aborigines wanted to run and resist, but facing the vast pressure of the heavenly soldiers, they seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and their Dao Yun could not function smoothly. At most 2 or 3 times, most of them just took a hit, and were immediately penetrated by the subsequent attacks, died on the spot, and were trampled into meat paste by the heavenly soldiers. Facing this amazing scene, Li Su was a little surprised, because the aborigines killed by the heavenly soldiers did not resurrect as they did when he killed them. However, he had no time to care at this moment. The heavenly soldiers were already approaching him. The amazing momentum was so strong that his heart seemed to be grasped by someone. He reacted subconsciously. His flesh and blood burst out, and the terrible blood and ki gushed out. The white bones broke out of his body and turned into sharp spears. Li Su suddenly shouted, and 6 billion cells woke up at this moment. Roar. Like the roar of thousands of dragons, like the angry eyes of the Beast King. The extremely domineering fighting spirit exploded. Facing the army that appeared in front of him, Li Su did not retreat at all, and directly crashed into it. His instinct told him that he could not retreat, and retreat would mean defeat. The grand stars of the 22nd heaven were shaking, and the Dao rhyme of nearly 1,000,000 levels gathered, and neatly arranged to merge into the avenue of life. In an instant, where he stood, a huge beast rose up, the ultimate life beast, and roared directly at the 100,000 troops in front of him. Immediately, 2 completely different, but extremely similar wills penetrated the sky, and the extremely cold and stern killing was filled with an unprecedented brutality. Facing the enemy in front of him, Li Su stepped forward and took action directly. In one step, he flew over the distance between the two, and the white bone spear in his hand stabbed out without any hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. Facing the dauntless Li Su, the heavenly soldiers were not overwhelmed by the terrible blood and life. The swords, 10 swords, stretched out at an incredible angle at the same time, and almost at the moment when Li Su's bone spear stabbed, they parried at the same time. With a loud bang, a shocking collision occurred. The 10-man army formation obviously could not withstand Li Su's terrible blow, and it collapsed on the spot, and was blown away by the incredible force. However, the next second, the troops behind him quickly surged up, and the Dao Yun bond between them glowed, covering the 10 heavenly soldiers who were blown away like water, swallowing them quickly, and taking them to the side. The Dao rhyme in the sky was shaking, forming a vast sea. The armor on each of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers was rustling. In the blink of an eye, Li Su's terrifying power was digested. With a clang, a group of 100 people with compatible power formed a terrifying long spear, a full 1000, and slashed directly at Lee Su. Although these spears were controlled by 100 people, they were controlled by the same person. The infinite Dao rhyme flowed on them, without any flaws, and were completely integrated into one. Not only were they powerful, but they were also extremely agile. They had a sequence and coordination with each other, directly blocking all of Lee Su's ways in the sky and on the ground. Lee Su's pupils glowed. Facing this amazing coordination, the hair on his body couldn't help but stand upside down, as if a steel knife was scraping his bones, and he was filled with coldness. However, there was no fear on his face, but instead he showed an unprecedented high fighting spirit, and was extremely excited. He shouted, and the bone spear in his hand was swung up by him. Without too much skill, he chopped it out like a warrior in the mortal world. The heavy sword has no edge, and great skill is not skillful. Each of these attacks was filled with blood and energy, transforming into a terrifying beast, roaring out along with Lee Su's slash. The 10-foot tall beast seemed to have really arrived, awakened by Lee Su's blood and energy, and came to this place. They had thick scales, fierce fur, and pupils like knives, roaring out. With a loud bang, the entire ancient city was shaken. Thousands of beasts, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Incredible power exploded between the two, and millions of Dao rhymes were tearing wildly at this moment, engaging in an unprecedented fight. The shockwave collapsed like a tsunami, forming a circle of terrifying airwaves that spread thousands of miles. The extremely terrifying gale tore the earth and destroyed the mountain, instantly making the tens of millions of spectators watching the show outside feel like being struck by lightning. On the spot, more than 3 or 4 million cultivators were directly crushed by the power that erupted in the ancient city. The celestial immortals were vomiting blood and retreating, and the true immortals couldn't help but groan. Only Tai blocked it, but couldn't help but be shocked, pulling his disciples back quickly. It was just a full-scale fight. Except for the heavenly court, that was blocked and stayed in place. The entire ancient city within a diameter of 10,000 miles was directly cleared. Facing this extremely terrifying scene, many Tai were shocked for a moment, and couldn't help but spit out foul language, feeling that their lives had been lived in vain. The terrifying power displayed by the ancient heavenly soldiers really shocked them. 100,000 heavenly immortals exerted a power that even Tai couldn't help but be frightened, and dared not fall into it, otherwise it would be himself who would die. This was simply incredible. The realm gap, in the mythological world, is basically absolute. Not to mention the heavenly immortals, even if there are more true immortals, facing Tai, there is basically no room for fighting back, and they will be easily suppressed. Tai, in front of the true immortals, can be said to be another level of existence. As a result, the military formation in front of them actually overturned that absoluteness, and smoothed the barrier like a natural moat. Even if these heavenly immortals are all 12 fires, it can be said to be incredible and unbelievable. The performance of the heavenly soldiers was undoubtedly amazing enough. Looking at Lee Su, who was fighting against the heavenly soldiers head on, more than 20 million cultivators were stunned. The ancient heavenly army formation was fine. After all, it was a legend, a myth, and an epic that ran through the entire mythological world. Although such a performance was shocking, it could be said that it was well deserved. The ancient heaven was indeed terrifying. But what was the situation of the GGO disciples who were fighting against the heavenly court? You are just a true immortal, Wu Liang, UNN legs. Before, I felt that the main reason for the defeat of Tai on the heavenly side was because of the restriction of the immortal prison corridor. They could not fully display their full strength. If there was no such restriction, there would be no need for Tai from the heavenly court. They would be enough. But at this moment, facing this extremely tragic scene in the war that broke out in the ancient city, many Tai found that if they were to go down, no matter which side they were against, they would most likely be killed. It is reasonable for the heavenly court to be abnormal, but you are not. Asterisk 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 haha. Lee Su's body was shaking. The power that was fed back really made all the cells in his body tremble. His hands felt numb. The stars were all impacted to a certain extent, and felt severe pain. Interesting. He had always been weak against strong. Since he started practicing, this was the first time he encountered a team that was obviously weaker than him, but could fight against him. He took a step and jumped 1,000 meters. His pupils reflected the core of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers battle formation, and he rushed directly to the strongest position. True dragon rage. He raised his hands high, and his flesh and blood roared loudly. The true dragon, one of the supreme life, awakened in his body and turned into a 10,000-foot long dragon. As he waved his arms, he chopped down. Boom. The attack hadn't landed yet, and the world was boiling. The entire void was twisted and collapsed. Under the traction of a huge force, the ancient city seemed to bend, and thousands of diorimes evaporated directly like water. The ultimate blow, the terrible blow, the Ta'i of the Dragon Palace in the distance, couldn't help but tremble. The dragon blood in their bodies boiled, as if they were being summoned by Li Su, unable to control themselves. Awaken the four symbols. Facing this vast blow, the heavenly army also gave an extremely tough response. 100,000 divine soldiers raised, the vast diorime shook, and the huge army formation made terrible changes. The black tortoise formation, the dragon head, the snake tail, and the black water were black. A vast ocean appeared, and there were giant beasts in the ocean, thousands of miles away, looking up, opening their eyes, and the unparalleled fierceness exploded. Ang. The four divine beasts black tortoise and the supreme creature true dragon collided at this moment. Boom. The void was twisted, and countless black lightnings cracked. The ancient city was trembling and shaking at this moment, as if it was about to be completely shattered by these two terrible collisions. The white tiger formation. The heavenly army formation did not stop, and 100,000 soldiers rose again, and the four symbols had four gods. Roar. Dragons come from clouds. Tigers come from wind. The king of all beasts is just a tiger. In the quiet mountains and rivers, the beast king was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he was startled, and his anger soared to the sky. The white tiger is the master of gold, the master of killing. The vast land of thousands of miles jumped out, and rushed straight to Li Su. Come on. Li Su laughed and screamed to the sky. Phoenix cry. 6 billion blood and flesh cells vibrated, and one of the supreme creatures, the phoenix, was born. Gio. A fire phoenix suddenly opened its eyes. The king of all birds was full of majesty. Facing the master of the earth, it was fearless and rushed up. The two legendary ancient beasts were illuminated into reality at this moment, and a battle between ancient kings was staged. Vermilion bird formation. Without any emotion, and without hesitation, because Li Su summoned the two ancient beasts to descend into reality, the heavenly army formation rose again, and replaced the three of the four spirits. The ancestor of the phoenix, the ancient vermilion bird, cried out. Boom. 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 The Nanming Lihuo, which can burn through the sky, and ignite the earth, rises, and renders the sky into an infinite red color. Black turtle. Li Su's pupils trembled, and the water avenue in his body boiled. The world sank, and there was water undulation. A huge phantom, vying for attention, descended, with limbs like pillars of heaven, a huge and boundless body, and the true meaning of vast water burst out. Freeze everything, suppress everything, devour everything, and corrode everything. The ancient black turtle, with the infinite water avenue, directly crashed into the Suzaku, that ignited endless flames. Blue dragon formation. The fourth true spirit appeared directly, and the ancient four saints descended directly. The heavenly soldiers of the heavenly court did not wait for the black turtle and the Suzaku to collide, and directly called the last spirit. The moment the four saints appeared, they actually blessed each other, and their respective powers became extremely huge. The true dragon, phoenix, and black turtle, who were originally fighting against each other, immediately fell into a disadvantage, and were shaken and strangled by the power of the four spirits. Facing this scene, the core Li Su was also shaking, and a huge force extended over, touching the flesh, and shaking the stars. The cells were vibrating, and being torn apart, and the mouth was full of blood. The huge stars were cracked, because of the vibration. It can actually be added. Li Su's pupils flowed with endless taurime. He looked at the power of the army formation of the heavenly soldiers below, and was shocked by the power of this army formation. Although he was not Tai, he was a true immortal who was staring at the ceiling and moving forward. His actual strength was comparable to that of the middle stage of Taii. As a result, he was blocked by a group of heavenly immortals and injured. It was simply incredible. As a double peerless Tao foundation, it was the first time that someone turned against him. Li Su's body shook, and a huge shadow appeared above his head. A huge palace appeared, and there was a fire burning in the center of the palace. Boom. 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 The fire was 15 colors and brilliant. The Supreme of Flesh and Blood was shaking wildly at this moment. Among the stars, 6,000 small paths of flesh and blood glowed at the same time, spitting out thousands of particles, reflecting the void, and turning into a vast and boundless picture. In the picture, there are dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, golden crows, soaring snakes, black turtles, kunpeng, golden eagles. Countless ancient beasts and exotic beasts appeared in it, forming a vast and extremely life map, showing the word life to the fullest. Li Su stood in the void and punched directly. Boom. 10,000 beasts roared. Life was at its peak. Millions of beasts roared down, and in the eyes of everyone, they collided with the spirits of the four saints. The two extreme forces collided at this moment, and the incredible scene of the ancient beasts fighting frantically spread throughout the void, the earth, the air, the space, the time, everything, at this moment, was shaken by these two terrible groups. The light was extinguished, the world fell into darkness, and the void was cracking continuously. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like tens of millions of years had passed. Everyone was in a trance for a moment. Even Taii couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. The scene brought by the mutual gnaw between the great ways was too terrible to be captured by eyes or recorded by mind. Finally, with a loud bang, the world was restored. The extremely terrifying beasts crushed the legendary four saints. Above the ancient city, Li Su's vast punch directly shattered the extremely terrifying four-spirit formation. The ancient 100,000 heavenly soldiers were crushed on the spot by him. The terrible power cut off the unparalleled formation and annihilated countless heavenly soldiers. The ancient city was shaken. Here, which had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years, a fist mark appeared on the ground. It was a small fist mark with Li Su's will. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So what on earth is this guy? Facing this scene, the people in the heavenly court were also stunned at this moment and were completely shocked. Unlike others, as a member of the heavenly court, they knew the situation of the heavenly soldiers in front of them best. This momentum and power should undoubtedly be the legendary unparalleled military formation. It was created by the Lord of Heaven, the great heavenly venerable Haotian god himself. In the middle, he also discussed it with the three goddesses of Jijiao. Finally, he consulted his three senior brothers, the three saints of Taking, Yuking, and Shanking, and finally it took shape. Entering the three talents, transforming the four symbols, integrating the 5 element, forming the 6 combinations, forming the 7 stars, forming the 8 diagrams, performing the 9 palaces, and fighting the 10 directions. It is not an adjective, but it is truly integrated into it, forming the ultimate formation. Let's put it this way, the unparalleled military formation of the heavenly court is the 4th set of supreme formations after the ancient Zaoshan star array, the Dushan god array, and the Zeuxan sword array. With Haotian god as the core and the 4 directions heavenly emperor as the heart, it combines the stars of the sky with tens of millions of gods, and integrates the trillions of ghosts in the netherworld. Judging from the current weather, although it refers to the 3 talents, 4 symbols, and 5 element, there is no more follow-up. It is still extremely terrifying, and can kill Taii in the formation. This is not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 10. As a result, the legendary ancient army formation was pierced by this guy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Not only the Taii in the heavenly palace were shocked, but at this moment, in the center of the ancient city, the 6 relaxed armored warriors who were looking at the situation on the battlefield were stunned by this scene. The light in their eye sockets kept magnifying, and the black armor they were wearing was shaking. The amazing punch not only pierced through the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but also pierced through the minds of the 6 armored warriors. After the ancient destruction, the ancient city was not without challenges. Of course, there were quite a few. but recalling the few challenge scenes in memory, even in the scenes that led to their end, there is no doubt that the challengers were all embarrassed and extremely strenuous. Facing the heavenly soldiers, the Tai warriors did not dare to confront them head on. They could only find ways to continuously divide the heavenly soldiers and encircle and suppress them, strangling them in units of thousands. Even so, those Tai were not feeling well and were all injured. When the heavenly generals came, they were even more miserable. They just tried their best to escape. If it hadn't been too long, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to leave. As a result, now, the 6 armor sucked in a breath of extraordinary particles and were frightened by this terrible scene. Who the hell is this? Lee Su's punch completely shattered the 2 words in their hearts. They were completely shocked and frightened. One punch killed 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Even if the real armor was deployed, it couldn't do that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Looking at the exploding heavenly court army formation, Lee Su's expression was a little serious because it consumed a lot. It was indeed worthy of being the ancient heavenly court. It was really terrible. It was obviously just a perfect formation of celestial immortals, but he took it seriously. If it was the mythical world, let alone a 100,000 man army formation, even a million, he would still be able to break through it without so much effort. This is just a phantom, just the scene formed by the ancient city formation. If it were the real heavenly court, I really don't know what it would look like. Woo. Just as Lee Su was sighing, the ancient city shook again. A huge horn sounded, and the sound of drums was far more shocking than before. There was a new movement in the ancient city, and figures appeared again. There were not many, only 1,000. But the moment they appeared, even Lee Su couldn't help but shudder, and couldn't help but inhale the rhyme of Tao. The whole body armor, the light is infinite, and 13 colors of flames are burning on the brow. Heavenly General? And it's the 13 fire heavenly generals? Damn. Even Lee Su couldn't help but burst out a swear word and felt the horror of the ancient heaven for the first time. It was so arrogant that it was just like a thriller. The super genius of the myth world, 13 fires, was it mass produced in ancient times? The heavenly generals appeared, and the heavenly soldiers turned directly into particles and melted over. Soon, only Lee Su and these heavenly generals were left in the entire ancient city, although there were fewer people. But it was obvious that the pressure was 10 times stronger than before. Not to mention Lee Su. Everyone who was originally shocked by Lee Su's terrifying punch couldn't help but change their faces again and again. The arrogance ignited on the ancient city was like a real fire, and it seemed that just approaching could burn them to death. Heaven, the ancient heaven. A few words, as heavy as a mountain, suppress my heart. Is this the legendary ancient heaven? Although many people have been preaching the horror of the ancient heaven, even the great sects admit that the ancient heaven is undoubtedly the most powerful existence. But for most of the creatures in the myth world, who were born later, it is a bit false and empty, too empty, and not real. Not now. Seeing that the 13 fires, who were all geniuses in the major sects, were only generals in the heavenly court, and there were so many of them that they were directly formed into an army, one could fully imagine how terrifying and powerful the ancient heavenly court was. It was like an epic. For a moment, many people's minds were shocked, and they couldn't help but wonder, how could such a terrifying heavenly court, such a terrifying ancient time, be destroyed? Who has the power to destroy such a powerful heavenly court? Chapter 713, the last level, start. Boom. Just when everyone was shocked by the power of the heavenly court, a war broke out again in the ancient city. 4,000 heavenly generals launched an attack directly. They were the same as the heavenly soldiers, but they were also different. The same thing was that the military formation was still the same, and they were both individual and a huge whole. The difference was that, even if they were just individual, these heavenly generals were still terrifyingly strong. The 13 fire immortals, even if they were only in the early stages, were in a sense as powerful as Lee Su under the blessing of the formation. Ding, ding, ding. The fronts of the soldiers collided, and in the blink of an eye, they had already collided with Lee Su thousands of times. The attack was quite simple, the most straightforward kind, either stabbing, slashing, picking, or sweeping. But the power was highly concentrated, almost shrunk to one point. the magic weapon in his hand squeezed tens of thousands of diorimes, and each sword carried the power to cut off mountains and evaporate the sea. Even though Lee Su was launched by the supreme flesh and blood, he still couldn't help shaking repeatedly in the face of such a collision. Facing the divine weapons that were slashing at him from all directions, he was also beaten back and back, dodging left and right. The power was too great. Every time the bone spear in his hand hit, it was not the so-called front of the army, but a huge land, or a terrifying star. Not only that, the opponent's cooperation was too good, and the actual grasp was too accurate. In just a few meters of retreat, Lee Su had to face at least 7 or 8 attacks, which made him extremely uncomfortable, and a large area of blood and energy surged in his body. Lee Su has a full 6 billion cells in his body. Of course, this is not an absolute number, but it means that each of these cells has the power to make him bleed and be reborn. At his realm level, it is equivalent to a huge lake. 6 billion cells together, what does that mean? It is equivalent to a star with a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. If he wants to have a state of blood and energy surging, if it is placed in reality, it is equivalent to a planet being shaken, and the whole world is shaking. The number is undoubtedly small, but the absolute power is higher. In just a collision of more than 10 seconds, Lee Su realized an extremely serious reality. This group of heavenly generals were destroying his internal structure and the balance between cells. They were trying to collapse him from the inside by compressing a little bit of power, and there was no doubt that they succeeded. Facing this wave-like attack, he had no chance to adjust his posture and suppress his surging blood. Judging from the current situation, at most 3 minutes, without directly hitting him, Lee Su would be severely injured by the surging blood in his body, and his cells would be completely torn apart and severely injured by this group of heavenly generals. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su did not adjust his own tactics or use other supremes to get himself out of this predicament. Once again, he retreated and blocked the blade of a heavenly general. At the same time, Lee Su's blood and ki evaporated to form a golden life fire, which turned into countless firebirds and scattered out. Although it was not as good as the previous full strength attack, the power was still not to be underestimated. Each firebird contained a small part of flesh and blood, and had great power. Even with the protection of the formation, the heavenly generals did not underestimate it. More than a dozen people attacked at the same time, and killed those firebirds. The whole process was just a moment, but it gave Lee Su some breathing space, so that he didn't completely smooth out the turbulent blood in his body, but bought a lot of time. The previous 3 minutes were postponed a little, becoming about 5 minutes. Well, he was stalling for time. The military formation of the heavenly generals was amazing. No, it could be said to have the effect of turning decay into magic. The avenues were densely arranged inside, and the structure itself was even more complex than a world, containing extremely profound knowledge, and the understanding of the avenues was comparable to the 7 saints. And the confidentiality was done very well. 100,000 heavenly soldiers began to watch. Until now, Lee Su had no way to learn from the group of people in front of him, except for feeling the horror of this formation. He knew best how strong his talent was, but he still couldn't understand it, which showed the high level of this method. Of course, Lee Su's purpose was not the military formation of the heavenly court. Just kidding. Although the origin of this method was unknown, some shadows in it could still be seen. I'm afraid that the 3 pure ones and others were involved. The 7 saints, unless he was let go and showed it to him, it would be impossible for him to learn it, even if he had 100 times the talent. The ever-changing nature is only the basic feature, and the core key is completely covered up, leaving no chance at all. Therefore, his goal at this moment is not the military formation, but the fighting style of these heavenly generals. Even if he can be on par with Lee Su, although the opponent mainly relies on that set of terrifying military formations, his fighting skills are also amazing. And it is completely different from the battles in the mythological world. It is another field. In the mythological world, the battles above the immortal realm are basically based on the Taoist magic. Although the opponent is also like this, the direction is completely different. I had that strange feeling when fighting against the heavenly soldiers before, and now facing the heavenly generals, I undoubtedly feel it even more. Especially in the realm of true immortals, the mythological world is based on the main way, and the miscellaneous ways are auxiliary, so as to infinitely magnify the power of the Taoist magic. These heavenly generals are different. They are superimposed, using weapons as carriers, carrying their own great ways through limited space, rearranging them, and compressing and condensing them. In this way, although the combat effect will be reduced, and it will not be able to form that kind of overwhelming attack, but when it breaks out, it will be more powerful, and the durability will also exceed the way of displaying the Taoist magic. In comparison, Lee Su used the Taoist magic power as the vein to gather power, just like injecting electricity into electronic instruments, while the opponent directly practiced a magic weapon, and then waved it to attack. The latter is obviously a more advanced combat skill. The power is concentrated, and the consumption is less. After all, in the contest of the same level and realm, no matter how strong the magic power is, if you can't kill the opponent, then the result is destined to be dragged to death by the opponent. Looking at the heavenly general in front of him, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh. Too damn arrogant. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and 1,000 heavenly generals. Although there are differences in strength, they undoubtedly master this skill. In today's mythology world, who else can take it out except the big sect? And even if it is a big sect, it is also at the core disciple level. As a result, the heavenly court has placed so many elites in just such an ancient city, which can only be described as arrogant. After all, the latter is very difficult. This is not only achieved by relying on cultivation, but also requires extremely rich experience. This superposition method itself varies from person to person, and even more so due to the magic power. Even if you understand the principle, it will take a long time to find the trick from entry to mastery. In today's mythology, unless you have amazing talent, or you are stuck in a certain realm and cannot make any progress, and your own conditions allow it, otherwise, such fighting skills are really a thankless task. Especially the last point. The most important thing is that your own conditions allow it. After all, this is a skill that needs to be accumulated through actual combat, so the prerequisite for practicing it is not to die. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the middle, the price is that your bones will be cold. One sword. Lee Su kept pulling with the group of heavenly generals in front of him, blocking the attack with a little effort, and did not explode directly like at the beginning. 1 minute, 2 minutes. There were nearly more than dozens of full-scale collisions per second. Even if he used blood and energy to delay, he was still beaten in a mess. His flesh and blood were shaking, and blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth and under his skin. These guys are really not bragging. When facing him, they have been adjusting all the time. Their tactics are very targeted. Each sword not only has amazing skills, but also can be linked and resonate with itself. I thought I could hold on for 5 more minutes, but after just 2 minutes, Lee Su's cells couldn't bear it anymore and broke inside. If it weren't for his strong vitality, his flesh and blood would wake up spontaneously the moment he was damaged, forcibly suppressing the cracked parts and restoring them. The 2-minute battle would have been enough to shatter his internal organs and tear his muscles and nerves. Facing Lee Su, who was obviously at a disadvantage outside the city. Unexpectedly, from the heaven to ordinary casual cultivators, no one showed any mockery, and no one laughed at him. Are you kidding? Lee Su's enemy is the heaven, the ancient heaven. Although the movement in the ancient city was small and the scope of the battle was obviously compressed, if you look up at the sky above the ancient city, you will understand how terrible and amazing the battle inside was. In the void, the rim of towers burning. The momentum of both sides was as dazzling as the sun, and the air was shaking violently, constantly forming black lightning. At first glance, it looked like lightning. In fact, everyone knew that it was not lightning, but cracked void. The momentum of both sides tore the void. This kind of scene is not easy to see even in the Tai War. Only when both the body and mind are at the extreme level can such a terrible impact burst out. It is not only a strong realm, but also a manifestation of will. Therefore, even though Lee Su's momentum was obviously suppressed, he did not dare to utter a single word of contempt. There was only shock, incomparable shock. Outside the ancient city, dozens of miles away, more than 20 million cultivators, including those who survived. At this moment, everyone tightly pursed their lips, eyes wide open, and watched the battle in the ancient city without uttering a word. Unfortunately, this battle took place in the immortal prison, and only we saw it. After a long while, the old man in the heavenly court couldn't help but exhale and spoke in a hoarse voice. If it were a war of 10,000 years, this battle would undoubtedly rank first in the history list of true immortals in the mythology world, and it would also be in the top 30 in the history of cultivation. The giant man of the thunder department spoke in a muffled voice. Even though he was as thick-skinned as he was still shocked by the scene in the ancient city. The ancient heaven is something people yearn for. The Tai of the rain department also took a deep breath at this moment, and couldn't help but say, the Taoist of GGO is also worthy of his reputation. The more you understand the horror of the ancient heaven, the more you can naturally understand the strength of Lisu who is fighting against it. At this moment, the Tai present can no longer regard this young man with a youthful aura as a junior, but as a peer. Even among his peers, he is extremely powerful. The Tai's reaction means that Lisu is no longer a genius or a prodigy, but has officially entered the ranks of the strong, and has a voice in the mythology world. True immortals, who have such an honor, are undoubtedly unique in the mythology world, but they can be counted on both hands. Compared to the Tai's in the heavenly court, Kinga and the little guy Zhang Yuan clenched their fists and stared at the battlefield in the ancient city. They couldn't help shaking, as if the people fighting inside were not others, but themselves. As for Beisu, a strange color appeared on her ethereal face. After all, she had a certain understanding of Lisu, and the opponent now was far from bursting out all his fighting power. The old man in the heavenly court might have ignored it because of the ancient heavenly court, but she didn't forget that this bloody energy was only part of Lisu's real strength. He also had other powers that were not inferior to the terrible bloody energy. What are you waiting for? Asterisk 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 fortunately, at this moment, the 6 armors watching the battle in the city couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the performance when defeating the heavenly soldiers was too experienced and too shocking. When it came to the heavenly general, it was finally normal. It was far beyond expectations, but it was still within the tolerable range. The ancient city has a total of 3 floors. The first is the projection of the heavenly soldiers, the second is the projection of the heavenly generals, and the third is them. Moreover, this combat power was not deployed all at once. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers were fully deployed, not because of Lisu, but because of the aborigines, who were too numerous, so they were fully activated. Under normal circumstances, one person can mobilize at most 1,000 heavenly soldiers, which is only 10 teams, not 100,000. Then according to the situation, if 1,000 heavenly soldiers are barely able to do so, then the next is to heavenly generals. As a result, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers were blown up by Lisu all at once, and directly killed 1,000 heavenly generals. This result naturally shocked the 6 of them. If the heavenly generals were also like this, it would be terrible. It means that the 3rd level will be fully activated, and 800 soldiers, 100 soldiers, and generals will all be killed. Originally, under normal circumstances, this is nothing. Under the real advent, this combat power is definitely more than the projection of 1,000 heavenly generals. But the problem is that there is something wrong with the 6 of them. Although they have seized control of the weapons and armor, they are obviously different from normal weapons and armor. Facing the existence that directly penetrated 100,000 heavenly soldiers and 1,000 heavenly generals, although the 6 of them were supreme in front of the natives and even dared to use more than 20 million people outside the city as rations, they really had to face an unmatched strongman. What a joke. They lived like this, isn't it because they were afraid of death? Of course they were afraid. It's still within the scope of handling. We will join forces and suppress him with all our strength later. The armored man took a breath of extraordinary particles, and after being shocked, he started to think again. Such a powerful strength, if they can really take it down, for the 6 of them, the value is undoubtedly more than the 20 million outside combined. That terrible blood and amazing will, if it produces resentment, even if it is just a drop, it can exceed more than 100,000 people. If he is completely devoured once, maybe he can get rid of this soldier's body and obtain the soldier's armor, and even the general's armor seems no longer so far away. At that time, the real trouble will be the other few people. Although he is no longer a human, it is obvious that the habit of eating from the bowl and looking at the pot has not changed at all. Before the person is in hand, we have already started to prepare and be on guard against each other. The only one who can seize the general armor is me. Of course, no action was taken. After all, the strength shown by Lee Su could not be suppressed by one person alone. As for whether the opponent would fail the challenge of the Heavenly General and end it directly, the 6 armors did not think about it, because once the opponent's extreme combat power is measured, the excess will be attenuated. After all, the fundamental purpose of the ancient city challenge is not to kill people, but to select. So, by the way, one of the armors was a little strange. It's been a lot of time, right? Why hasn't the number of Heavenly Generals decreased? The other 5 were also startled, with a faint light flashing in their pupils, and they were also confused. Under normal circumstances, the challenger in front of them was obviously no match for the challenger, and the number of Heavenly Generals should have begun to decrease. Why has the encirclement of the Heavenly Generals not decreased after several minutes? Asterisk 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 almost done. For 3 minutes, he endured nearly 5,000 attacks. His body was shattered nearly 100 times, and the stars were under tremendous pressure. Cracks began to appear on them. The main path was fine, but the miscellaneous paths had long been torn apart. Lee Su, whose origin was already damaged, took a breath of extraordinary particles. His pupils flashed with golden light, and he had completely reflected the skills of the generals, and understood them. In an instant, his body suddenly became empty, as if he had entered another void, standing in a dimension outside the ancient city. In an instant, he dodged several attacks that came at him. The vast stars glowed, and the phantom of the ancient banner shone. You King Supreme. A punch directly hit the void. With a thud, the space was folded and cracked on the spot, and thousands of Dao rhymes were steaming. The huge ancient city was broken into thousands and tens of thousands of pieces by Lee Su's punch. A single blow directly cut off the connection between the generals. He took a breath, and a shocking sword intent burst out, completely different from blood, with an extremely sharp endless murderous intent, shining into reality. Slaughter the immortal. As soon as the words fell, Lee Su raised his sword and slashed it down with endless murderous intent, directly covering the entire void, and the terrible sword light illuminated everything. The extreme sword intent brought endless death, sweeping across the ancient city, piercing through the Heavenly Generals, and at this moment, the sky was killed with a bloody mark, and tens of millions of Tao rhymes were wiped out by this sword. The shocking sword directly cut a corner of the ancient city, leaving a terrible sword mark, and even slashed into everyone's heart, destroying their rise in the pictures recorded by perception. The only thing left was the coldness that filled the heart and the creepy feeling of death. In an instant, everyone seemed to have been killed once. When he came to his senses, Lee Su was the only one left in the huge ancient city, and the 1,000 extremely terrible Heavenly Generals who had the power to strangle Tai disappeared. At this moment, not only the 20 million cultivators were shocked, but even the Tai of the Heavenly Court, who were born in the same great sect, lost the ability to think. Even they could not avoid the sense of death. They fell into the heart of Taoism, and the huge galaxies in their bodies were impacted, and a crack appeared. Although it was different from the magnificent scenery and strange paintings displayed by blood, it had another kind of extreme killing. In a trance, the old man in the Heavenly Court remembered that this Taoist disciple of Jigio had mastered not one, but at least 3 terrible Taoist magics. Although they were different, there was no doubt that the figure standing in the ancient city gradually overlapped with the top in his heart. A huge sense of powerlessness grew in his heart involuntarily. Different appearance, the same strength. Not only the people watching, but also the ancient city seemed to be shocked at this moment. There was a brief pause, and it took a few breaths before it reacted, and made new movements. Boom. 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 The drums were like thunder. Woo. 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 The horn broke through the air. In the ancient city, the only intact building began to shake. The heavenly armors, that had been silent for countless years, and had never fully revived for nearly 1,000,000 years after the ancient destruction, began to shake and react. The general's armor with the red gold luster moved. As the incredible rhyme flowed down, a person was reflected in it, a person with flesh and blood, breathing, and heartbeat. He slowly opened his pupils, pure golden pupils, with the ultimate sacredness and nobility, just looking straight ahead. But in this second, he felt that all the people in the world and all things in the world entered his eyes. The person didn't move yet. Boom. 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 Above the ancient city, the heavenly palace appeared. The huge heavenly palace appeared, burning with 15 colors of brilliant flames rising up, making a thunderous sound, shaking the heaven and earth. It absorbed the 10,000 ways of heaven and earth as firewood, igniting the flames of the great Dao. The terrible pressure instantly penetrated the entire immortal prison. At this moment, even the Tai realm changed color in horror, and their bodies were shaking. Just the momentum alone made them feel fear and death. This is the 15 Fires. Tai Zhuangsun, Chapter 714, The Last Battle. Hey. 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 Is this a foul? Standing there, Li Su's face turned green. If he was Tai, it wouldn't matter, but the problem now is that he is still a true immortal. Although he seems to be one step away from Tai, the gap is actually very far. The gap between stars and galaxies is huge, not to mention the quality of Taoan. As a double peerless, Li Su has the confidence to face Tai, but if a 15 Fire appears in front of him, he still thinks he can win, then he is thinking too much. Peerless means the top, but double peerless is not 1 + 1 = 2, but it is widened at the top of the peak. In the same realm, you can still touch each other, but across the realm, there is no fun at all. Thinking about it, Li Su can't move at this moment. Not only can he not move, but he is also madly accumulating strength. The moment the 15 Fires aura descended, he was locked by the opponent, and the surrounding 10,000 Daos solidified, and his eyes pierced him like a knife. At this moment, if he had the idea of retreating from the top, he would be greeted by an extremely fatal blow. The ancient city, which should have been hot, became unusually cold. A breeze swept through, conveying a chill that seemed to freeze even the bone marrow. In the distance, 900 black armors, which were more or less damaged, came slowly with extremely heavy steps. There was no such vast military formation as before, nor the wonder of the Tao rhyme flowing like the sea. There was only one step and one level, and the killing intent was sharp. Not high-spirited, but extremely pure. Different. Completely different. The 15th Fire Tai Golden Immortal had not yet arrived, and the 900 black armors in front of him alone had already given him an indescribable sense of oppression, which was extremely heavy. A warrior of 100 battles. A warrior of 100 battles in the true sense. This kind of momentum can only be possessed by those who have walked out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The great Dao of heaven and earth was shocked, as if it was grabbed by the throat, and the killing intent had already become substantial, and had an impact on the present world. A sneer sounded, and Li Su did not bow his head, but he could also feel that his clothes were torn, and the killing intent fell on him, producing a substantial effect. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Li Su's expression became serious. This group of 14 Fire Immortals had already made him feel the crisis. Countless cells in his body began to react and began to emit piercing alarm sounds, warning him that his next opponent was no longer a sheep, but a terrifying wolf. There was the power to severely injure him and kill him. To be honest, it has been a long time since he felt this way. At least, no one in the same realm had given him this feeling. Darn. There was still no opening statement. From the moment they were replaced, these black armors had only one purpose. Kill. The ancient city of Xianting cannot be desecrated. There is only one result for the invaders, and they will be killed by them. The black armored heavenly army moved. 900 people, like thousands of troops. Instantly, the road above the ancient city dimmed, and only the terrible killing intent penetrated the clouds. Exhaling a breath, Li Su's eyes also showed coldness, and he didn't dare to play anymore. At this moment, it was like a collision between two hungry beasts in the wilderness. If they were to fight, they had to have a real fight. Li Su took a step forward, and his blood and energy exploded like waves. This time it was not a scene, but a magnificent life fire, the breath of the most extreme life, like a real dragon turning over, a phoenix spreading its wings. Even a tiny movement can trigger a tsunami, with the power of overturning the sky. The powerful blood and energy rolled up a huge wave, just like a tsunami, roaring with Lee Su as the center. Inside, the real dragon roared, the phoenix cried, showing the true meaning of life. With a loud bang, the blood and energy directly hit the 900 black armors. This was the real power of overturning mountains. Even the 14 fire immortals couldn't help but tremble, and were beaten by the waves. The extraordinary particles inside were almost infinite, with an incredibly high temperature, like the lava in the center of the earth, which could melt everything. With a thud, Lee Su punched out, and a supreme flesh and blood scroll that destroyed 100,000 heavenly soldiers appeared. Infinite creatures descended, roared, and killed the 900 black armors. The void was distorted, and the 900 black armors were shaking. Facing this shocking blow, even they had to stop moving forward and take out their own weapons to chop one after another. A terrible sword, a heavy sword. There was almost no leakage of taurine, and all the power in his body was concentrated on one point. The advanced skills that only heavenly generals could display before were even more refined and perfect on these black armors. Lee Su's extremely powerful flesh and blood supreme power was actually split by their swords. The real dragon, phoenix, and unicorn visions in it were erased by the sword light. The simple chopping was precipitated with billions of swings, and even more, so the experience of thousands of blood and fire. Facing this scene, Lee Su was not amazed or shocked. In fact, he didn't think that such a punch could be a meritorious service and directly severely injure the 900 black armors. If it was so simple, he wouldn't be in danger of life. This punch was just a test to make a distinction. There are still differences in strength among the 900 black armors. Full body armor is stronger than half body armor, and the more severe the damage, the more severe the decline in strength. The mythical world has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Even if the ancient city formation is amazing, and was left by the ancient emperor, the traceless years still cause them great damage, and weakened their strength. Lee Su moved his body, and did not aim at the full body armor. He first targeted the half-body armored soldiers, and they were the ones with the most severe damage and the most severe power loss. With the jukes and sword in hand, there was no sword intent in the sky, no terrible sword light, and the jukes and sword intent continued to pile up. The shanking avenue was constantly shrinking, and the 100,000 miscellaneous roads were suppressed in it. The long sword crossed the sky, and with a simple strike to the upper lyre, he directly cut the black armored heavenly soldier he was targeting. A harsh sound was ringing. Even if it was the jukes and sword, facing the black armor in front of him, it still felt a huge resistance, as if it was not a piece of armor, but a mountain or a star. With a clang, the black armor was cut in two by Lee Su's sword. He did not stop at all, and his figure was like a ghost. This was not fast, nor was it cunning, but the shadow under his feet enveloped him, covering him, and wrapped him in it. He entered the endless black mud, leaving a ghostly figure in the original place. Swish, swish, swish. The terrible sword pierced through. Almost at the same time that Lee Su hid in it, dozens of long swords followed him like a shadow and stabbed in. Obviously, he was already in another world, and stepped into the realm of the soul. The stabbing sword did not miss, and the sword fell towards Lee Su inside. There was light on the sword, and there was intention. The light was unmatched, like a red refinement, cutting Lee Su's soul space. The intention was like a lock, locking Lee Su's main body tightly, and the sword forced his life. Swish. A touch of scarlet. Lee Su was injured, cut by the long sword that stabbed in. These swords, stabbing into an unknown place, actually joined together, forcing him to dodge, and forcibly made him eat a sword. This sword was amazing, and almost cut Lee Su in half. A large area of cells in his body were extinguished on the spot. This sword not only killed his flesh and blood, but also destroyed the will inside. Facing this scene, Lee Su was unmoved, because his flesh and blood were supreme, and his vitality was extremely terrifying. It was filled back in an instant, and the terrible wound was almost healed at the same time as the long sword cut through. He said nothing, and also handed out a sword. At the same time as the sword was drawn, the man also went outside, and came to the second black armored person he locked. One sword wiped out 100,000 sparks, the shanking Deo rhyme bloomed brilliantly, and 100,000 miscellaneous ways shone in it, instantly piercing through the opponent's mask and crushing everything inside. Pulling out the sword, the phantom of Pangu banner in Lee Su's pupils moved, and the sword swept across. With a thud, the space was folded by him, all positions underwent huge changes, and a 10-meter long dark crack was formed. Although the crack was not big, it was unusually deep. Inside, one could see the endless starlight annihilated, breaking dozens or hundreds of world walls, crossing the space distance, and appearing on more than 10 black armors not far from him. Crack, crack. The amazing cracks sounded, and 8 or 9 of them broke on the spot. The remaining 3 twisted their long swords and stabbed into the void in an incredible way, sending their long swords to the same place as Lee Su's strike, stuck them with the long sword in their hands, and pushed them away at the same time. Facing this scene, Lee Su couldn't help but jump his eyes. It was worthy of being a full body armor. He didn't feel that they had spatial magical powers, but he discovered his attack method in an instant and parried it. This heavenly court. To what extent has this group of people's combat experience been built? This is no longer a skill, right? This is the highest saint. Even if he is not at a high level, it is not something that ordinary cultivators can easily break. Lee Su didn't have time to sigh. He moved quickly. It was obvious that the void in front of him was folded by him, which directly reversed the distance and direction between him and the black armor. As a result, the black armor group adapted to it immediately after a moment of discomfort and rushed over with ease. What battlefields had these guys fought in their lives? They had experience in facing this kind of space reversal? To be honest, he was a little shocked. He was obviously a saint and had a huge advantage, but the experience and skills of the guys in front of him offset more than half of it. Fortunately, he was at a higher level and stronger, otherwise this battle would not be a dilemma, but a dead end. Although he thought about it, Lee Su's original plan did not change. Avoid the frontal attack and kill those incomplete half-body armors directly to reduce the number, and then talk about other things. Space, ghost. Directly alternating stealth. Lee Su avoided the black armor's attack again and again, and the absolute immortal sword in his hand was handed out again and again, constantly cutting off the black armors one by one. In less than 10 seconds, 100 black armors were cut down by his sword. Hiss. After taking a deep breath of extraordinary particles, Lee Su could not help but pause. Although his strength was not much consumed, his spirit was another matter. Although the movement was not big, the energy and mind consumed were definitely more strenuous than facing a Tai, a great Tai. Shanking supreme, as Lee Su's strongest single point killing technique, it was so strenuous to split these black armors. Ordinary true immortals would not be able to kill such a black armor, even if they died of exhaustion. After all, his attack had already crossed the surface of the true immortal, and it was the lethality of the Tai level. The harvest was not small, but in the process, he was also sniped in succession. His body was cut open several times, bleeding profusely, and the cells in his body, filled with flesh and blood, were killed. I don't know how many of them were killed, at least 700 to 800 million. Of course, these are not the most terrible. The most terrible thing is that from the beginning of the war, a pair of eyes locked him tightly, and that terrible killing gave Lee Su a huge pressure. Every action was like carrying a mountain on his back. Lee Su was sweating profusely, and he rarely showed a trace of embarrassment. It had been a long time since he felt such heavy pressure. The huge stars in his body were shaking differently, and nearly a million miscellaneous roads were swaying, unable to calm down. Asterisk 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 grandpa, when are we going to start? Just as Lee Su and Heijia were fighting non-stop, 2 people, one big and one small, stood somewhere in the ancient city. They were in a room with several aboriginals in it. At this moment, they looked at the 2 people with horror, and their expressions were very complicated and puzzled. It seemed as if they were asking, how did they know? Can you hide in the projection of the building complex? Once the banner of the ancient city is activated, it will become a full battlefield, but not all of them. There will be some buildings. As long as you enter, you will not be counted as a challenger, and will not be attacked. But this kind of place is undoubtedly a secret, and only the aboriginals know about it, and they only know about it through the master. As a result, when they came in, They found that 2 people had been here for a long time. No hurry. The old man said. Wait a little longer. How long do we have to wait? The little girl was a little excited watching the battle outside. Her bright eyes were filled with a high will to fight, as well as a hint of inexplicable nostalgia and feelings, as if she had experienced this before. Wait for Chijia to appear. The old man also watched the battle outside. Although his face was calm, he couldn't help but be shocked in the depths of his pupils. I really didn't expect this little pervert to be able to do this. He had never broken through the 2 major levels of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals alone since the ancient destruction, right? Even before the great destruction, people who could do this were rare in the world. Taking a deep breath, the old man turned around and looked at his granddaughter and said, "Girl, do you remember what I said?" I know. Go to the side hall where Taiyi Zuangsan is. There is a pass token to the demon subduing hall. That's right. Just bring 2 out. If you want to challenge, it's the same as going to the demon subduing hall. There is no practical meaning in challenging here, understand? Got it. The girl couldn't help but roll her eyes. Am I such an ignorant person? Since I know the existence of the demon subduing hall, it doesn't matter whether the battle here is fought or not. However, those armors of grandpa are so strange. Why don't they go over there? Instead, they are here? Huh. Oh, them. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized and laughed. That's not the black armor. It's a few people who are unwilling to die, give up their flesh, give up their freedom, and even give up the way, and call themselves kings in this barren land of Zion. Don't worry about them. They are afraid of death if they don't go over there, and as for staying there, they are probably planning to attack the little pervert over there. They should want to wait for the other party to be exhausted or be severely injured by the red armor general and then take advantage of the opportunity to enter. The little pervert is powerful, and for them, it is undoubtedly a rare tonic. The little girl was stunned and looked at the 6 armors inexplicably and stopped talking. Here they come. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, and under the perception of the key, on the battlefield over there, although it was slow, the black armor was always no match for Li Su, and was broken through one by him. Half armor, full body armor, and now 900 black armors. The last one was nailed to the wall by him. Red armor, it's time to move. Asterisk 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 ha. Li Su let out a long breath. Finally, after almost 10 minutes, he finally killed the nearly 900 black armor. But he didn't relax. On the contrary, his face became more solemn, and his pupils were highly alert. The strongest one is about to end. As Li Su's thoughts fell, a figure appeared on the street in front of him. The tall figure in the aura of a god. The red armor that had been locking him and bringing him great pressure ended. As soon as he appeared, Li Su's heart couldn't help but pause. The pressure was not for show. The 15 fire Taiyi was too much. The 914 fire true immortals couldn't compare to him. If it weren't for his poor condition and the damage on the red armor, Li Su would probably not have met the other party at all. It's almost enough to test to this point. At least the information I want to know has been collected. Red armor, moved. Step, stretch out your hand, punch. Li Su was in a trance. When he came back to his senses, his body had already fallen into a huge vortex. The terrifying power acted on every cell of his body. The stars were pulled and pulled over forcefully. Then, he punched out. With a thud, the world in front of Li Su collapsed, and he also collapsed. The whole person was twisted, squeezed, and deformed by the power. He flew out. Most of his chest was directly evaporated, and his flesh, nerves, and internal organs were exposed outside, and then a large amount of blood spurted out. The light in his pupils dimmed on the spot, as if he was killed by a punch. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone. Obviously, they didn't expect that Li Su, who was unparalleled in the world, could not even withstand a single move, and was killed directly. Brother. In the distance, Kinga, who had become nervous when the aura of the 15 fire Taiyi Zuangsan appeared, immediately turned pale, and couldn't help but screaming. The next second, her eyes turned red, and the extreme brutality spread, like an ancient cub, rushing out directly. At this moment, she didn't even think about what role she could have played. There was only one thought in her mind: I want to kill him. Then, she was caught, and held down by a pair of strong hands. Sister. Kinga's pupils widened, and she screamed angrily, revealing an extremely terrible cruelty and unprecedented rage. Beisu's aura was also fluctuating violently, with an extremely tyrannical aura gathering. This person who appeared in front of her at the most desperate moment, and gave her hope, even if he was calm on the surface, had already occupied an extremely important position in her heart. Her pupils were also extremely red, and she opened her mouth slowly and said hoarsely, "Believe him. He won't die so easily." No. On the side, the old man in the heavenly court had his eyes flickering. The aura of the two women was not right. They were not human, but they were somewhat different from the demon race. The demon race, no matter how well they disguise themselves, has a lingering smell in their bones, the smell of eating people. These two girls, however, did not have that. Therefore, he did not say anything, but slowly put away his strength. After all, he was entrusted by others, and was loyal to them. No matter what, he had to protect these two girls at least before the Taoist priest of Jigyo came back. However, would such an amazing Taoist priest of Jigyo die so easily? It was a bit unbelievable, and the other party was not stupid. It was impossible for him to choose to fight against the other party when he knew he was defeated in the ancient city. Chijia was a little puzzled after a successful attack. He glanced around and did not stop and leave. Instead, he raised his foot and stepped on it. With a loud bang, this kick seemed to kick on the ground, but it shook the entire void. Fuck. With a swear word, a figure appeared from the void, as if kicked out by someone. It was Lee Su, so he was naturally not dead. The moment the other party attacked, he immediately realized that it would cost a lot to win this thing. No, it should be said that it was too high, and he had to fight hard, and even if he fought hard, he would probably not be much better off. A 99% chance of both sides being hurt would only be chosen by a lunatic. Naturally, he didn't even think about it, and was ready to run away. As a result, he was discovered by the other party. At this moment, his face was not good. To be honest, how could the 1-to-1 body made by the Supreme of Flesh and Blood be seen through? The owner of the Supreme of J Purity was actually kicked out of the space. Is this reasonable? Even if you are the heavenly court, this is too much. Ignoring Lisu's resentment, Chijia stretched out his hand and grabbed directly into the void to pull him down. Lisu took a deep breath, knowing that there was no way to end it peacefully. The palace appeared above his head. Shanking Daoguo opened his eyes, and the terrible sword intent bloomed inside, and the Kingping sword above his head burst into amazing light. Destroy the immortal. Trap the immortal. Slaughter the immortal. It was no longer one sword at a time, but 3 swords at a time. The void shook, and billions of Dao rhymes disappeared. The glory of the ancient city dimmed at this moment, but 3 peerless divine swords appeared, and infinite sword intent poured out. Extreme move. Extreme move. The moment the move was made, it was no longer limited to one place. The huge ancient city, and even the area outside the ancient city, thousands of miles away, was directly enveloped and wiped out by the terrible sword intent. Pyo-jun. Facing this scene, Kaijia rarely had a trace of emotion and spoke. A star appeared. The destructive force that overturned the world and turned everything upside down exploded with the appearance of a huge star. The world darkened, the avenue between heaven and earth lost its color, and everything was deprived of light. At this moment, the ancient city disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only 3 peerless divine swords and a vast star. Not good. Before the collision happened in the ancient city, the faces of the Taii outside changed. Even the old man in the heavenly palace showed a look of shock. He wrapped Beisu, Kinga, and Zhang Yuan without hesitation and fled quickly. The other Taii did the same. They turned around and left without watching the battle. In an instant, they ran hundreds of miles away. Because they could not use their magic power, they undoubtedly used all their strength. Even so, they still did not dare to stop and continued to run wildly. The reason was simple. This was a collision of the same level. Usually, this kind of collision would be very powerful for the 2 people in the center of the battlefield, but the destructive power to the surrounding areas would be even more powerful. Boom. With a long sound, everything in the ancient city, except the ancient city itself, evaporated. In the area of 100 miles, trillions of tons of soil evaporated directly. Unable to withstand a collision of that size, it was directly annihilated. Facing this scene, standing in the affected area, more than 20 million monks who didn't have time to escape couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at the evaporating flesh and soul in horror. Many people looked grey and bitter, and couldn't help but speak. Again. That's right, they had been affected once before. The only thing worth praising about this way of death is that it doesn't hurt. The flesh, blood, soul, and Tau foundation are all shattered at once. Asterisk 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 the center of the battlefield. The impact is just the beginning for the fighting Lee Su and Kaijaya. The whole fight between them is still going on. Endless sword intent, sharp murderous intent. Stars, divine blades, crazy collisions. The sparks generated by the friction between each other penetrated everything, and each grain of Tau rime splashed out was enough to collapse a mountain and shatter a lake. This is the ultimate fight, and it is also a bloody fight between the two sides. This fight is undoubtedly countless times more tragic and billions of times more dangerous than before. There was a fire on Kaijaya's body, and the shanking sword intent fell. Lee Su's body was also destroyed, and he was swept by the power of Po Jun. This kind of competition is comprehensive and extreme. It is not only a fight between Taoist magic, but also a test of one's own foundation. There is infinite light flowing out of the opponent's body, blocking the sword intent. Lee Su's blood is also rising, and infinite vitality is coming down. The shattered parts are constantly repairing, and the immortality is brought to the extreme. Both sides are constantly strangling the opponent, trying to wear down the opponent's body and destroy the avenue. Hundreds of moves, thousands of moves, and tens of thousands of moves. Every second is a scene of tens of millions of collisions, and the white knife goes in, and the red knife comes out. Finally, the world can't bear it, the rules are disrupted, and the space is broken. With a loud bang, the terrible fight ended. The huge ancient city was restored again. It was not damaged, even the projection was only slightly damaged. It is worthy of being refined by the Emperor of Heaven. Millions of years have passed, and it is still indestructible. But the two warring parties are different. Lee Su was covered in blood, with countless holes in his body. The final explosion was too terrible. Even though he was said to have amazing vitality and extremely strong immortality, he still could not fully recover. Of course, the injuries on his body were just a small matter. Even if his internal organs were leaking out, and half of his intestines were hanging on his stomach, it was not a big deal for him. What really annoyed him was Xingqian, his foundation of Taoism, which was torn. The opponent's power was too terrible and hurt his core, his origin. Even after the impact was over, Lee Su still couldn't help spitting blood. He was really seriously injured, more serious than any other time. As for Kaijaya, the situation was not good either. More cracks appeared on his already damaged body. Although his realm was higher, Lee Su's sword intent was too amazing. It was an extraordinary product. It was pregnant with the highest and the true meaning of shanking. It was also extremely dangerous for Kaijaya. After all, he was not a flesh and blood body, but just a piece of armor, without the immortality of flesh and blood. Damn it, can't you let me run? Faced with this result, Lee Su's face was very dark. Must both sides be injured? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 End. Lee Su looked gloomy, his injuries were a bit serious, and his energy consumption was huge. After all, he was only a true immortal great perfection, and the Seven Saints Supreme method consumed a lot of energy. The four swords of Zhu Zion didn't even form a formation, but he almost drained him with 3 swords. Although the power was huge, the consumption was also amazing. He couldn't fight anymore. The gap of a big realm, although it seemed to be a draw, in fact, Lee Su's side was equivalent to the wax head of a silver spear, and couldn't stand the toss. The situation on the other side was not good either. After all, the ancient city had been through too many years, and had not been repaired. It was extremely shocking that it could be so amazing now. Of course, even so, Lee Su still didn't plan to fight. After all, he couldn't figure out where the opponent's limit was. Although the red armor had more cracks, it didn't cause too serious injuries. Besides, the opponent was not a flesh and blood body, but an artifact. As long as it was not completely damaged, it could exert its power. Fighting with such an artifact was really not worth it, and it was not worth it. After all, even if there is something good in the fight, at most he can go out and improve himself, break through the realm of true immortal, and achieve the power of Tai. Why fight so hard? With this thought, Lee Su retreated directly, not intending to fight this thing head on. The gap in realm is really too much. It has been a long time since I was injured so badly. After leaving the ancient city, it will probably take some time to recover. It was hard for the flesh to recover. Lee Su reached out and picked up half of his intestines and stuffed them into his stomach. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. He escaped directly into the void, and the ghost domain also opened to protect him. Not only that, among the 7 great Dao fruits, the Buddhist Dao fruit that originated from Vajra and turned into Sumeru also opened its eyes, forming a Vajra realm in the body, covering its own core. Ganlang. Facing Lee Su, who was running away, Kaijia didn't hesitate. The armor flashed with brilliance, and while millions of Dao rhymes flowed, another huge star appeared in his palm. When this thing came out, the world turned upside down, and ominous things were born. In an instant, the 7 saints Dao fruit in Lee Su's heavenly palace opened their eyes directly, with a vast light in their pupils and a dazzling and brilliant color on their bodies. Not only that, the entire heavenly palace was shaking, and the stars inside also made a sound like the earth rumbling. This is a warning that a disaster is about to happen. Lee Su was startled, and just as he was about to move, his severely damaged body trembled in the next second, and he directly spit out a large mouthful of blood. The cells in his body couldn't help but vibrate, and he couldn't even maintain the structure of his body. A large amount of blood spurted out from the damaged part, and the whole blood flowed like a river. Fuck. Facing his own situation, Lee Su's face turned black, and he showed an unbelievable look. He got a stitch in the side. Just like a sudden heart attack, the blood vessels in a certain position of the heart inexplicably arched too much blood, causing the blood vessels to be unable to bear the load and burst. And it happened that this point was the key to the operation of his flesh and blood supreme. The sudden internal explosion stopped the supreme. This is like drinking a sip of cold water, and it actually stuck your teeth. Before he could complain, the soul supreme also had a problem. The ghost realm was inexplicably shaking, and the tens of millions of ghosts that were bound by him struggled out in an instant, and happened to bump into the beautiful woman, who was sleeping on the mountain ranges of the reincarnation. The beautiful woman frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable, moved her body, and then her elbow was bent squarely on the reincarnation vortex. With a thud, Lee Su's eyes spurted blood and he almost turned over on the spot. Not only these 2 Taoist magic powers, but the others also received similar vibrations. For a while, the little people sitting in the heavenly palace were grinning, and their little bodies were shaken and tilted. The reaction to Lee Su's appearance was that blood spurted out again. Mouth, eyes, nose, ears, belly button, skin. In just over a second, a large piece of blood mist was formed, and there were problems with the stars themselves. A major traffic accident occurred between the miscellaneous roads, and there were situations such as water and fire colliding, fire and wind colliding, wood and earth colliding, etc. As if he was haunted by misfortune, Lee Su's star shook and a large gap appeared. The heavenly palace seemed to have experienced a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake, and it was tilted from side to side. The Dao fruits sitting inside were even more stunned. The original minor injury turned into a serious injury. Feeling the extremely bad situation in his body, Lee Su wanted to scold Nulian. He planned to run away, and was ready to be beaten by Pojin again, but what came was actually a black magic. The heavenly palace armored soldiers were simply unethical. Of course, complaining was complaining, but Lee Su didn't dare to stop now. If this trick happened again, he would probably be affected by the origin and hurt. Once the origin of the Tao is injured, it will not take 10 days or half a month to recover. It will take years, and it will take decades or hundreds of years. You have to know that he is now at the limit of the true immortal, and is about to break the mirror and achieve Tai. If he is really injured, even if he recovers, he will definitely not be able to reach the previous level. Fortunately, after this attack, He has already reached the edge of the ancient city and is only a stone's throw away from the exit. Asterisk 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 now. Suddenly, 6 armored men rushed out from the corner, their pupils glowing with shocking emotions, completely different from the red armor, and rushed straight to Lee Su. Before they got close, the Taoist magic was unleashed, and the 6 armored men spurted out a substance like pus and blood, forming a large net that covered Lee Su. Are there any armored men who have not been killed? Or half-armored men? Lee Su was startled. After all, he was a downtrodden man before, and he hacked them all to death. Not only that, the 6 armored men in front of him were very different from before. Their emotional characteristics were too obvious, and they could feel the violent ups and downs of emotions, as if they had been lying in ambush at the corner, waiting for this opportunity. The one who came to attack was naturally the master of the ancient city's natives. Lee Su killed the heavenly general, and they were naturally shocked. All their confidence disappeared at that moment. Although they lost their freedom and were tightly restricted here because of the armor, they were able to move independently without having to accompany those armors. They didn't plan to appear at first, not just this time, but also for the next year. Anyway, this group of people can only stay here for a full year at most, and will be released after a year because of innocence, so they have been secretly observing. As they expected, the black armor can't do anything to the other party. If they go up, they will die. Unlike those black armors, they live in the armor with their souls. If they are destroyed, they will be revived through the ancient city, but they are different. Once they die, the ancient city will directly restore the armor, and they will completely lose their sustenance. Tens of millions of years of efforts will be directly turned into bubbles. That's what they thought, but the other party won alone, and also let out the red armor that had never been deployed in their memory. Faced with this result, several armored soldiers felt heavy-hearted for a moment, and a certain thought came to their mind. They knew what the red armor meant. It was the armor that only the Emperor's personal army was qualified to wear. There were a total of 100 people, all of whom were 15 Fire Tai Zhuangsun, extremely powerful. It was the only army in the ancient heaven that had the strength to kill the Dalao Jingsun. This red armor came from that army. The invader was undoubtedly terribly strong, far beyond imagination. But compared to the red armor, it was far from enough. Although he was strong, he was still only a true immortal, not Tai. With a big gap in realm, even if the opponent had earth-shaking magical powers, he could not win. He would lose. He would definitely lose. Now the only question is, how to lose? Severely injured and escape, or be killed directly? The former is most likely. After all, the red armor has a range of activities, and if the opponent escapes, it will not actively pursue. When thinking of this, the 6 armored soldiers could no longer suppress their thoughts and became restless. After all, the flesh and blood of such a genius can be fully imagined. If they can intercept some of it, by using the secret method they possess, it will be 100 times more precious to them than the 20 million outsiders outside. Of course, the more this is the case, the more they dare not act. The opponent is too terrible. Once they are caught and react, they can easily kill them. For this reason, they have been waiting, not daring to move at all. Finally, the opponent obviously wanted to withdraw, and was hit by Podjin and Tanlang. Especially the second style Tanlang, which had already torn the opponent's avenue apart. Facing this scene, the 6 armors could no longer bear it and rushed out. The Taoist method used by Chijia in actual combat is called Shapaling. It was created by the ancient god Haoshan. In today's mythology, it is undoubtedly a fairy method above the best. There are 3 styles in total: Podjin, Tanlang, and Kisha. Among them, Podjin destroys the body, Tanlang eats luck, and Kisha cuts life. This method involves the power of cause and effect. 3 forms are integrated into one, and each form is more destructive than the other. If all 3 forms are taken at the same time, the lethality will be infinitely multiplied. The body destroying, food eating, and life slaying will blend with each other to form an immortal Dao injury. According to the classical records obtained from the side hall, Shapio Lang was in the ancient heaven, and his single round lethality could rank among the top 5. He could break the immortal body and indestructible body of the legendary Shangang Di Sha technique. Faced with this scene, he could no longer hold back and rushed forward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, this timing is really bad. The secret method created by Lord Haoshin is specifically for immortality techniques. Outside the west of the ancient city, an old man and a young man stood at the city gate. I don't know when they came out. At this moment, the old man and the young man each held a token in their hands, which had the aura of years, and had a similar aura to the ancient city. The pass to the demon subduing hall has been obtained. The old man shook his head. That little pervert is in trouble. This method is most effective against immortality. Once it takes shape, it will be like attachment to bone and marrow, and will be difficult to eradicate. And unfortunately, he is only a true immortal. If it were Tai, he would also be seriously injured, but he would still have a chance to recover. Now he is only a true immortal, and in turn, was severely injured by Tai with this technique. I'm afraid he will never have a chance to recover in this lifetime. I have to admit that those guys caught the timing too well. On the side, the little girl blinked her eyes while listening to her grandfather's words and disagreed. Not necessarily, Grandpa. Oh. What do you mean? The old man was stunned and a little surprised. They could see Li Su's situation clearly. The injury was not disguised. In fact, his breath had already dropped. Podjin and Tanlang had caused great harm to him. Now he was blocked by the 6 guys. Even if they could not threaten each other, they only needed to block them for a moment to give Chijia time to recover. That was enough. The 3 styles of Shapiol-Lang, Tanlang and Kisha are closer to the causal technique. As long as you are in the ancient city, you will definitely not be able to avoid it. Unless you are in those specific safe areas, you will be hit directly. The little girl answered. She had fought with Li Su before, so she knew very well that the opponent still had a killer move that he had not used. It was just that with those methods just now, she would not have run away when she was in the other side. Instinct told her that it was very dangerous. The intuition beyond ordinary people even caught a glimpse of the future and saw the scene of herself being smashed by the opponent's punch. Grandpa, how do we get to the demon subduing hall? Just use magic power to activate it. Then let's go. Don't watch it anymore. The old man was stunned. You know, when it comes to fighting, his granddaughter likes it the most. Don't watch it anymore. Okay. The old and the young used their magic power at the same time, and the token in their hand shook. A light swept by, and the two disappeared directly. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the ancient city. Although Li Su was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the 6 armors, he had no time to think about it now. The sense of crisis behind him was constantly increasing, doubling every 0.01 second. Even though he didn't know that the trick Kaija was using at this moment was created by the Lord Haoshin, he was aware of the crisis. This trick can't be taken, nor can it be resisted. It must be avoided. Otherwise, even he would probably be in danger. The moment the thought fell, a large flag was directly reflected in Li Su's pupils. The flag was like fire, burning fiercely, and the vast history of the human race was presented inside. That was the treasure, the Xinhuo flag. In an instant, the turbulent 7 saints in the body calmed down, the huge heavenly palace and the vast starry world were fixed, and the raging fire rose up, and the endless fire ignited everything. As the treasure awakened, the power of the greedy wolf and the power of the broken army were instantly covered by the fire, rolled up, and thrown out of the body. Under the stunned gazes of the 6 armors, the mighty blood and energy burst out, instantly defeating the large net formed by them. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of them. At the same time, Li Su's eyes flashed with cold light, and the sword intent of the absolute immortal directly pierced through the remaining 5 bodies. It did not destroy the armor, which was too hard, but directly acted on the spirit on the armor. The sword intent directly pierced into it and instantly crushed it. The void trembled, and Li Su did not move, but he appeared directly outside the ancient city. As he left the range of the ancient city's Dao Yun, the red armor shook, and the accumulated 3rd style of the Shapiol-Lang, 7 kills, stopped in midair. Retracting his hand, the red armor turned into light and disappeared from the ancient city. As it disappeared, the ancient city began to shake, and the vast Dao Yun was quickly withdrawn. The reflection of the whole city began to blur, and it scattered into particles and merged into the underground of the ancient city along with the recovered Dao Yun. Boom. 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 A huge roar sounded, and the ground under the ancient city and around it began to shake. Countless soil surged out and quickly overturned. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the huge damage caused by the fight between Shijia and Lee Su disappeared. As everything returned to its original state, the previous battle seemed to have never happened at this moment, and everything returned to calm. At this moment, there were people in the ancient city. They were the natives, and they disappeared. With fear, hatred, and madness on their faces, they looked at Lee Su, and even more at the armor held in Lee Su's hand. It fell gently, and Lee Su couldn't help but let out a breath. It is worthy of being something left by the ancient heaven. It has not been repaired for millions of years, and he was forced to use a treasure to get out. If someone else had the same strength as him, he would probably fall into it. He looked down at the armor he had grabbed. Although it looked completely dull and dead, he could still feel the emotions in it through the Supreme Soul, and it was trembling. Although I don't know what the armor in my hand is, judging from the emotional reactions of the natives, whether I can understand the situation of the immortal prison, this armor in my hand is very important. There were some unexpected things in the process, but the ending was satisfactory, and the original plan was basically achieved. Next, I have to get a good understanding of the specific situation of this immortal prison. Chapter 716 I don't mind killing you again. In front of the ancient city, all the Tai, dozens of true immortals, and many heavenly immortals came over, wanting to know the situation. At this moment, not far in front of Lee Su, there were 3 natives. After the battle, they took the initiative to come out, and began to confess. 5 of the 6 masters who controlled them were beheaded, and the only one left was now in Lee Su's hand, which meant that they were completely free. So, you are deliberately guiding us through words, in order to make us kill each other? Yes. What is the purpose? To obtain your flesh and blood, or to obtain the resentment in your flesh and blood? Resentment? To obtain flesh and blood means that people can only be captured, not killed. The flesh and blood must be removed while they are alive. Otherwise, once they are confirmed dead, the immortal prison will immediately revive them, and the obtained flesh and blood will disappear. So it must be removed while they are alive. Although the immortal prison can revive continuously, if there are too many deaths, some problems will arise, and such problems will be felt, even if they do not go out, such as losing part of their memories, and finding something wrong with their bodies after recovery. As long as you die several times in a row, you will realize that you cannot die continuously. Not only that, using magic power to be killed by the punishment of the immortal prison is different from being killed by others. The punishment will be strengthened, and it will cause unimaginable pain. In the ancient city, as long as you do not get close to the central area, and do not attack the natives, you can move freely. So in the end, it will form a situation where, in the face of a strong person, as long as you are not dead, you are willing to hand over some of your flesh and blood. But even if you are a weakling, if you don't die, cutting off your own flesh and blood will undoubtedly cause resentment, and the longer this hatred lasts, the deeper it will be. This kind of flesh and blood is the best food for them. At this point, the aboriginal paused and couldn't help but glance at the armor in Lee Su's hand. So, it doesn't matter if there is more flesh and blood, as long as the time is long enough. Then what about you? You shouldn't be a criminal of the ancient heaven, right? Why do you stay here? The old man in the heaven asked again. These people were obviously like them. They were monks from the mythical world who accidentally entered here. According to reason, they should be able to leave here in about a year. Hearing the words of the old man in the heaven, the aboriginal's eyes projected an extremely strong hatred. He stared at the armor in Lee Su's hand, and said with gritted teeth after a while, because of killing each other. Huh? What do you mean? This is the immortal prison, a place where the ancient heavenly court used to imprison criminals. Although the immortal prison has become ownerless due to the great destruction, some functions still exist. Most of us who entered here entered by accident. Because there is no manager, we have become criminals. We need to stay for a full year and wait until the immortal prison conducts a self-examination before we are sent out. Therefore, for the immortal prison, all of us are innocent. However, when we started to kill each other, we violated the rules of the immortal prison. So when the 1-year period is up, the heavenly court begins to conduct a self-examination, and those of us with blood on our hands naturally become guilty. Hiss. Hearing this, the old man in the heavenly court and others could not help but inhale a breath of extraordinary particles. You must know that at the beginning, their original idea was to observe the situation first. It's not that they didn't think deeply, but that they currently have too little information. Rash actions will only put themselves in a disadvantageous state. If Lee Su hadn't approached them to cooperate, there is no doubt that under this routine, the ending is predictable. There is a high probability that they will become the same as this group of people, becoming slaves of those things, staying here year after year, and exploiting the new outsiders together. This routine is too absolute. It is impossible to find it before the self-examination of the immortal prison. Even when the time comes, everyone will probably be very happy, thinking that the hard days are coming to an end. As a result, what is coming is greater despair. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little creepy. They couldn't help but look at Lee Su with gratitude on their faces. Fortunately, the Taoist of GGO also came, and he noticed that the Aborigines were not right from the beginning, and went down directly. Otherwise, facing this ring after ring of routines, let alone other people, none of them, Tai, can escape. After all, they are the strongest among all people. Once they start hunting, they will naturally go down and make the target completely desperate and unable to resist. The old man in the heavenly court was also full of coldness at this moment, and he was terrified. You know, after watching the battle in the ancient city, he immediately realized that this immortal prison was a dead end for them. After all, in the immortal prison, most places cannot use mana. Without mana, the deterrence that Tai can form naturally becomes extremely limited. Although the old man in the heavenly court has a very strong body, he can't do the record of Lee Su almost breaking through the ancient city alone. In a short period of time, even the Aborigines will find it difficult to break through. This is a common problem of the monks in the mythological world. Once a foundation is established, they can use the magical powers of Taoism. When the golden elixir is in Malay, there is very little physical combat. Although the fist and foot skills are stronger than those of mortals, the gap is still obvious when facing the Aborigines who are already accustomed to not using mana. Facing the encirclement and suppression of tens of thousands of people, even if the old man in the heavenly court brings some strong men together, it is difficult to do what Lee Su did. After all, their Malay skills are too poor. Even if they really succeed in the end, it will be too late. At that time, the Aborigines only need to say that your hands are stained with blood and you have become sinners, and people's hearts will be scattered on the spot. There was no need to guess about human nature. By that time, Tai, with blood on his hands, would almost certainly betray him. When he realized that he had fallen into hell and there was no hope for him, he would naturally drag the others down with him. Falling into the pit of the immortal prison was not death, but a life worse than death. Seeing the frightened expressions on the faces of the old man from heaven and others, the three natives who took the initiative to explain everything looked at each other. Then one of them took a breath, gritted his teeth and knelt down. Seeing this, the other two also knelt down on the ground without hesitation, with great anger and hatred in their eyes, and said, "Fellow Taoists, although I know that as accomplices, we are not qualified to put forward conditions, please kill this evil." He took a deep breath and said with pain on his face, "Once we become sinners, we will fall into their hands. We are actually not willing to do such things, but we can't bear the torture of darkness and hopelessness. As long as we don't bow our heads, it will never stop. As long as they are gone, we don't need to do this kind of thing. Next, we just need to suffer enough punishment in the immortal prison, and then we can leave here and get complete liberation." Liberation? Someone was stunned. The Aboriginal who spoke calmly said, "In fact, even the youngest of us have lived for thousands of years, and some have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of the people here are only true immortals, not even Tai. Their lifespans have long come to an end. Once they leave the immortal prison, they will die immediately." At this point, the Aboriginals did not say anything, but everyone present could feel that for this group of people, they probably no longer had the desire to survive. The only thought was to escape from the immortal prison. As long as they could escape from this terrible hell, anything would be fine. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. It was hateful, but also pitiful. Although they couldn't say that they felt the same way, just thinking about the experience of these aboriginals was undoubtedly chilling. Although they were accomplices to the tiger, if it were them, could they persist? No. Death is still a very terrible thing, let alone a life worse than death. And it's the kind of life worse than death that lasts for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Don't worry, it won't survive. A cultivator couldn't help but speak. When they thought about how they almost fell into the other party's calculation, the people who were terrified were naturally angry about the existence of the aboriginal. This kind of thing really deserves to be killed, deserves to die. Soon the words of that person were agreed by most people. Although the aboriginals were hateful, as the guys behind the murderer, they were really deadly enemies. Hearing the answer, the aboriginal couldn't help but take a breath and showed gratitude. Of course, it was said, but no one really took action. Just kidding, that thing was caught by Lisu, so they didn't deal with it with all their strength. In the battle of the ancient city, everyone saw the strength that Lisu showed, and they also deeply understood that facing Lisu here, even if they were at the Tai realm, there was only one ending, being beaten to death by him, and they couldn't even run away. What's more, although the people on the side of the heavenly court, the thunder department, the wind department, the rain department, and the little guy Zhang Yuan all showed expressions that they deserved to be killed, the old man in the heavenly court did not speak. Not to mention that everyone present this time has done Lisu a great favor. If it weren't for him, this immortal prison would undoubtedly become a hell for everyone. Therefore, before the other party expressed his position, naturally no one dared to take action. Lisu, who had been silent all this time, exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Although he suppressed his injuries with the treasure and cut off the two forces of Pojin and Tanlang at the same time, he was still in a very bad condition. After the old man from the heavenly court and others came over, he began to repair himself without saying a word. It was not until this moment that the aboriginal begged to kill the will in the armor he caught that he responded. Brother. Xiaoqing, who was guarding beside Lisu, spoke immediately with a worried look on his face. It's okay. Lisu smiled. Although the injury was indeed a bit serious, the opponent's power was cut off by the Xinhuo flag. Recovery is basically a matter of time and his own manner. According to the current situation, it will take at least half a month, or at most a month, to basically recover. Thinking of this, Lisu couldn't help but start to grind his teeth. He had been injured only a few times in his life, and this guy jumped into the top 3, just a little short of the first place. If it weren't for the treasure, the last blow that failed to hit would probably have killed him. And those 6 turtles were so sinister. They suddenly jumped out at that critical moment, forcing him to use the treasure. Fortunately, they were very weak. He only needed to suppress the turmoil in his body, and didn't need to pour out the power of the treasure. The aura of the treasure was too obvious. Once it erupted, even if it was just a little fluctuation, it would be extremely eye-catching, and would be captured by others. There were so many people outside the ancient city, who knew which one was the enemy, and which one was the friendly army. Although he exposed himself to have the treasure, these people would probably think of GGOO, suspecting that the saint gave it to him for self-defense, and would not think that this thing was Lisu's. But if he did so, the news would certainly spread. Not to mention the reaction of GGOO, the fact that he had the treasure would expose himself. If someone else wanted to attack him, wouldn't he have to be on guard? Or should he be prepared? In other words, if he didn't kill someone who could have been killed, he might be fully prepared to be counterattacked by the other party, because he had the treasure. Although he was not exposed in the end, he acted very calmly after coming out, but the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. The main thing was that he felt uncomfortable. What was his identity? The grandson-in-law of the Emperor of Heaven. You are the red armor of the heavenly court, and there is a 90% chance that you are a personal soldier. It would be fine if you didn't hold back, but you actually tried to kill him. You'd better die, otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Boy, are you okay? The old man from the heavenly court also came over, and couldn't help but speak. He saw the last fight very clearly. Lisu was seriously injured, and the old man had some memory of the trick used by the Red Armor Heavenly General. Although he didn't remember it at the time, he recalled it immediately afterwards. This trick was recorded in the diary of the Lord of Haoshan. It's called Shapiolang. It is a top-notch killing move, with great power and shocking consequences. It has a great restraint on immortality skills. Lee Su glanced at the old man, and slowly said, "Senior, I think we should renegotiate the content of the discussion." The old man in the heavenly palace was stunned. Content? What's wrong with the content? I should charge a fee. Lee Su sighed, and felt a little regretful. If he had known that there was such a terrifying thing squatting in the ancient city, how could he just ask the other party to take care of King Arunbasu? He should have charged a fee directly. He was too careless. He didn't think too much at the time. He thought that, even if he couldn't win, it shouldn't be difficult to retreat. He was too confident. Now, in terms of his current situation, 3 or 5 stars can't escape. It's a blood loss. Hearing this, the old man in the heavenly palace twitched his mouth, and said without hesitation, "Haha, don't even think about it." Originally, in such a battle, it would not matter, even if he gave the other party 10 or so star crystals. After all, he had a lot of crystals in his hands. After millions of years of accumulation, even if most of them were used, there would still be a lot. But the blackmail incident on the dragon ship, 1,500 star crystals, that was really painful for the old man to pay. Not only was his savings emptied by the other party, but he also had to borrow about 500 crystals. When he thought that he would be in debt for a long time in the future, the old man couldn't help but shudder. "Senior, let the children fight hard," and the old man just sits back and enjoys the fruits of their labor. "Don't you feel guilty?" Lee Su said faintly. The old man in the heavenly court rolled his eyes directly. "Not at all, especially for a guy who made me a debtor." TSK. Lee Su smacked his lips, grabbed the armor, and gave King Arunbasu a look and said, "Stingy guy, drink cold water. King Asenia's sister, let's go." After that, he was about to leave with the 2 women. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that the biggest contributor to this matter would wake up and say nothing about the matter of the immortal prison. He was about to leave with the armor. "Daoyao, don't you want to discuss the matter in the ancient city?" Someone couldn't help but speak up. It was a true immortal, not from the heaven, and the person on the dragon boat before. "Sir, we also ask you to kill the evil demon in the armor." The 100,000 natives of the ancient city are grateful. The natives also spoke up. The armor was undoubtedly the biggest nightmare for them. As long as they were not sure that the other party was dead, they would not be able to rest. Lee Su paused, smiled, turned his head, and glanced at the true immortal, and said very directly, "I was the one who attacked the ancient city, and I was also the one who took out the spoils. What should I discuss with you?" The true immortal was stunned. He didn't expect Lee Su to reply to him like this. His face immediately became a little ugly. He was slapped in public and his face hurt. "Call me Daoyao? Are you higher than me in status? Or are you stronger than me?" Lee Su's eyes flashed with cold light. Although he didn't like things like suppressing others with status, as a disciple of Jijiao, there were some things he couldn't help but defend. In front of the sects in the upper domain, the big sect is a king, a monarch-like existence. Even the great Luo of the upper realm dared not address him casually. How could a true immortal call him Daoyao? The other party paused, and suddenly remembered Lee Su's identity. All the words were stuck in his throat for a moment. His face turned pale, and he quickly lowered his head, unable to utter a single word. Lee Su ignored the true immortal, and turned to look at the aboriginal who had spoken. "Ordinary people know to treat people to a meal, even if they ask for a small favor. You said that you have been enslaved by this thing for countless years, and the result is that you repay it with the 4 words gratefulness and disrespect. I have killed 5 of them, but you didn't show any gratitude. Instead, you are still not satisfied. You want me to kill the last one immediately and let you be completely free. When you came to kill me just now, I didn't see any reluctance from you. Now you are so shameless. Let you be free. Why? Because you took the initiative to come out and said something that I must know." The more he spoke, the colder his expression became, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his pupils, and he said, "It can make you live a life worse than death. You think I can't do it? Do you want to try again?" Looking at the three pale and terrified aboriginals, Lee Su sneered, "The things in the armor will lose their power once they leave the ancient city. In other words, even if its power can radiate around the ancient city, it will not work if it is far away. You are free to come and go, but you still stay here, willing to be enslaved by them rather than leave. Why? You say it's a high-sounding way to say you have no choice, but are you really just forced to do it now? Recognize your identities, or I don't mind killing you again." Chapter 717 I won't become a burden to you. After walking a distance and stopping, Lee Su exhaled a breath with a little blood in it. The treatment just now was not completed, but it was suppressed. The flesh was fine. With the help of the supreme flesh and blood, it recovered quickly. The main problem was that the origin star had a big crack on it. The existence of this crack had a great impact on him. If he was not careful, it would vibrate, and even the repaired flesh would be injured again. It must be said that the two moves of Pojin and Tanlang did have a great impact on Lee Su. Even if the remaining power was used by the Supreme Treasure to slash out the two moves, it still had a great impact on him. "Brother?" Kinga couldn't help but change his face, and Besu couldn't help but frowned with a serious look. She also saw that the blood Lee Su had spit out was not an external injury, but a Tao injury, which was formed in the root and reflected on the flesh from the inside out. Lee Su patted the other person's head. "I'm fine. Junior brother, your injury. Well, the last two punches from Kaijaya affected the origin, and a crack was made on it. It will take time to repair." Lee Su nodded and did not hide it. The injury was indeed serious, but the most troublesome part had been dealt with by the Xinhuo flag, and the remaining half a month or so should be enough. At this point, he paused. "Senior sister, when the people from the heavenly court come over, you will follow them for the time being." Kinga's face tightened, and the hand holding Lee Su's sleeve could not help but increase the strength. Beisu's eyes also shrank, and she could not help but say, "Are they lying?" Lee Su shook his head. "They are telling the truth. This armor in my hand, including the 5 people I just killed, is indeed behind controlling them." The two women were startled and showed puzzled expressions. "Because it's real, they can't let the guy in the armor live. They will try their best to kill him no matter what. So it won't be long before they attack me." Lee Su said slowly, "Freedom is within reach. Who can give it up? In that case, brother, just give them the armor." Kinga couldn't help but speak. Compared with the armor, she was undoubtedly more concerned about Lee Su's situation. If he was not injured, Lee Su would do whatever he wanted. Now that he is obviously injured, the impact will undoubtedly be greater if a battle breaks out. That group of people, no, people on both sides have bad intentions, right? Besu couldn't help but said after thinking for a moment. Lee Su smiled and nodded. "Yeah. People on both sides?" Kinga was a little dazed, with a puzzled look on her face. The representatives of the indigenous people came here, firstly out of fear. After all, Junior Brother's performance in the ancient city was obvious to all. Many people were beaten to death by him 4 or 5 times. His strength has been imprinted in their hearts, and it is impossible to erase it in a short time. Similarly, this is the same for the people on the dragon boat, so they dare not take action. Secondly, they want to test Junior Brother's condition. After all, when he left the ancient city, Junior Brother's condition was not good, and he was obviously injured. They just don't know how serious the injury is, so they want to find out the truth. That true immortal deliberately spoke, and the indigenous people's request was the same, just to know Junior Brother's reaction. For example, that true immortal, he couldn't be unaware of Junior Brother's identity, and he clearly wanted to see Junior Brother's reaction. However, facing the extremely powerful Junior Brother, plus the fear left by the previous battle in the ancient city, they are a little confused, and the people from the heavenly court are also next to them. Baking took a deep breath, and a cold look appeared on his ethereal face. Although they are scared now, this balance will be broken sooner or later. After all, the armor in Junior Brother's hand is something that the natives must solve. They can't stand it for long. And that group of people are probably waiting too. Due to Junior Brother's status, they dare not do anything on the surface, but they will definitely find ways to contain the people in the heavenly court and prevent them from helping. Why? Kinga was stunned, showing an extremely confused look. It was obviously his brother who drilled through the ancient city and let everyone know the situation here. He was undoubtedly their benefactor. Why are these people like this? In the face of absolute interests, everything is empty. Bae-su shook her head. The amazing strength shown by Lee-su, those skills, which one of them didn't make people jealous? As for the other party being a disciple of a big sect, and the means are the means of the big sect? At most, I won't use it in front of the big sect. As long as I can get it, it doesn't matter. As for whether it will be exposed, I'm kidding. The myth world is not a good place. Most people are desperate people. People who have today and no tomorrow. As long as the benefits are enough, madness is in their bones. Bae-su had seen this kind of character a lot in the demon clan. If Lee-su was intact, he would be obedient. Once he showed the slightest weakness, this group of people would pounce on him without hesitation. This group of people probably didn't even think that, even if they could get the Taoism that Lee-su used, they could learn it. In fact, if the people here were all from the big sects, they wouldn't have to think too much, because they knew that stealing this kind of Taoism would actually be more trouble than gain. It was too difficult, and it involved the core, so the core part would definitely not be obtained. Obviously, a slight mistake would lead to a huge error. Unless it was a battle of destruction, and the fundamental law was directly obtained. Otherwise this top level Taoism would be a big bit. Therefore, it was not as valuable as killing Lee-su directly. After all, if one day he was forced to be exposed, and was inferior to the saint of the other big sect, that would be a real blow, and he couldn't bear it at all. Although Bae-su didn't say these words. After all, the sisters were connected in spirit, and Kinga realized it immediately. In an instant, Kinga's pupils shrank into a line, with extremely violent emotions gathering in them. The little girl had a simple mind, and didn't care about many things. One was her sister and the other was her brother. Now she understood why that group of people wanted to target her brother. How could she suppress her hatred? I understand. Bae-su nodded. She turned to look at Lee-su and said, but we won't go to the heavenly palace. Lee-su frowned, and was about to say something. You asked us to go to heaven instead of joining forces with heaven, which means that, even if the natives come to cause trouble, we can deal with it alone. Bae-su said in a deep voice, so your biggest fear here is us. When you can't use your magic power, your physical body is too limited. Once there is a problem on our side, your energy will inevitably be involved. Junior brother, you should have this consideration, and want to let the two of us face the natives in a relatively safe situation. But junior brother, are you sure that heaven is on our side? What if they change their mind? The 8 major sects in the mythological world are standing on equal footing. Although Kinga and I have been staying in Biju, we can't say that we are out of touch with the news. We still know some things. The relationship between heaven and GGO may be good, but it's just good. If you are just a little strong, it doesn't matter, but the strength you have shown now has exceeded imagination. Let alone when you were with the people from heaven before. The old man in heaven looked at you in the battle of the ancient city. There was something wrong in his eyes. Human nature is to naturally lean towards one's own side, just as you care about us, and we care about you more. If we have to make an analogy, to us, the 20 million people here, including all the people in heaven, are not as important as you. This is called the difference between close and distant, and it is human nature. So, before your injury recovers, I don't trust the indigenous people, the people on the dragon boat, and even the people in heaven. Lee-su was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Bae-su, who didn't like to talk much, opened his mouth and said a lot of big truths, which made the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. No, Bae-su suddenly laughed. My sister said that the biggest characteristic of Asu is that he values feelings. His heart is very small and can't accommodate too many people. Therefore, when it comes to people he cares about, he will really go crazy. I don't know if it's true, but I want to try. I'm a cultivator, and so is my sister. Although we can't help you at this stage, we will never be a burden to you. Never. So, Your Highness the Great Tyrant, we believe in you, and will definitely return as a king. So, before that, we will protect ourselves. Before you recover, the two of us will never be caught by the indigenous people or the people on the dragon boat, and become a handle to threaten you. After that, Bae-su said softly, Kinga, Okay. Xiao King's pupils began to shine, and the fluctuations of magic power burst out directly. Without hesitation, she transformed into her true form, and turned into a huge green snake covered with scales and armor, looking extremely ferocious. Without waiting for Li Su to speak, Kinga opened her mouth, and swallowed Besu in one gulp. Her body suddenly rolled up, and she turned into a green light, and rushed into the distance. In an instant, it was hundreds of miles away. Boom. A terrible thunder sounded. Facing Kinga's explosion, the immortal prison responded. Thunder shook the sky, and a ray of white light directly broke through the sky, and chased Kinga, who was going away. With a loud bang, the sky turned pale. In the terrible lightning, a green figure was seen with blood splattering in the sky. Boom. Boom. One blow, not dead. The next moment, thunders broke out one after another, forming beams of white light, which struck the huge green light. In an instant, the green light dimmed and disappeared. A moment later, a huge white snake phantom appeared, trembling instantly, and flew away rapidly to a farther distance. The sound of thunder, at this moment, directly shook the entire immortal prison. Under the terrible thunder, blood splashed in the sky, but there was no scream. Asterisk 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 not good. Facing this scene, the people on the dragon boat in the ancient city, who were exchanging glances, could not help but change their faces. They naturally set their sights on the two women beside Li Su. Facing this invincible GGO disciple, it was obvious that the only blind spot was the two women. As long as they caught them, what they wanted might not be so difficult. They just needed to wait for the natives to take action, and then they would take the opportunity to step forward and catch the seriously injured Li Su, and everything would go smoothly. They saw the battle in the ancient city clearly. Although Xiao can be resurrected, the recovery is very slow, and it takes some time to be normal. As long as the person can be locked in place, this time difference, regardless of the cost, is enough to make the recovered person suffer again. As for whether the heavenly court will agree, facing the natives and them, with their magic power restricted, will they fight for a GGO disciple? As for the natives, they naturally cannot refuse. After all, it is related to their freedom. As for what will happen to themselves and others if they get the GGO disciple, the aboriginals have already provided them with a plan. At most, they will become criminals in the immortal prison and stay there for a while longer. In fact, some people have already suspected that the aboriginals deliberately came out to say those things. The purpose is actually the same as before. They deliberately said it to them, and the purpose is to make it easier to attack Li Su. Do you want to chase? Some people couldn't help it. With those two burdens, it would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with Li Su. Someone sneered and responded, "No, wait for the aboriginals here to succeed. It's rare that someone is willing to take the initiative. Isn't it good for us to reap the results here? The main target has been taken, and we can slowly find them." Asterisk 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 teacher, they actually left. Where the heavenly court is. Li Su ended the cooperation between the two parties as a joke. After the old man and the heavenly court took them away, following the old man's analysis, several people showed a look of sudden realization and realized Li Su's situation at the time. At this moment, seeing the two women around Li Su forcibly leave under the punishment of the immortal prison, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. Even if this GGO Daozi is seriously injured, he is still a wounded beast. It is very dangerous to touch him. If you want to attack him, the best way is to target the people around him. Those two girls are talented, but unfortunately their realm is too low. It can be said that they are the only flaw in the invincibility of GGO Daozi. The old man in the heaven took a deep breath. Therefore, it is the best way for them to leave. Teacher, why? Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. Why don't you look for us? The old man in the heaven looked at his apprentice and sighed. Silly boy, why else? Of course I don't believe it. If it were me, if I were those two girls, I wouldn't believe it either. Two girls? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Not the GGO Daozi? What else? Do you think the GGO Daozi would let the two girls endure the heavenly tribulation? Let them die once? If so, he would not take the two girls away to explain. He just needs to concentrate on healing. Even if the natives come to kill him, what does it matter? Once he recovers, these people will be returned sooner or later. He took the two of them away to explain. He should be planning to trade with me so that I can protect the two girls before his injuries recover. At this point, the old man in the heavenly court paused and said, "The GGO Deozi may be a person who values feelings, but he is definitely not a naive person. He dares to hand people over to me, which means he is confident and has a way to control me. Therefore, leaving is probably the decision made by the two girls themselves. So this group of people is going to be miserable. For a person who values feelings, if you hurt him, he will kill you. But if you dare to hurt someone he cares about." At this point, the old man stopped talking. But at this moment, everyone, including Zhang Yuan, couldn't help but gasp. Because there was no need to say more. The aboriginals in the ancient city were ready to move, and many people on the dragon boat were calculating. Chill, an unprecedented chill, swept through everyone's body and mind. That kind of cold, unprecedented, like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake, like a rabbit being stared at by an eagle, as if a tiger a foot tall suddenly jumped out in front of a person walking in the forest. In an instant, the bones seemed to be frozen, and the blood in the body solidified. Even the people on the heavenly side couldn't help but raise their heads and look directly at Li Su, who had become a lonely man not far from the ancient city as the two women left. Smoke made of blood slowly swirled from his body. That was not a fluctuation of mana, but a scene formed when the blood in the flesh entered an unprecedented high-speed flow state. Mortals would also have this situation, but Li Su's was more extreme and more obvious. Usually, this scene appears. Either they are doing strenuous exercise or they are extremely emotional. The man turned around slowly, as if a giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time was awakened. His eyes were scarlet, filled with endless brutality, like a giant beast that had woken up and saw the blood of its own children. In an instant, their eyes met, and what they saw was a terrifying emotion that could make the soul tremble. The extreme made Li Su's will descend into reality, distorting the void like a sharp knife, directly piercing into everyone's heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The earth was cracking, the void was making a sound, and the astonishing murderous intent was like a knife, cutting and slicing around Li Su. He didn't even move for hundreds of meters, but it seemed as if he had been plowed by someone, which was extremely tragic. Hiss. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The huge ancient city, tens of millions of people, at this moment, couldn't say a word. A look almost extinguished all their thoughts. At this moment, the feeling given to them by this GGO Taoist was even more dangerous and terrifying than the previous chiseling through the ancient city. Chapter 718 Irreconcilable. Standing in place, Li Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not act because of extreme emotions. From the moment he saw the thunder in the sky hit the two women's true bodies, he had no thoughts in his mind. Apart from the uncontrollable violence, all his thoughts were focused on the stars in his body. The injury was indeed very serious. Not only the stars, but his heavenly palace was also greatly affected and broke. This kind of injury is actually very serious for someone else. It has affected the foundation. He must immediately go into seclusion, and it must be a deadly seclusion, spending a long time and cutting off all perceptions with the outside world. Li Su did not need to do that because he had a dual foundation. In addition to forming the heavenly palace, there were also 7 holy fruits. At this moment, the 7 holy fruits in the heavenly palace trembled. Their eyes were sacred, and their bodies bloomed brilliantly. They were the highest avenues, and power continued to flow out of them, pouring into the heavenly palace, quickly eroding and smoothing the cracks on it. The amazing will was also in operation, acting on the stars of itself at the meeting, quickly stitching up the gaps left on it, and repairing it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the Xinhuo flag was also glowing at this moment, and billions of Xinhuo fell down, suppressing the huge stars, so that the injuries would not continue to be damaged by the movement of the stars. As time passed, in just 1 hour, Li Su's heavenly palace had been repaired for the most part, and the damaged places were filled with the joint efforts of the 7 saints. The stars were slower, not only a matter of smoothness, but also required strength to fill. However, the speed was not slow. After all, he had many sources of mana, especially the almost endless source of the long river above his head, which was constantly irrigating, and every second would generate extremely huge energy. In just 1 hour, he completed the level. That would take almost a day or even 2 days to complete. If this goes on, Lee Soo should be able to recover in 1 day at most. To be able to do this, extreme emotions help, but the biggest thing is that he really put everything aside and went all out. If the 2 women were still here, even if the heavenly court promised to protect him, he might not be able to do this. He needs to divide some of his thoughts and pay attention to the situation of the 2 women. Asterisk 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 what to do. Facing Lee Soo's extreme will and the biting cold, everything that happened not long ago immediately occupied their hearts. The tragic scene was too shocking, and they could not muster up the courage for a while. Facing this existence that almost drilled through the entire ancient city, they did not move here, but the aboriginals in the ancient city gradually became restless. Their emotions gradually became irritable, and their pupils began to turn red. There was only one armor left controlling them. As long as it was destroyed, freedom would be in front of them, and the nightmare-like days would no longer exist. Kill it out. Some aboriginals were red-eyed and couldn't help but speak. Why should they continue to be controlled by others when freedom was so close? They had lost too much, and there was nothing to lose. What if the other party was strong? Are they afraid of death? Someone spoke up and suppressed the fear in his heart, and soon a chain reaction occurred. More and more aboriginal faces began to distort and became more and more crazy. Finally, with the first aboriginal rushing out of the ancient city, like a torrent, the 100,000 aboriginals in the ancient city rushed out crazily. Asterisk 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 it started. Facing this scene, the eyes of the people on the dragon boat moved, and many people clenched their fists directly. Finally, they took action. Many people couldn't bear it any longer. If they delay like this, what if Lee Soo's injury heals? Wouldn't that be more troublesome? Now that the aboriginals have finally taken action, it means that there is only one outcome for this battle. The group of aboriginals must have tried every means to kill Lee Soo and control him. Otherwise, once Lee Soo recovers, they will definitely retaliate in the most tragic way. In other words, they have no way out. Intentionally or unintentionally, many people's eyes are shifting, looking at the heavenly court not far away. In this place now, the heavenly court is undoubtedly the only variable, especially the head of the heavenly court, old man. Many people know him and know his identity. As one of the 3 elders of the Thunder Department, the other party has an extremely strong physique. Once in the heavenly court martial arts performance, a 10-fire celestial immortal went all out to attack, but was caught and crushed by him. This was without using magic power. It is completely conceivable how powerful he is in the immortal prison, where magic power cannot be used. The only good thing is that, like the disciples of GGOO, the other party also has concerns, and is being dragged down by others. Therefore, those who have an idea did not look at the old man in the heaven, but stared at the Tai and his disciples behind him to contain him. Asterisk 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 teacher. As the ancient city began to act, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, I don't understand why the brother of GGO is unwilling to give up the armor. As long as he gives up the armor and lets the natives destroy it, won't these things happen? After all, what the natives want is just their freedom. Why is the brother of GGO unwilling to give it? Isn't this forcing the other party to fight him to death? The old man in the heaven was silent and shook his head directly. Didn't he think of Zhang Yuan's question? He naturally thought of it. The other party had no need to put himself in such a predicament, so there was probably only one reason why Lee Soo was unwilling to let go. The armor itself has great value, and it is even so high that he is unwilling to let go, even if he is in such a predicament. Thinking of this, the old man in the heavenly palace felt a little sorry. The 2 women left too decisively. If they could stay and let him make a deal, maybe he could get something out of them. Asterisk 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 standing in place, looking at the natives rushing over, Lee Soo did not react too much. As long as the armor was still in his hands, this group of people would never give up. There was basically no room for maneuver between the 2 sides. They would definitely come to rob. The armor did have a certain value. Lee Soo knew it when he caught the other party. The Supreme Soul allowed him to instantly obtain a lot of information from the other party's spiritual body, including the current situation of the immortal prison. This group of people did not have the so-called freedom at all. They had all died long ago. Those who were alive were just some things that seemed to be but were not. The so-called liberation and freedom were just their imaginations. They would never be able to be liberated. Although Lee Su did not know how many times this was, the consciousness in the armor existed in the previous term, but he himself did not know that it was buried deep in his consciousness and completely blocked. As for what they are, it is very simple. They are evil, torturing outsiders and gaining resentment as their only appeal, and the purpose of doing so is very simple: to save themselves. Lee Su's eyes moved slightly and looked towards the direction of the ancient city. There was a huge gap in the center, as if it was pierced by a huge spear, suppressing an evil life and nailed there. It was seriously injured, and its will was almost annihilated, but this thing did not die. Not only did it not die, but over the past million years, it continued to release its power, infecting people who accidentally fell into the immortal prison, and controlling them to work for itself. As for why it did not completely control them, but in this suggestive way, it must be said that the evil nature has a good grasp of the ugliness of human nature. Compared with the effort of controlling it, it is better to let them make trouble on their own. The results are very impressive. Today, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and it has collected a lot of resentment. Therefore, this armor in the hand cannot be killed, but it cannot be put back. If it is killed, the evil nature in the armor may be directly attached to other natives, but there is also a great possibility that it will return directly to the body. It was not possible to release it. The evil nature of the other 5 armors that he killed all entered this last armor when their consciousness was annihilated, which means that there was also a chance of returning to the body. Even Lee Su did not dare to go too far. What if it was too far and the evil nature inside was lost? Just returning is not terrible. What is terrible is, what if it wakes up the other party? Just this point, Lee Su did not dare to gamble. Dare not gamble on what level the other party has reached after so many years. Therefore, this armor can only be held in his own hands, and he can't even say it directly. After all, once the natives realize their own situation, they will most likely fall into extreme madness and confusion. Strong emotional fluctuations are also likely to activate the evil nature in their bodies. Therefore, for Lee Su, from the time he wiped out the consciousness in the 5 armors and grabbed this thing in his hand, there was no way back. Of course, it is not completely without chance. There is still a way. That is the pass to the other side of the immortal prison, the demon subduing hall. As long as he could get that thing, he could get out of the immortal prison and enter the demon subduing hall, which was specially built by Lord Haoshan to sharpen the fighting power of the heavenly court. Once he entered there, it would not matter if the suppressed evil nature woke up. Therefore, he needed to recover from his injuries and then find a way to kill everyone in the ancient city again and go to the place where the pass was placed. As a result, before he recovered, the people on the dragon boat side had some small ideas because of their own injuries. As a result, Bae-su and the other 2 women left directly in order not to drag him down. Originally, Lee Su was going to share this news. There was no upper limit on the number of passes. After all, the demon subduing hall was essentially designed to enhance the fighting power of the heavenly soldiers and generals. Although some rewards could be obtained in it, they were not treasures or skills, but according to your performance, you could get the corresponding official position. Therefore, the moment the true immortal spoke, Lee Su was really angry, and the 2 women were forced to leave, watching them endure the punishment of the immortal prison heavenly tribulation. It is completely imaginable how violent he felt. For those who came by the dragon boat, they were completely murderous, whether they were bystanders or those who wanted to take the initiative. As for the heavenly court, Lee Su also had no good impression of them at this moment. No matter what the other party was thinking, since they chose to watch, they could only pray for the best. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su's eyes were cold. For the indigenous people, it was related to their own safety. That was the enemy's position. There was nothing to say. A bone spear grew out, held it, twisted his waist, and billions of cells vibrated violently. The bone spear pierced through the air with tremendous kinetic energy and stabbed directly, a distance of 1,000 meters, but in the blink of an eye. With a bang, the bone spear exploded like a cannonball, and the flesh and bones of the indigenous people with a diameter of more than 10 meters were separated, and blood was dripping. with red pupils, Lee Su shouted, and bone spears fissioned out from his cells, and he held them, and shot left and right at the same time, thinking about the indigenous people rushing over, and fired wildly. Swish, swish, swish. The atmosphere was pierced. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was torn apart. The simplest throw formed an airtight net. In just 10 seconds, Lee Su's bone spear plowed through the thousands of meters away. The extremely terrifying power directly blew up full airs of the natives who rushed over. Countless flesh and blood rushed into the sky, and the extremely shrill wails resounded through the sky. In an instant, the extremely crazy natives were startled and awakened by this extremely tragic scene. 40,000, a full 40,000. In an instant, they were gone. There is no doubt that this scene was countless times more terrifying than when he was in the ancient city. At that time, although he was terrifying, without using magic power, one attack would only kill 4 or 5 people, at most more than 10. But it was different now. A bone spear fell, and dozens or even nearly 100 people were killed and injured. However, Lee Su's attack did not stop. He killed people, before without any emotion, just to test the situation in the ancient city. It was different now. The pressure from the aboriginals, and even the behavior of the people on the dragon boat, especially the price paid by the 2 women, completely ignited Lee Su's anger. As the bone spears rubbed the air, and made a harsh roar, they pierced the earth and rushed out. The more than 100,000 aboriginals who were like a wave were directly plowed by Lee Su. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su's body continued to grow one bone spear after another, and then inserted it on both sides of his body, looking at the front with murderous intent. Half of the people were killed by him on the spot. Almost half of the people were just severely injured, with broken hands or feet, and fell in a pool of blood. When the first wave of people who died were resurrected by the immortal prison, he picked up the bone spear inserted at his feet without hesitation, and threw it out again. This time, it was obviously different. Although the power was still huge, it exploded directly the moment it arrived in front of him. The aboriginals who had been resurrected, but had not yet recovered, were broken in half on the spot, with broken arms and feet, and they were everywhere. Coming back to his senses, the aboriginals could not help but wail miserably as the pain in their bodies spread. Once, and again. For a whole hour, Lee Su stopped for the first time. There were no more aboriginals in front of him who had played well, nor were there any dead aboriginals. Only the broken bodies that were wailing, but could not die were left. A full 100,000. A full 100,000. In an instant, not to mention what the aboriginals felt, the faces of those who had put forward their little thoughts on the dragon boat froze, and cold sweat flowed down. The clothes they were wearing were wet, with a breeze blowing. Even Tai was shivering with cold at this moment, and his bones were cold. This was undoubtedly completely different from the picture they imagined. Wasn't he severely injured when he was in the ancient city? Why did it feel that Lee Su was stronger now than when he was in the ancient city? Could it be that he recovered in just an hour just now? It's impossible. How could a battle of that level be repaired so quickly? And since he had such strength, why did he let the 2 women leave? The aboriginals were no threat to him at all. Just when everyone on the dragon boat was filled with horror, the aborigines who were wailing in front of Lee Su, or 1,000 meters away, suddenly stopped making any sound. They raised their heads inexplicably, their eyes were red and bloody. Under the gaze of everyone, they pierced their vital points without hesitation and killed themselves. A moment later, tens of thousands of people revived almost at the same time. Facing this scene, Lee Su naturally took action again, throwing bone spears like rain at the other side. Resurrection, death, resurrection, death. Once, and again. The ruthless Gigi Odeozi and the crazy aborigines performed a tragic scene on the diameter at this moment. One side was cold, as if it had no emotions, and would not stop at all. The other side seemed to have cut off the emotional nerves, just sprinting madly. Even if it was only a distance of 1 meter, it would pay the price of dozens of deaths. Thousands of meters, just 1,000 meters. Lee Su killed these 100,000 aborigines with bone spears, a full 100 times, which was equivalent to killing 10 million terrible data. The natives, each of whom died at least 100 times, finally pushed the distance between the 2 to less than 1 meter. Whoosh! The bone spear stopped growing. With brutality in Lee Su's eyes, He fought directly with the natives, who were also full of madness. Blood was dripping, flesh was flying, and bones were breaking. A horrific fight of 100,000 to 1 was taking place. Chapter 719. Old people become smart. The fight continued. When the Aborigines rushed to Lisu, many people on the dragon boats were excited, feeling that the expected result was coming. But as time passed, many people's expressions gradually changed from secret joy and excitement to fear and tension. It's too strong. Facing the approaching Aborigines, Lisu held a bone spear in one hand and killed them directly without any hesitation. Pick, stab, sweep, point, and knock, cutting the Aborigines who rushed up like mowing grass. With the movement, wandering, and moving, it seemed that he was completely surrounded by the Aborigine army, but in fact he was in and out of no man's land. One by one, the Aborigines were severely injured and knocked away by Lisu, but none of them died, but only lost their combat effectiveness. They were constantly thrown away and fell to the ground, but became stumbling blocks on their side. Even the places where Lisu moved were tampered with by him, and pits appeared one after another, or the land was soft. Once stepped on, the attacking Aboriginals would immediately sink, either with one leg or with most of their bodies. In this kind of rush, encountering such an emergency is undoubtedly very scary. Not only the Aboriginals who fell into the pit had to pay a huge price, but also the people behind them. Often, as one person fell, the people behind him fell to the ground, because they did not have time to brake, and because of the sudden obstruction. Even if a person at a certain position reacted and jumped up, the people behind him would not be able to react in time, because of the sudden situation. Not only that, even if the person who reacted did not wait for him to land, a bone spear might sweep over from a certain position, sweeping him back before the other party could react at all. In the siege of more than 100,000 people, in fact, no more than 5 people could face Lisu head on at a time. Of course, facing this scene, the Aboriginals were quite fearless and even held the idea of dying together. They only wanted to rush to Lisu, grab him, and drown him in the sea of people. Unfortunately, it was useless. Lisu's fighting method was too strong. In his hand, a bone spear had already reached the point of turning decay into magic. Round, move, shift, send. All kinds of incredible skills were displayed by him. Not only that, his steps were also extremely ghostly. Facing the desperate attacks of more than a dozen people, he only took 1 or 2 steps to break away from inside. Of course, there were also some Aboriginals who directly used their own magic power to cast Taoist magic, even at the cost of enduring the thunder punishment of the immortal prison. As a result, they were either interrupted by Lisu before they could cast it, or the opponent retreated to a very long distance at once, and there were a large number of Aboriginals in between as obstacles. After fighting for about 3 hours, it was impossible to form even one effective attack on Lisu. So strong, there is no chance at all. A cultivator on the dragon boat couldn't help but speak. After several hours of fighting, Lisu's performance was not just strong, but all round and powerful. There was no shortcoming at all. He had strength, skills, speed, and reaction. It was obvious that tens of thousands of people were besieging one person, but the person who held the control was that one person. And until now, they had not discovered that Lisu was running out of energy. This was simply incredible. You know, if there was even a momentary mistake, the Aborigines could turn the situation around. However, after 3 full hours, Lisu had not made a single mistake from beginning to end, and had more than 100,000 Aborigines completely in his hands. I don't believe he can keep going like this. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Without the ability to use mana, Lisu's predicament would not change. If it wasn't possible for a few hours, what about a day? 2 days? 3 days? The reaction of the Aborigines was that the armor must be seized. As long as Lisu didn't put that thing down, the fight would not end and would continue. Sooner or later, his energy would not be able to support it, and he would be drowned by the sea of people. Asterisk 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 in the center of the battlefield, Lisu was still fighting. At this moment, it was no longer his main consciousness that controlled the battle, but the flesh and blood supreme itself. No, it should be said that it was the body itself composed of the flesh and blood supreme. Ghostly body movements, amazing skills, Perfect strategic methods? No, no, no. It doesn't exist. At this moment, everything Lee Su showed was just his instinctive reaction. The practice of the supreme skills of the saints gave him unprecedented superhuman five senses, and these five senses were not unilateral, but multifaceted. Flesh and blood sense, soul vision, taking sense of life and death, uking sense of space. This allowed him to capture almost all the information around him. Even if an aboriginal wanted to operate the manna, whether it was the operation of the manna itself, the thoughts of consciousness and thinking, or the instinctive reaction of the body, Lee Su would sense it. Not to mention, the supreme flesh and blood has already made each of his cells have individual thinking, a terrifying number of 6 billion, which means that he is like a super sophisticated computer that can easily process billions or even tens of billions of information per second. And by collecting information about the surrounding environment of the battlefield, his flesh cells are matched accordingly, giving a reasonable plan. Forming a shocking battle like this, as a double peerless foundation, and also has the strongest comprehension in the myth world, mastering the inheritance of the 7 ancient heavenly saints, this is undoubtedly inevitable. It can be said that the only limit of this world on him is not the lower limit, but the upper limit. Let alone this group of natives, if it is replaced by the restrictions of the ancient city. Except for the last red armor, he will kill as many as he wants. Because in the field of the lower limit, he is already infinitely close to infinity. 60%. Feeling his own star. After 3 hours, the effect is gratifying. The original largest crack on the star has shrunk by half, and most of the other positions have been repaired. As for the heavenly palace, the 7 saints' Deo fruits have returned to the hall, and the huge palace has swept away the desolation, and bloomed with colorful brilliance. According to the current situation, it should be possible to completely recover without any hidden dangers in 1 day at the fastest, and 3 days at the slowest. After another 2 hours of fighting, Lee Su's main consciousness moved slightly, put away some of the energy used on the stars, and returned to the battlefield. The natives are getting crazier and crazier. It's not surprising. With no way to touch Lee Su, the result of the 5-hour fight was terrible. Because the target was not to kill them. In other words, once facing Lee Su, they would be severely injured. His main targets were his hands, feet, and organs other than the heart. As a result, the natives who fell to the ground would not die. As long as they did not die, as cultivators, they had great immortality. There was no such thing as excess of bleeding and death, but they would recover. However, the process was a bit long and painful. Faced with such a situation, they wanted to join the battle quickly, and there was only one choice, that is, suicide. Kill yourself directly, resurrect, and restore combat effectiveness. For 5 hours, more than 10 natives died in this way every second, which means that the game was a tie for everyone, and everyone died at least 5 times. 5 times, what does that mean? Even though they were affected by the evil nature, the instinct of life was still afraid of death, which formed a strong impact, making them more painful. And the pain naturally made their already extremely crazy thinking more and more chaotic. Of course, this was not the reason why his consciousness returned. After all, although the attacks became more and more frenzied, like wild beasts, it was better to deal with than before. He woke up, because his body caught the clarity of other aspects. It was the people on the dragon boat side who caught the action over there through their eyes. Some true immortals were quietly moving their positions, and bypassing the battlefield on the ancient city side. What these people's purpose is basically clear at a glance. He couldn't sit still. Originally, he wanted the aborigines to deal with Lee Su, but after 5 hours, not to mention dealing with it, he couldn't even touch a hair of Lee Su. Although he secretly cursed the aborigines for being useless, Daote was not only unstable, but also showed signs of collapse. Therefore, several Tei directly gave the true immortals around them a look, and asked them to take action. The end would definitely not be, because it was useless. The aborigines' single-wheeled physical bodies were far stronger than them. They couldn't take down more than 100,000, and they would die if they went up. Therefore, the only way was to find the 2 women who escaped. Not to mention, whether they could catch them, at least they could contain the other party and distract him. No flaws? Then make one. In this mythical world where the strong prey on the weak, They are very familiar with this kind of thing. Facing the actions of the people on the dragon boat, Lee Su's eyes turned cold, and the suppressed tyranny gathered again. In an instant, his hands and feet became much heavier. In an instant, more than a dozen natives were blown up by him, and the exploding flesh and blood flew out directly, smashing hundreds of people on the spot. Taking a light breath, Lee Su's footsteps shook, and tens of billions of cells exploded at the same time. The land 100 meters in front of him was shaken by him, and countless natives fell to the ground. Then, bone spears grew out of his body, and fell into his palm. Accumulate power and throw. Sizzle. The bone spear instantly pierced through the void, and rushed out at a speed faster than sound. A distance of 100 miles, at a speed of about Mach 10, it took only a little more than 3 seconds. With a thud, the bone spear directly hit a small hill about 10 meters high, where thousands of people stood, including the true immortal who walked there quietly. Boom. A terrible explosion sounded, and the hill was directly penetrated by the huge kinetic energy, and thousands of people nearby were directly torn apart. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, Lee Su threw wildly. One bone spear after another pierced the void, with a terrible whistling sound, without any hesitation, decisively hitting the more than 20 million dragon boats. In less than 5 seconds, tens of thousands of people were beaten into pieces by him, and flesh, internal organs, and bones flew all over the sky, forming a bloody mist. Wails and screams sounded. Among them, there was even a Tai. 2 spears were thrown at him in succession. Obviously, they didn't expect Lee Su to still have the energy at this time and dare to attack them. The first spear broke his right shoulder on the spot. Although the second spear dodged, it exploded in the middle and directly shattered his legs. Falling to the ground, Tai let out an extremely shrill wail. Without the use of magic power, even Tai's physical strength is very limited. Being destroyed like this, the pain can be imagined. Subconsciously, Tai's magic power started to work, trying to repair the damaged part. However, as soon as the magic power moved, Xianyu also reacted immediately. A beam of white light fell from the sky with an extremely terrifying power, and instantly smashed the Tai to pieces. Faced with such a scene, many people's pupils shrank violently, and they opened their eyes in disbelief. How dare he? Many people who reacted quickly and ran away at the first time looked at the place where they were standing with lingering fear and then showed an extremely angry look on their faces. Lee Su's behavior undoubtedly stimulated them and made them furious. He is not afraid. Will they also suffer the same fate? Will they deal with him together with the natives? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This person is like this. He always looks at everything from his own perspective. No matter his identity, as long as the situation is in his favor, or he feels that he is in his favor, he will subconsciously think that he is superior to the other party. Look how stupid this group of people have become. They even overlooked that this situation was not caused by them, but by the other party. Once he gave up his armor, the irreconcilable contradiction between him and the indigenous people would be over. As a result, these people actually began to arrogantly think that, as long as they didn't take action against him, their face hadn't been torn, and the other party would not dare to take the initiative to attack. Looking at the people wailing not far away, the old man in heaven sighed deeply, and couldn't help shaking his head. Juana. Yes. From now on, stay with me. Teacher? Xiaoyu, take the others to lobby. Well, except for those who were just killed. Tell the rest of them to stand on the same side, us and them. Stand on their side, then be prepared to be hunted down by GGO and the Heavenly Court, after leaving the immortal prison. Everyone was stunned, obviously not understanding why the old man suddenly changed his mind, and chose his fate at this time. The situation on Lee Su's side was indeed much more optimistic, but facing the desperate behavior of the Aborigines, especially the actions of those people just now. In fact, Lee Su's heart was divided, and the Aborigines seized the opportunity. Although Lee Su quickly turned the situation around and entangled with them again. What next? Lee Su's direct attack meant a complete break with the people on the dragon boat side. Next, the group of people will definitely challenge his nerves again and again, stimulate his bottom line, and keep him distracted. To be honest, if Lee Su was a little weaker, the Heavenly Court would not have too many ideas, but he was too strong. So strong that Tai was afraid of him. and such a person is not from the heavenly court. Once he becomes stronger in the future, he will be an extremely powerful opponent for the heavenly court. Now is not the ancient times. Although the 8 major sects have inherited the ancient traditions, the cause and effect relationship between them is obviously not inherited. Do you think I'm helping that kid by doing this? The old man of the heavenly court said lightly, although I don't know why the other party didn't let go of the armor and chose to watch because of some ideas, but since I didn't take action at the beginning, it has already explained my attitude. When doing things, the most taboo thing is to be a snake and a rat. Don't you think the state of that group of natives is very wrong? No matter how crazy a person is, considering the situation in the immortal prison, it is normal to commit suicide a few times to achieve the goal. It can express that he is cruel and determined enough. But after 5 hours, that group of natives, each person on average at least committed suicide. They tried 5 times, but didn't even touch the target. Faced with such a result, shouldn't they think about it? Hesitate? Or just be afraid? This is the reaction of a normal person. However, they committed suicide faster and their behavior became more and more crazy, like hungry beasts. This is not normal. At this point, the old man in the heavenly court paused and said again, before, we considered that the reason why the GGO Taoists didn't give up the armor might be based on some kind of benefit, but what if it's not the case? What if the GGO Taoists didn't want to let go, but couldn't let go? Everyone couldn't help shrinking their pupils when they heard this. Now, there are 2 situations in front of me. The first one is that I guessed wrong. The second one is that I guessed right. Wrong, the result I expected may not be achieved. If it is right, how bad will the result behind letting the GGO Daozi suffer such a big loss? The old man in the heaven side, there are 2 choices. The gains from guessing wrong are not proportional to the cost of guessing right, so I would rather bet that I guessed right. The end result is not to help, but to save myself. But brother, will the other party accept it? You should have seen that the GGO Daozi is a person who values feelings very much. The price paid by the departure of the 2 girls is definitely like a thorn in his throat. Yes. The old man shook his head and said, if you really guess right, this is cooperation, and also a threat. Several people were stunned, and then they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Yuan was stunned, as if he was meeting his teacher for the first time. Go. Okay. Several Tai nodded. Watching several people leave, the old man took a deep breath and spoke. Can you still cooperate, kid from GGO? The voice was like thunder, and it spread everywhere in an instant. Immediately, the angry group of people on the dragon boat changed their faces immediately. Their pupils widened instantly. Even Tai, who was resurrected, showed a strong sense of uneasiness on his face. The heaven court was defeated. Why? If Li Su's sudden attack shocked them, made them a little scared, and more angry, the words of the old man in the heaven court made many people pale on the spot. Why dare to make such a plan? It's because they feel that the heaven court will not be defeated and will choose to watch coldly. Li Su is too strong, with amazing talent and powerful Taoist magic. Not only is he his own people, any other big sect here, as long as it is not GGO itself, will be extremely wary. If possible, it would be best to kill him. Otherwise, his future is really unimaginable. In fact, let alone other big sects, even within himself, there will be people who have this idea. After all, there is a saying that goes, if he stands out, what should I do? Old man, you have to have some shame. In the center of the battlefield, Li Su's body froze, and he was almost hit by the aboriginals. He quickly dodged the attack, and his injuries were not repaired. He suddenly raised his head, and couldn't help cursing. Everyone is an adult, so they can naturally understand what the other party means. He chose to watch, fearing himself, and wanted to see if there was a chance. Li Su had nothing to say about this. They were all adults, and they knew that once their own interests were involved, they would not be polite. He blackmailed the other party for 1,500 stars and a habitable planet, but he didn't mention the relationship between the heavenly court and GGO. The other party wanted to kill him with someone else's hand, solve a disaster, and exempted compensation, which was also reasonable. Therefore, there was nothing to blame for his behavior. Li Su's reaction was, since you choose this, then wait, you can't be pitted to death. As a result, the other party realized that something was wrong and went down directly. After all, he is an old fox who has lived for thousands of years, knowledgeable and experienced. Now this sentence clearly has two meanings, either cooperate or make trouble for you, and everyone will be unlucky together. As the Taai of the Heavenly Court and a famous person in the Thunder Department, Li Su was naturally furious when he could say such things, and he directly called this old man shameless. The old man in the Heavenly Court also took a breath. It was not just Li Su's impolite response, but more importantly, he heard that Li Su's reaction undoubtedly matched his guess. This was not good, it was terrible. As expected, as long as it involved the Heavenly Court, one or two of them were a trap. Immediately, the old man responded very bluntly, since I have said this, it means that I don't want it. Fuck. Chapter 720, Transaction completed. Li Su's face turned black, and he couldn't hold back. He smashed dozens of natives and said angrily, how can my two girls die once? The old man's face twitched slightly. Although saying shameless can solve many problems, some things obviously can't be solved by saying this. This bit must be added, otherwise, with the other party's character, there is absolutely no possibility of cooperation. He can use making trouble to make trouble, but it's just a threat, not a real thing. If he really does that, the nature will change. It's a deadly feud. If the other party wants to stay here, it's okay. If he doesn't stay, the price will be too serious. The other party will definitely take his own Dallo to the Heavenly Court to ask for an explanation. After looking at the grievances, it will be seen that the Heavenly Court is not kind again, and the ending must be very ominous. This kind of thing has happened before. The old man in the Heavenly Court regretted it a little now. He shouldn't have such a crooked mind in such a place. If he really has any ideas, he should wait until he can almost get out, at least after ensuring his own safety. This is good. The gain is not worth the loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man said, I'll pay. Pay? Li Su's face was full of coldness, and he shouted, okay, let's pass on a set of True Dragon inheritance. Let the Dallo True Dragon show it in person with the Dao Yun, and train the two girls to Dallo for me. How about that? You kid from GGO, you have to have some shame. The old man in the Heavenly Palace was angry. Although they were not very backward, the matter itself was just that they did not take the initiative. The two girls were not killed by him. No more. Li Su sneered as he rushed over, beating more and more like a beast, not like a native human. The old man in the Heavenly Palace had a black face. This GGO Taoist, he is really a piece of shit. Your two girls are gold inlaid with jade. It's not really dead, it's just a pain. Is it appropriate to let someone pay 100 million for a pain? He immediately jumped up and said, you kid from GGO, you don't ask for such a high price. You still want the Dallo realm? You still want the Dallo True Dragon? You still want to train to the Dallo realm? Can the Dallo realm be reached by resources? If the two of them fail, will I have to support them for the rest of their lives in heaven? And the True Dragon inheritance, the Dallo True Dragon will come in person? Dragon Palace and Heaven are in a cooperative relationship, not a subsidiary relationship. Those two girls, one is a true immortal and the other is a golden elixir. You actually let Dallo teach them, won't it kill you? Why not let the saints teach? Li Su seemed to know what the old man was thinking, and replied, that's because there are no saints in Dragon Palace. Damn it, GGO kid, don't go too far. The old man in heaven was almost confused by anger, and roared, 100 stars, that's it. Old thing, keep this money to burn incense for your junior brothers and sisters, and disciples, forget it, I will beat you all next year. Li Su roared back directly. The old man in heaven's pupils shrank, and his face looked a little ugly. GGO kid, do you think you can survive alone? Guess. After escaping a siege, Li Su took a breath and sneered. 100 or 200 stars at most, that's enough. The old man looked a little bitter. Hey. Li Su sneered. GGO kid, don't go too far. What you said is not negotiable at all. Then 5,000 stars, True Dragon Technique, TAI. 5,000? Are you lowering the price? It's enough to cultivate 5 TAI great perfection. 5? Only these few stars for Tai perfection? Lee Su was stunned for a moment, then he became furious and said, "Old man, are you kidding me? You give me 1000. What do you say if I can't achieve Tai perfection? I'm talking about your leg, you Shianzan. What's your situation? What's the situation of others? Don't you know?" The old man in the heaven slapped his thigh, puffing his beard and glaring. Lee Su froze for a moment, then he became unhappy and yelled, "Old thing, why are you swearing? GGO kid, it's rare for me to talk to you. 500 stars at most. If you don't agree, I'll do it myself. Where's the technique? No, it's the true dragon inheritance. That's the core secret of the Dragon Palace. If you want to, go to the old Dragon King yourself. I can't do anything about it. The Dragon Transformation chapter. It shouldn't be the core secret method, right? Dragon Transformation, huh?" The old man in the heavenly palace's face suddenly changed. His eyes were dim and he said, "GGO kid, how did you know? Did you intend to blackmail me from the beginning? Is it a planned thing? Me, get out of here. Don't fucking delay me." Lee Su kicked an aboriginal with a sullen face, and after knocking away 100 or so others, he started swearing. Bah. True dragon, likes to be lustful. The dragon ancestor gave birth to 9 sons, and each son is different. What's the reason? It's because the mother is different. The blood of the real dragon has long been integrated into all spirits. In the first catastrophe of the prehistoric world, the Dragon Han catastrophe, the Phoenix clan died, but the Dragon clan was everywhere. If there was no dragon transformation magic to purify dragon blood, where would the real dragons come from now? Did you give birth to them, old thing? In the distance, the 5 Tai real dragons who were persuading the cultivators on the dragon boat who were not attacked by Lee Su also had a condensed expression. The words they wanted to say were stuck in their throats and turned into a mouthful of volt phlegm, almost choking to death. The Taoist disciples of GGO, you are not a son of man. The faces of the 5 real dragons were black, and bursts of black light rose from their scales. If they were not defeated, they would definitely go down and tear each other's mouths. The old man in the heavenly palace also twitched his mouth, forgetting that this little bastard was also a disciple of a big sect and naturally knew some secrets of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Palace naturally has the Dragon Transformation chapter. Not only the Dragon Palace in the East Sea has it, but also the Dragon Palace in the West Sea on the side of the Demon Court, and even the Buddhist side has it. After all 3 families have dragons. However, this Dragon Transformation chapter is generally not passed on to outsiders. If you want to learn it, you must join one of the 3 schools mentioned above to learn it. The Dragon Transformation chapter is not something that everyone can learn. You must have a certain level of dragon blood in your body to be purified by the Dragon Transformation chapter. Therefore, people who usually practice the Dragon Transformation chapter are very talented, and as a mixed blood, the other bloodline will not be too bad. Mixed blood cannot revive dragon blood. The old man in the heavenly court gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, the Dragon Transformation chapter, just those 2 girls." Lee Su said unsatisfiedly, "What about the interpretation of Tai Zen Long Daoan?" The old man in the heavenly court said with a dark face, "Let the real dragon interpret the Dragon Transformation chapter. Do you think this request is reasonable? Do you want Tai Python to transform into a dragon?" Lee Su shook his head directly. "Python transforming into a dragon? Who are you, disgusting?" Although the 2 women's talents were not as good as his, they were also considered top-notch in the mythology world. "Forget it. Okay, come and help me. Let me take a breath first." "Haha, no hurry, no hurry. Old man, what do you mean? Why are you in a hurry? Am I not working here to solve the worries?" After saying that, the old man in the heaven turned around and ignored Lee Su. Damn, heartache. Inexplicably, he lost another 500 stars, plus a chapter of Dragon Transformation. Although it is not a secret method, it is not free. If someone else comes to learn it, they will have to sell their bodies. Although he doesn't have to do that, he still has to pay the corresponding value in exchange. In other words, the scene on the dragon boat is being played here again. 2000 stars is equivalent to 2 Tai Great Perfection, or the kind of 10 fire. This kind of loss is not painful, it is basically cutting off hands and feet and bleeding. This GGO kid is simply poisonous. extremely poisonous. After this matter is over, stay away from him, and it is best not to have any contact with him until death. Asterisk 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 ha. Lee Soo also lowered his head. Although he was very demanding, he didn't look very happy. It's not like he couldn't get those things. To be honest, if the old man hadn't found out, he would have immediately found the two women when he recovered, without any hesitation, and would have cheated him to death. As for what to do, if the other party died, and asked for compensation, it was simple. If he didn't give it, Lee Soo would go to block the door of the Heavenly Palace. Anyway, what happened was that the people in the Heavenly Palace were not kind, so he was right there. He couldn't refuse to give it to him even if he promised. If the other party found out, it would be difficult to deal with. It's not that the other party really messed up with him. It's not that they didn't dare, but that they wouldn't. After all, if they messed up, the nature of the relationship would change. It would be a deadly feud, a fight to the death. Of course, if Lee Soo refused no matter what, the nature would be almost the same, and it would be a falling out. There was no way, so he took a step back. The premise of grudges is that the person is alive. If the person is dead, what's the use of it? Moreover, this matter is not as simple as he repaired it, but he had to go into the ancient city to get a pass, and that thing happened to be placed in the same room with the red armor. Under the crazy entanglement of the natives, it was almost 100% necessary to fight it. Although this time, Lee Soo would not hesitate to use the treasure to kill the red armor. If it was just him, it would not be difficult, and it would be fine now, but he couldn't leave the two women here, right? Not only that, there was something wrong with these natives. The activity of the evil particles was increasing. With this group of people returning to the ancient city, Lee Soo had to consider whether it would stimulate the guy below. In short, there were too many uncertain factors when he was alone. Consciousness quickly converged, and Lee Soo directly focused on his injuries. At least he didn't need to care too much about the actions of the monks on the dragon boats. Asterisk 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 Lee Soo continued to fight and heal his wounds. On the other side, with the fate of the Heavenly Court, the people on the dragon boats quickly approached the Heavenly Court. In just over an hour, almost 90% of them stood over. As for the rest, it was not that they didn't want to, but that they simply didn't give them a chance. At the beginning, many people did think that, if the Heavenly Court was defeated, they would also take action. But that was just a thought. Most people dared to move, because they saw that the old man in the Heavenly Court had other thoughts. After all, Lee Soo was too powerful, and had already posed a threat to the Heavenly Court. That's why they dared to act. In other words, as long as they could kill Lee Soo, the Heavenly Court might still take action to help cover it up. When the person who came to persuade them threatened to be hunted down by the Tuseks at the same time, the invited people woke up immediately, awakened from their beautiful dreams, and returned to the cold reality. Faced with the hunting orders of the two sects, no one in the myth world would protect them. Not only that, once they defected to the two sects, they would probably be tied up and sent to the two sects immediately, and by the way, they could also intercept the things they had finally obtained and get both the things and the favors. So, soon, those who were killed by Lee Soo were directly cut off. These people were very few in number, and all of them added up to less than 100,000, and that was even counting their fellow disciples. Among them, the two Taias had the largest number of people, and the total number of their disciples was almost 1,000. Most of the others were true immortals, or even celestial immortals, and they were basically small groups of hundreds or even dozens of people. Facing this scene, the faces of the Taias, true immortals, and celestial immortals, who were originally shocked and angry, turned completely pale, and they stood there like dead people. Especially Tai. Whether it was the resurrected one or the remaining two, their faces were extremely miserable, revealing a look of despair. They were surrounded, and there were 3 or 4 Taias standing around each of them. 2 of them were true dragons, and even if they didn't use their magic power, their bodies were much stronger than theirs, and they could kill them directly. There was no doubt that the more brilliant their imagination of the future was a few minutes ago, the more cruel the reality was in response to them. With this suffocating situation, soon some true immortals couldn't stand it anymore. This situation, which seemed like waiting to die, was too tormenting. I don't accept it. Why? His pupils turned red, and he attacked directly, wanting to rush out, not wanting to stay here and wait for death. Soon, he was suppressed. The people who exploded with him were killed on the spot. Facing several true immortals attacking at the same time, it was useless to fight hard. After resurrection, they attacked again, extremely crazy. Some people couldn't help but shout heaven before their bodies were torn into pieces. Of course, there were also people who looked at the people around them with red eyes and said angrily, "You." Unfortunately, before they could finish a word, their jaws were smashed by someone. They didn't kill them, but directly crushed their limbs, leaving them with only a wail. Facing this crazy group of people, many people sighed, crazy. They dared to gamble not because they could afford to lose, but because they didn't think they would lose, but only thought they would win. So, when they really lost, they collapsed. Unconvinced. Why? Your target is a great sect that has been established in the mythology world for millions of years. Isn't it normal to lose? Call it heaven? The Heavenly Court is also a big sect. As for those who want to drag others into the water, you can't help but take action. Of course, if you succeed, there will be many benefits, such as getting more when sharing. After all, if you pay more, no one will say anything. But by the same token, once something goes wrong, the price will naturally be high. Why do you think those people are so active in surrounding you? Fortunately, many people have had the idea, but it is just an idea, and they have not taken action. After waiting for the Aborigines to confirm that victory is in sight. After all, the gamble is too big, and it may not be a matter of bankruptcy, but a life worse than death. Look, the Heavenly Court suddenly changed its mind and left. You must know that, even if they had the idea of taking action against the Heavenly Court before, it was based on the fact that the old man of the Heavenly Court went to help Lisu and fight with the Aborigines. They took action against the remaining people in the Heavenly Court, disturbed the old man of the Heavenly Court, and ate both the Heavenly Court and the GGO. Obviously, the old man of the Heavenly Court did not give them this opportunity at all, and directly sent people to let them stand in line. In an instant, there was no thought. Especially Tai, who had told his men not to move, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was more conservative and would not act until he saw the rabbit. Otherwise, he would probably just stand there and wait for death like those guys who couldn't wait. Seeing that the situation here was settled, the old man in the Heavenly Court was also relieved. After all, if more than 20 million people really went crazy together, it would be very difficult and troublesome. Now, we just have to wait for the two girls to come back, and for the strength of the kid from GGO to recover. I just hope that the problem on the Xianayu side is not too serious. Chapter 721 Perfection. He exhaled a breath with a little blood mist in it. As the last gap on the star healed, the star suppressed by the treasure shook, and the 42,000 main paths and more than 900,000 miscellaneous paths trembled. The extremely strong aura of the avenue burst out from Lisu's body little by little. In an instant, a powerful stance surrounded him. At this moment, he was like a long silent star, and the core was ignited again, causing flames to circulate. The body was shaking, and the power of the avenue penetrated through it. At this moment, 6 billion cells could not help but resonate. Roar. It was like a sleeping giant beast waking up, like a bolt from the blue. The roar shook the world. In an instant, the bodies of the crazy natives around were frozen, and the instinct of flesh and blood issued a sharp cry, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and the cold current froze their hearts. The endless fighting stopped at this moment, and the crazy emotions were directly overwhelmed by the instinct of fear. Countless people suddenly stopped at this moment, and the sound of hissing continued. It was the sound caused by the footsteps that could not be stopped, and the hard steps on the ground. Standing in place, Lisu's consciousness returned from the stars and moved his body. It took a full 9 hours. It was not as long as expected, nor as fast as imagined. Stars, thoughts, physical bodies, the avenue, the heavenly palace, the Deo fruit, along with the complete recovery of the body, everything was connected together again, forming a more than 1+1 effect. Being injured is an accident and a trouble. However, it is also unexpected that there is a benefit. The battle in the ancient city was not felt when the stars were severely damaged, but now it is time to reap the rewards. The stars are shaking, and the two styles of Podgen and Tanlang are not just as simple as shaking his original foundation. The vibration that penetrates into the stars and the continuous impact have affected the structure of the stars and torn the structure of the avenue, while bringing him extremely heavy injuries. He also captured the structural problems between the small paths and his own stars. While repairing, the Seven Saints Deo fruits continued to transport endless mana to fill it, and they were still cleaning it up, combing out the impurities, and clearing out a large area of space. Although it was a large area, it was only a few % increase. After all, he had too many miscellaneous paths, which were already close to 970,000. This time, the cleaning freed up almost 20,000 gaps. As Lee Su's star recovered, one by one, the small paths began to fill in and fill the last gap. The main path was 42,000, and the miscellaneous paths were 999,999. With the integration of the last miscellaneous path, the power flowing on his star began to change in an instant. The original colorful star itself, the glory of the avenue, began to gather little by little, concentrated, and surrounded the star itself with the light of the Seven Saints as the center, turning into an extremely huge star ring. It was perfect. In an instant, Lee Su came back to it. He had reached the end of the realm of the true immortal, and was already standing on the top of the mountain. If he wanted to go further, he could only break through and enter the next realm and step into the surface of Taii. Faced with this result, Lee Su couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Finally, he stood at the door of Taii realm, and he was only one step away from the past. Achieving Taii realm means that the number of people in the myth world who can threaten him has shrunk dramatically again. With the treasure, he can basically face all the strong people below the limit of Daluo head on. Even if he faces the limit of Daluo, he is no longer powerless. At least it shouldn't be very difficult to leave with the treasure. With the identity of Gigio Daozi, he can almost walk sideways in the myth world. After going to the world fragments again, and participating in the largest battle in the myth world, the 10,000 Years War, he can almost stand on the cloud and truly control his own destiny. Looking up, after sorting out his own situation, Lee Su glanced at the natives around him who were intimidated by his breath, and couldn't move at all. The bone spear in his hand shook and swept out. There was still no fluctuation of mana, but the stick he hit directly hit the void. With the unity of the Great Way and the interconnection of the Fruit of the Way, a simple stick became no longer simple. It directly shook the space, making it unstable and shattered. With a clang, the large area of space in front of him was like a mirror, with large and dense cracks. Of course, this was not a big deal. After all, it was just pure brute force. After the shock, the cracks in the space quickly healed. However, the shattering of the space also caused the hundreds of meters in diameter of the natives in front of him to crack. The void quickly recovered, but the thousands of natives did not. The cracks still existed, and with a stream of scarlet flowing, it exploded with a puff. The flesh and blood collapsed into countless pieces and scattered on the ground. Facing this scene, the shocked natives and the more than 20 million people watching the battle not far away could not help but widen their eyes. Shattering the void, the 10 fire celestial immortals can do it, let alone the true immortals and Taii. But that was through mana, running his own avenue. However, it was obvious that they did not catch the opponent's mana fluctuations in Lee Su's attack, and Xianyu did not react at all. In other words, the situation just now was just brute force, shattering the void through physical strength. It is indeed not difficult to do this in some small worlds, but this is obviously not a small world, but as a part of the ancient heaven, Xianyu. How heavy the structure of this world is can be imagined. The battle between Lee Su and the red armor only caused the heavenly palace to crack slightly, and it soon recovered. Now pure strength shakes the void. What does it mean? It means that until now, the opponent has not exerted his full strength. As for Lee Su becoming stronger, don't joke, okay? He is a true immortal, not a golden elixir, or a foundation. Even if he builds a foundation, it is impossible to make such a fast progress. This is not eating and drinking water, it has only been less than a day. It is not a simple force to break the void, but to analyze the structure of the void, using force to form vibrations, making its structure disordered. The old man in the heavenly palace had his eyes fixed. He had a higher vision and saw that Lee Su's situation was still different from that of breaking the void with force. The former was because the space could not bear it, while the latter was because the vibration was weak and it was more of a skill. Of course, even if it was just that, it was amazing enough, which meant that he had gone a long way in the space. Wulian Xianzhen's legs, where did Gigio get such a little monster from? It was scary enough to look like a horror box, but when it was opened, it was found that there were fucking nesting dolls inside, which could open continuously, and each one was more terrifying than the other. Shaking his head, the old man in the heavenly palace sorted out his emotions and prepared to speak. After the movement just now, Lee Su's ki had obviously changed. Unlike before, he had a sense of perfection and no leaks. This was a sign of the stability of the great Dao in his body. In other words, after all this time, the injuries on his great Dao should have healed, otherwise this phenomenon would not have occurred. Although the old man in the heavenly palace had some guesses, he was not clear about the specific situation. What was the situation in the immortal prison? On Lee Su's side, after clearing the surrounding aborigines, he raised his hand holding the armor for the first time, and without waiting for the old man in the heavenly palace to speak, he threw the armor at the other party without hesitation. Senior, you will keep this thing for the rest of the time, and wait for me to come back. After saying that, he jumped up, stepped directly into the void with both feet, forming a huge gas explosion, locked in a certain direction, and flew out in the blink of an eye. Damn. Faced with this scene, the old man in the heavenly palace's face immediately changed color. The armor was thrown directly to him, which undoubtedly explained a lot of things. First, of course, the armor was obviously not of great value. Second, this thing was the thing that restricted Lee Su to the spot. Obviously, this was a big pit. He couldn't help but yell, "You bastard, you kid from GGO." Before he could finish his words, Lee Su's voice came from afar. "Senior, be careful, don't let it be taken away, otherwise you know." The old man's face was so dark that he couldn't bear to look at it. When he caught the armor thrown to him, his face became even darker, because tens of thousands of eyes of the natives turned almost along with the armor. They were full of madness, and locked onto the old man in the heavenly palace. Because Lee Su was supreme in flesh and blood, the suppression of flesh and blood was too powerful and terrible, so that even if they would not die, they were still crazy, but their instincts were extremely resistant. Especially when Lee Su recovered, this resistance became more and more obvious. Now it's a different person. Especially when Lee Su ran away, the suppression of flesh and blood disappeared, and the inhuman roar broke out directly from their mouths, and they rushed directly to the place where the old man in the heavenly palace was without a trace of hesitation. This little bastard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, Jailer. Old thing, you'll have a hard time. Lee Su sneered as he kept walking in the air. Cooperation is cooperation, but it doesn't mean that everyone can be as harmonious as before. Under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly be best for Lee Su to suppress the natives on the spot and prevent them from moving freely, and let the old man from the heavenly court take people to find Basu and Kinga. At this moment, there is no such good thing. Lee Su naturally went to find them himself. This was not only dissatisfaction, but also disbelief and fear that the two women would see the heavenly court coming to find them and suspect the fate of the other party. The previous thing, once, was enough. If it happened again, Lee Su was afraid that he really couldn't help it. He was very fast and arrived at the place where Kinga shed blood in just a few minutes. There was no smell of blood, only a large pit bombarded by thunder, very deep, at least more than 10 meters, and repeatedly struck out. Lee Su took a breath and did not stop. He continued to move forward according to his memory. After Kinga was punished by thunder, Basu also transformed and took the other party away again. There is a huge gap between the great perfection of the golden core and the great perfection of the celestial immortal. With one move, the distance is simply a world of difference. Even Lee Su, who could not use his magic power, spent half an hour before he saw the pit that was more than 10 times more tragic than the previous one. It was very large, close to 100 meters. It was very deep, at least tens of meters. Both women were very talented, and the golden core was far more than the 10 fires belonging to the myth. Even the thunder punishment of the immortal prison would take several times to kill them. Therefore, the scene was very tragic. Kinga was struck at least 10 times, and Basu was bombarded at least 20 times. Thunder tribulation is no joke. The pain is simply unimaginable. Blood and bones are like knives and swords, and the soul cannot avoid it. Weak, killed by one blow, is nothing. Strong, able to resist, injured, severely injured, and finally killed. That process is torment. The punishment of the immortal prison is obviously to completely wipe them out, which means that the two women are actually equivalent to dying once. Falling in front of the Shiankang formed by Basu's thunder punishment, Lee Su's face was a little ugly, but he quickly adjusted his mood. After all, the people in the heaven were different from him. Facing the aborigines, he could always hold on, but the other party might not. Throwing the armor to the old man in the heaven was to make him suffer, but he didn't really want the armor to be snatched away by the aborigines. Lee Su didn't want to face the thing nailed under the central gun tip, even if he had a treasure, at least at this stage. It's been a million years, and he's not dead yet, and the person who shot is definitely not simple. This thing from outside the domain has terrible vitality, and the realm is not too low. Standing in place, taking a deep breath, the cells on his nose began to vibrate, activating his sense of smell. With the superhuman 5 senses, plus the supreme simulation of flesh and blood, Lee Su's sense of smell was immediately extremely improved, and he could directly absorb millions of different smells from the air. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. Even Kinga, as a golden elixir, would not stay for too long. Let alone immortals, unless the celestial beings have 5 decays, it is basically impossible for the smell to remain in the same place. Soon, 2 departing figures appeared in Lee Su's eyes. It was a special picture formed by the sense of smell. Lee Su did not hesitate, and quickly chased in the direction where the 2 women left. Along with the pursuit, looking at the obvious traces of induction that appeared from time to time, they were very real. At least if Lee Su's sense of smell was not too terrible and the 2 women had a trace left because of the injury, I'm afraid they would have been fooled. Looking at their skilled evasion techniques, I couldn't help but take a breath. This method is not something that can be learned by imagination or reading books. Only by experiencing it, day and night, and endless pursuit, can you master it. Through the traces left by the 2 women along the way, Lee Su could almost feel what kind of life they lived in Bijalashao Demon Court. There was a touch of coldness in his eyes. This organization that has been targeting them since the mortal world entered the myth world because of their coercion. Wait, it won't be too long. Lee Su walked very fast, avoiding the traces left by the 2 women on purpose. Although it had been almost a day since they left, the aura of the 2 women became stronger in about half an hour. Not far away. Judging from the smell, it should be at most 100 miles away. His eyes lit up, and he increased his speed again. Soon, he directly crossed a small hill. The aura of the 2 women undoubtedly became more obvious, but at this time Lee Su frowned. His eyes were solemn, and he looked at the hill not far from him. What is that? There was a black rider. That's right, a black rider. The mount alone was nearly 2 meters tall. It looked like a horse, but had scales, horns on its head, fangs, dragon claws, and an extremely violent aura. Even though the flesh and blood had long been weathered, and even some parts were incomplete, it was still majestic. In this case, it was obvious that this horse should have dragon blood, and one of its ancestors was from the dragon clan. As for the person sitting on the dragon horse, he was a cavalryman covered in black armor. He was holding a long spear in his hand. The whole thing was pitch black, and the spearhead looked like a dragon's mouth. There was some rust on it. There were dense patterns carved on the spear body, and there was a flow of Taoism. This spear was of a higher level. As a master of refining, he could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. The dense inscriptions had a superposition effect. This was most likely a quasi-immortal weapon. Although it was not as good as a real immortal weapon, it was better than most divine weapons. It was the legacy of the ancient heaven. Fuck. Lee Su's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but cursed in a low voice, almost blinding his eyes. According to the information obtained from the consciousness in the armor, this was a jailer. The jailer of the immortal prison. Whose prison was the jailer riding a dragon horse and holding a dragon spear. The aura was extremely deep. After millions of years, it still gave him a very dangerous and difficult to mess with feeling as a great double Deoji true immortal. How arrogant was the ancient heaven? How could such a configuration be made in a mere immortal prison? That's it for a single rider. You should know that according to the information in the armor consciousness, there are quite a few such jailers in the immortal prison, up to 3,000. Of course, the immortal prison is also very large, with millions of square kilometers, which is almost equivalent to a continent on the planet. But considering the amazing speed of the Dragon Rider, this thing is not calculated in kilometers per hour, but in kilometers per second. In other words, although the immortal prison is large enough, 100 riders can almost play around, but in the end, a full 3,000 were arranged. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but grind his teeth, as if a poor loser met a cosmic level local tyrant, and was speechless by the other party's operation. This is like arranging 1,000 Lamborghinis as police cars in a village. Damn, I forgot everything. The Aborigines said before that there were these things rampant at night in the immortal prison, but because they never appeared, I forgot everything. Now as the content in the armor consciousness emerges in my mind, I have to add that it will be extremely ominous if discovered by this thing. As for how ominous it is, first of all, this thing is terrible and very powerful. Then, once you start fighting with this thing, it will definitely attract other jailers, and as time goes by, there will be more and more, until all 3,000 jailers come. One of them makes Lee Su shudder. 3,000? The scene is so beautiful that I dare not look at it. Standing there, Lee Su was shocked. The direction the jailers came from, and where they were going, did not alternate with the location of the two women's auras, which means that it was not because it discovered the two women, but a normal patrol. But the scary thing is that it is heading straight towards Lee Su. Of course, Lee Su can avoid it. But the problem is that behind him, the ancient city is over there. That is to say, unless this thing suddenly turns, it will go straight to the ancient city. As for whether it will turn, unfortunately, it will not. The consciousness of these 3,000 jailers has long been annihilated in these endless years, and only the duty instinct is left in their actions. In the entire immortal prison, the only place they will not go is the ancient city, and it is not outside the city, but inside the city. In other words, as long as people do not enter the ancient city, once they are discovered, they would attack. Isn't this a rip-off? Even if it is said that due to the passage of time, the strength of this thing is not as good as before, when Lee Su thought of the number of 3,000, he had the urge to scold Nulian. Fuck, why did they come here at this time instead of earlier or later? Are they making trouble? Chapter 723, 9 hours of leaving. Lee Su took a deep breath and covered his body. When there were no more options, there was only one way. He planned to attack by surprise. The opponent's strength dropped sharply. What really made Lee Su feel difficult was the extremely obvious fluctuation of his mana. In other words, this guy was not like them in the immortal prison. Once he used his mana, he would attract a heavenly calamity. This was the most troublesome part for Lee Su. If he fought head on, it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. Once the opponent started to shake people, Lee Su would have a headache. Therefore, for now, sneak attack is undoubtedly the best way. The opponent was not walking fast and seemed to be in a state of patrol. The dragon horse under the seat did not take a big step. Of course, even so, it still maintained a distance of 100 meters per step. Judging from the distance, it would take about a quarter of an hour to reach the position where Lee Su was. Lee Su took a deep breath. He had been out for quite some time. Although the old man in the heavenly court was powerful, he might not feel good when facing the aborigines who were fighting to the death. He could also suppress the opponent through the supreme blood and flesh, but the old man in the heavenly court obviously couldn't do it. He majored in thunder magic, and a strong body was just a byproduct. He could hold on for about half a day, and that was about it. If it was longer, Lee Soo would be worried. Therefore, he didn't have much time left, and there was only one chance. Taking a deep breath, Lee Soo's pupils shrank slightly. Considering the distance between the two, the best chance to attack was about 13 minutes and 18 seconds. The attack method was to use the bone spear of the Supreme Blood and Flesh as the weapon, and the Supreme King as the main weapon. One strike penetrated the mountain bag, which was about 15 meters thick, and it took 0.22 seconds. The angle of the stab was that the dragon horse leaned down, and the sword was bent with the sword intent of the absolute immortal sword, piercing from the right lower rib position of the opponent. The sword intent of the immortal sword burst out, infecting the opponent's body with endless death intent, affecting his ability to move. Then he climbed to the top of the mountain bag, shot from a high position, and 6 billion flesh and blood cells burst at the same time. The target is the arm of the dragon spear, which looks strong, but has an unknown level, which will prevent him from using the weapon. The 3 spears will destroy the opponent's arm. In order to prevent accidents, it is not ruled out that the dragon spear has some other functions, which will knock the dragon spear away. Then he will attack again and again, and completely destroy it with the bone spear. Of course, the above is only the best case, and there is no guarantee of success, especially since the opponent is wearing armor. Although it is rusty, it is impossible to predict how much defense it has. However, this can only be known after the actual attack. For the time being, it is listed as one of the accidents. Then there is the dragon horse. Although it is a mount, since it has the blood of a real dragon, it must be extraordinary, and perhaps it retains some amazing magical powers. It is also listed as one of the accidents. Then there is the dragon spear, the jailer's own strength, etc. After listing more than a dozen possible accidents, Lee Soo took a deep breath and directly entered the predator state. That is the state of the top predators. Once the prey enters the attack range, it will undoubtedly be attacked by him like a storm. Before the opponent can react, he will reduce the power to the maximum extent, and then use continuous combos, until it is killed. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in Lee Soo's view. In an instant, his pupils could not help shrinking. Plain long skirt, ethereal face, as if a person in a painting, strolling into reality. Base Soo. Lee Soo's face changed instantly. The sense of crisis he felt undoubtedly showed the strength of the jailer. Even if he fell into a lower realm, he at least had the strength of the early stage of the true immortal. When he could not use his magic power, it was naturally very difficult. As a result, this girl ran out inexplicably. You know, she is only the great perfection of the heavenly immortal, and has not yet achieved the realm of the true immortal. Obviously, her appearance immediately aroused the jailer's idea, and he responded almost immediately. The dragon horse neighed and roared like a dragon. Terrifying Daoyun particles began to flow. The dragon hoof lifted up the sand and burst out directly. The speed was very fast. In less than 0.2 seconds, it tore through the air and entered Mach 5, 10, 20. The void was directly twisted, and a raging fire was rising, like a meteor, that streaked across the sky, rushing directly towards Base Soo. Facing this scene, Lee Soo could not sit still, and jumped out from the other side of the hill. The leg muscles instantly swelled to several times the previous ones, and the huge power was gathering rapidly. Damn. This distance is still a bit far. Even if you go all out, it will take several seconds to arrive. What happened in a few hours? The personalities of the two women obviously would not take the initiative to provoke the jailer. In an instant, Lee Soo thought of the death of the two women. Could it be because of that photo that caused some hidden dangers? Just when Lee Soo was getting anxious, he saw the ethereal woman who looked like a picture, raised her left hand, and in the cold light, a dragon spear exactly like the one in the Black Knight, appeared on her jade hand. Lee Soo was stunned, and his eyes widened. The fluctuation of mana came, and the huge phantom of a white snake appeared behind it, with waves on its scales, and the dragon's might gathered in it. The dragon spear spun up, hanging up an astonishing storm, and its weight was extremely astonishing, probably thousands of pounds, and was swung by Base Soo with one hand. Almost at the moment, when the Black Knight jailer arrived in front of him, Base Soo swung out with a spear. The same dragon spears collided, and there was a loud bang, and the area within a radius of several miles was directly cracked. The terrible shock wave directly erupted, forming a huge wave, which spread over 100 miles. Under the impact of the huge force, Basu slid back almost 10 meters. The jailer was directly stopped in place by this shot, and his whole body was shaking. There were countless tiny white snakes dancing on his body, which actually nailed it there. The pupils of the Black Rider glowed, and the dense diorime on his body tilted down. The black scales on his body were also vibrating. With the light of the formation, under the blessing of the two forces, the power left by Basu on him was quickly torn apart and broke free. At this moment, a green light flashed, and the ground suddenly arched. A small person emerged from it. The person was not big, but the diorime on her body was dense. Her body movement was like a snake, with an inexplicable charm. She went up along the dragon horse. The green snake phantom entangled with it like a substance and bit the opponent's neck. The green mist gushed directly and instantly infected the opponent's body. Facing the attack of the green snake, the Black Rider moved very loudly, and his whole body couldn't help shaking, as if the lethality of the green snake was even stronger than that of the white snake. The dragon horse under his crotch moved. It had already broken free from the restraints of the white snake's diorime, turned its head and bit back, and the ferocious dragon teeth, at an almost impossible angle, directly bit the person behind the Black Rider. With a slight sizzle, Langma froze. At some point, Basu came back, turned the dragon spear in her hand, and pierced through Langma's armor and his head. Put away the spear and let go. The jailer of the immortal prison, who Lisu had to take seriously, collapsed in front of his stunned eyes, and was killed by the two women. Facing the dead jailer, the two women did not step forward immediately, but took a breath each. Boom. With a thunder, the thunder punishment fell, and hit the two directly. Facing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the two women stood upright in the lightning, motionless, and silent. It took more than 10 seconds, before it stopped completely. The lightning disappeared, leaving two bloody people, their bodies as if they were scraped by a knife. The wounds were exposed to the bones, the internal organs were all charred, and some parts were even cut into white bones. The bones were black and smoked. You don't have to experience it yourself. This kind of thing, even just watching it, can make people crazy. The two women were silent. They took their steps with some difficulty and quickly walked to the dead Black Rider. One of them took a gun and the other stripped his armor. Let's go. After that, the two women left quickly and headed into the distance. On the hill, Lisu was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He took a breath and chased after him without any hesitation. Lisu arrived quickly when the two women were about to disappear on the other side of the mountain. Who? The two women's faces changed at the same time. They couldn't help but turn their heads. When they made eye contact with Lisu, Kinga's charred little face showed a touch of incomparable joy. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, "Brother." Like a young swallow flying into the forest, she rushed to Lisu's front. When she rushed to the front, she suddenly realized her bad situation and stopped immediately. Basu also took a breath and walked towards Lisu. She stood not far from him and said, "Junior brother, how did you get here?" Lisu didn't say anything, but just stared blankly at the back of the two women, the place that was previously blocked by the terrain. There are 5 or 6 traces that are exactly the same as the ones here. Some are big and some are small. Brother, my sister and I have discovered a big secret. Kinga's eyes are bright, and she whispered, the punishment of the immortal prison is based on magic power. Once the magic power is used, it will immediately attract heavenly punishment. But if all the magic power is restrained and not used, and if the magic power is not used to resist, the thunder punishment will not continue, nor will it increase in power. And, this. Kinga raised the black cavalry armor in her hand with a happy face, handed it to Lisu and said, "It was taken from a strange cavalry. Although this thing is damaged, and has lost most of its functions, my sister and I found that, if 2 armors are put together, they can magically merge with each other. My sister and I have obtained 9 such armors and weapons. The armors and dragon spears have been restored to almost 70% or 80%. I originally planned to send them to you, brother, after collecting 10 of them." Listening to Kinga's words, Lisu took a deep breath, reached out and rubbed her head, and pulled up her little hand, which should have been slightly chubby but soft and boneless, but now it has turned into a forest of white bones and a large area of black. They were seriously injured, and the black on their bones was not caused by a single thunder tribulation, but by continuous exposure to it again and again without fully recovering. At this moment, Lee Su did not ask them why they wanted to understand the punishment mechanism of the immortal prison, nor did he ask how much they suffered in order to understand this mechanism, nor did he ask them why they hunted the Black Riders and how dangerous this process was. In the 9 hours since they left him, they used their own way and their own efforts to find a solution. Just this, that's enough. Chapter 724 to Immortal Level Magical Weapons. Lee Su took the armor from Kinga and looked at it carefully. The result of the punishment of the immortal prison, the jailer Black Cavalry, was their achievement. No matter how effective it was, Lee Su had no reason to disappoint or despise it. As he analyzed the situation inside the armor, he couldn't help shrinking his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Baesu and said, "Sister, let me see the dragon spear." "Yes." Baesu nodded and handed the spear in her hand to him without any hesitation. At this moment, she couldn't help but take a breath, with a hint of uneasiness in her calm eyes. Taking her sister away, no, it should be said that running away, even if it was the best way, it was still the most unacceptable result. The feeling of powerlessness, as if she was in Bijala's house, really suffocated her. It can't go on like this, and it doesn't accept to keep it like this. She also grew up accepting the culture of the Xia kingdom, and she couldn't accept this result of being a burden. The two sisters are one body with two souls. Baesu's thoughts are naturally Kinga's thoughts. After surviving and making sure that no one was chasing them, the two women did not hide in the corner trembling. They were not that kind of people. When they were in Bijula's house, Baesu was the strongest celestial being and Kinga was the strongest golden elixir. One dug the dragon bones and escaped, and the other dragon bone was nailed to the ground and still dared to fight. This shows how tough the two women are. After the body and soul were completely restored, Kinga first proposed the idea of heavenly thunder punishment. Because of their extremely high talents and belonging to mythology, the two women were not killed directly by the heavenly thunder as they used their magic power at the beginning, and their souls flew away, but they died several times in succession. Therefore, they had doubts about the heavenly punishment. If they were sure to die, they should be killed by the first heavenly thunder. If not, then the second one should be used to increase the power to kill them. However, the reality is that, although the heavenly punishment continued to fall, the power was not much different, but it became stronger and stronger as time passed. In the end, they came to a conclusion through constant attempts. Undoubtedly, the first conclusion is very useful, which means that they are not without the power to fight. Even Kinga, facing the immortal who cannot use his magic power, also has a huge advantage. Not to mention Baesu, who is already a great perfection of the immortal, can kill Tae, who is not strong in the physical body. As for whether the other party will guess something through them, maybe. But understanding is one thing, whether you can do it is another. First of all, there is the problem of foundation. Both women are above mythology and can withstand several heavenly punishments without dying. This is the first difficulty. The second is whether they can completely suppress their magic power and not attract pursuit in the face of heavenly punishment. The reason why the two women can adapt is that they are of one mind. When one person is punished, the two of them suppress the magic power in their bodies at the same time, so that it does not explode and continue to attract heavenly calamity. It took a whole hour to adapt. If someone else comes, at least they will die 30 or 50 times before it is possible. The two women are very happy about this discovery. At least in the immortal prison, they have the power to protect themselves. Then there is the Black Knight armor. The jailer was very strong. Although Lee Su killed him easily when he came, in fact, there could not be any mistakes in that contest. If there were any mistakes, the price would be very high. The two women died many times for this, and most of the 9 hours were spent recovering. The punishment mechanism of the immortal prison was very important to the two women, but it was different for Lee Su. Therefore, the equipment of the Black Knight was very important. It was a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that it could be peeled off, and when the two pieces were put together, they unexpectedly merged, and the original damage was repaired a lot because of this fusion. Although the two women did not understand the art of refining equipment, they could also feel the magic of the Black Knight's armor. It took a lot of effort, and with the one just now, a total of 9 pieces were obtained. Looking at the dragon spear, there is no doubt that the one in Base's hand is much more powerful than the dragon spear in the hand of the Black Knight. There are also rust on it, but it has been burned a lot, especially the Taurime lore flowing inside, which is clearer. Whether it is armor or dragon spear. Through the Tau eye, Lee Su's eyes are constantly observing and analyzing, and his eyes are becoming more and more solemn and serious. As a weapon refiner, the armor and weapons of the ancient heaven undoubtedly had a great impact on him. This dragon spear and dragon armor are extraordinary. Even in ancient times, I'm afraid only those who are above the Dalo realm and have a very high level of magic weapon manufacturing can refine them. The dragon spear and armor are from the same lineage, with some similarities and some differences. You said that putting them together will fuse, but that's not right. It's not fusion, but they were originally one piece, and only one piece. It's just separated, so when they are put together, they will naturally fuse. It's amazing. The refining technology of the dragon spear and dragon armor is far beyond the myth world. It's hard to say for a single one or several, but if they are all fused together, the grade of these two magic weapons should belong to the immortal weapon, and at least the middle grade immortal weapon level. The two women were stunned when they heard the words, and couldn't help but look at each other with joy on their faces. Kinga was extremely happy, and Basu smiled. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and withdrew their gazes from the dragon spear and dragon armor without any nostalgia. Lee Su didn't say much. In front of the two women, he opened the ghost domain under his feet, and threw the dragon armor in. At the same time, a mouth grew on his arm, and swallowed the dragon spear in one gulp. The armor is useless. There are authority settings. The dragon spear is enough as a weapon. Still want to attack the ancient city? The two women were stunned, but the next second their faces changed at the same time, and they couldn't help but look at Lee Su. The flesh and blood swallowing was nothing, but the shadow under his feet appeared, and there was undoubtedly a fluctuation of mana. It's okay, try this mechanism, just in case. Lee Su smiled slightly, waved his hand without minding, and sent the two women hundreds of meters away. There was a loud bang, and there was no doubt that the momentum was far greater than Baitsu's. It was a thunder punishment at the surface level of the true immortal, the great perfection level. The lightning flooded Lee Su in an instant. The thunder with a diameter of more than 100 meters shattered Lee Su's area within a radius of 100 meters in an instant. The earth turned into scorched earth, and the void was distorted and cracked. The huge shock wave spread to 100 miles. It was terrible. There seemed to be creatures in the thunder, like beasts and flowers, extremely deadly, and kept falling. Every time it fell, it would cause an astonishing explosion. For a full 10 seconds, the earth roared 100 times before it was completely over. As the lightning disappeared, there was only an extremely huge Xiankeng, which was bottomless. How could the power be so great? The two women's faces turned pale. There was no doubt that Lee Su's thunder tribulation was too terrible, far exceeding that of Baitsu. Cough. Cough. Lee Su jumped out with green smoke. Undoubtedly, it was very tragic. 8 layers of flesh and blood were eliminated, and the bones of the thighs were exposed. The internal organs were also terrible, burned 90%, and the flesh and blood on the face were basically gone. There were many cracks on the bones, and there were various scars on them. It looked like a beast's claw, or a flower, and it was obviously a special scene that had been mixed in the thunder before. Thunder tribulation, it was okay. Compared with the heavenly tribulation, that looked like a tree. When the world was broken, it lacked a bit of flavor. However, although that thunder was destructive, it also gathered vast power. Once it was born, it would bring great benefits to one's own practice. The thunder tribulation of the immortal prison was different. It was a punishment, and the power was almost at its peak, and all was used for destruction. He jumped directly to the two women, held their hands, and then jumped up, almost without stopping, and rushed towards the direction of the ancient city. Senior sister, Kinga, the old guy in the heavenly court, noticed that something was wrong with the natives of the ancient city, and came to cooperate again. In order to avoid trouble, I agreed, but I blackmailed him for 500 stars, and I also gave you the dragon transformation chapter as compensation. There are big problems in the ancient city, and the sealer inside is a very scary existence. While taking the two women, Lee Su quickly told them about the armor he got and what happened in the past 9 hours. Remember, once that old man and I go to war with Chijia, you will go straight to the side hall and look for tokens like this. There are many of them. They are used by the ancient heaven to test heavenly soldiers and generals. Don't hesitate to activate them with your magic power after you get them. After that, you will be sent to a place called the Demon Subduing Hall. Although it is also in the immortal prison, it is in another independent space. Everything here cannot affect it. Do you understand? Chapter 725, Defection. With the two girls, Lee Su walked very fast and broke through the sound barrier. Calculating the time, it has been 2 hours since they came out, and the battle in the ancient city took more than 9 hours. That is to say, they have been in the immortal prison for more than 11 hours. There is less than 1 hour left before the end of the day. According to the information from the natives and the information obtained by the armor, the immortal prison will impose a punishment every day. The only way to avoid this situation is to enter the ancient city. Apart from this, it is inevitable to go anywhere else. Therefore, Lee Su needs to hurry back, although even the natives will be punished as long as they are outside the ancient city. But if they suddenly wake up and return to the ancient city, the punishment will fall, and the situation will undoubtedly become very bad. The punishment of the immortal prison is very heavy. Why did the natives have confidence that these outsiders would kill each other before? It has a lot to do with this punishment. The process is very difficult and will last for a long time, about an hour. Faced with an hour of torment, even if the old man from the heavenly court survived, it is entirely conceivable how bad their condition would be. If the aborigines hid in the ancient city at that time, the situation would undoubtedly become quite bad. Therefore, Lee Su needed to hurry back, at least before the second attack on the ancient city. He must ensure that the consciousness in the armor was not wiped out. If this really caused the thing sealed under the ancient city to wake up, it would undoubtedly have a great variable for the next action. At least Lee Su himself, at his current level, did not want to face such an existence. The two women who were being pulled by Lee Su to fly quickly also looked a little solemn at this moment. Even King Eri became extremely serious. Along the way, Lee Su told them a lot of information regarding the things suppressed under the ancient city. He especially introduced them. He had been disabled for 2 years because the demon clan collected the power of this existence, which was extremely vicious. Even Lee Su took a long time to expel it. The two women naturally knew Lee Su's strength. The battle with the demon tribe at that time was still undoubtedly the category of the emperor's favored son, so that the Crow King and others were extremely afraid and attacked him again and again regardless of their status. The means used in that situation were obviously used as a killer, which indirectly showed how difficult it was to deal with evil. Running all the way, it would undoubtedly be much faster to go back than to come in a straight line and go all out. About half an hour later, I could already hear the sound coming from the distance. There were shouts of killing and the sound of metal colliding. The distance was about a few hundred miles away. From the sound, the old man in the heavenly court obviously dragged everyone on the dragon boat into the water, at least a lot of people. The situation should be very difficult. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but curl his lips and showed a happy smile. There were many people coming this time, and there were more than 20 million people on the dragon boat alone. If they were united enough, facing 100,000 aborigines, even if they were fearless, it should not be difficult to take them all down. But is this possible? Impossible. Not even 1 in 10,000. After all, that means more than 20 million people will also need to fight desperately, and each person will die at least dozens of times, and will continue to pile up their lives, and it will take a lot of time to complete the complete control. They will not really die. Although it can give many people courage, the pain caused by each death is no joke. It is a real death. Although these people can be linked to cruelty, bloodiness, and ferocity, they are undoubtedly equivalent to ancient robbers in nature, or rebels who have won a few battles in the local army with a corrupt organizational structure. In a favorable battle, they are invincible in the world, and no one can compare to them in terms of ferocity. But if they face the Battle of Jalu, it is undoubtedly another matter. Once or twice, it's nothing, but after 3 or 5 times, the morale of the army will collapse directly. Not to mention that there is a group of prisoners on the dragon boat side who have offended Lee Soo. If the old man in the heavenly court is just alone with armor and entangled with the aborigines, it's okay. Once a melee starts, they will definitely act. When he thought of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he probably thought that the old man in the heavenly palace should be cursing Nulian crazily. This kind of team, which obviously has internal and external troubles, is facing the crazy aborigines. Not to mention the old man in the heavenly palace. Even if Hansen with 3 heads and 6 arms came, he still couldn't lead them. Why did Lee Soo throw the armor to the old man in the heavenly palace? First, he could quickly find the 2 women and bring them back. Second, the cooperation between the 2 sides must be sincere, but if there is a rift in the heart, it's impossible to communicate. Therefore, Lee Soo must find a way to get rid of this bad breath, otherwise he must be confused. Confusion and unhappiness are trivial matters. What if it becomes a hidden danger to the heart of Tao in the future? Third, those people on the dragon boat disgusted Lee Soo. Although he killed many people, it was still only a minority. How could a mere 100,000 people be enough? If it weren't for the sudden end of the old man in the heavenly palace, more than 20 million people would not be spared. After he got the pass, and he would kill them all, and rob them all. The guy below the ancient city didn't care about food or other things, but he did. As a result, the old man in the heavenly court recruited all of them at once. Although the other party considered that there was strength in numbers, Lee Soo didn't care. Asterisk 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 at this moment, not far away, the old man in the heavenly court was indeed cursing, and he was no longer cursing Nuliang, but cursing all 18 generations. He could see that this was obviously revenge. The little bastard from GGO's returned to him. Let him also feel the other party's position and taste how disgusting it was to face the group of people on the dragon boat. This should have been a battle of 20 million to kill 100,000. What happened? It became a few million people facing more than 10 million people. The other party, abruptly, went from an absolute minority to a majority. And the majority of people standing on his side were not from the sect, but from the independent cultivators. The sects in the upper domain betrayed 5 and fell to the other side. What's wrong with these people's brains? More than once, the old man in the heavenly court couldn't help cursing. In just over 3 hours, so many people chose to betray. Didn't they think that the little bastard from GGO would come back? These aborigines were extremely abnormal at first glance, and their problems were very serious. Would joining them have any good results? The old man in the heavenly palace was almost confused by anger, mainly because not far away, those people were frantically besieging and killing the people from the heavenly palace. There were a total of 11 TIE, and almost every one of them had died at least 3 times. His protected disciple Zhang Yuan was also killed several times during the siege. The most infuriating thing was that when this group of people met the aborigines, they were terrified and afraid after just one time, and dared not step forward. When they faced the people from the heavenly palace, after more than an hour, each of them had died 6 or 7 times, but they were still fearless. When they successfully killed one, they would be very imposing. It was simply incomprehensible. What kind of thinking was that? It was hard to understand, but when the number of people on both sides began to reverse, the situation was completely tilted. In the entire battlefield, except for the old man in the heavenly palace, who was still able to fight against the crazy rush of countless aborigines, the others had died many times. There are already quite a few people, more than 1 million to be exact, who have been directly surrounded. Once they are revived, they will be severely injured immediately. More than 10 people are surrounding them and torturing them. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is that once you fall, you will face endless sufferings worse than death. Fortunately, they seem to think that there are enough people who have defected, and they no longer need those who are falling now. Once they are surrounded, they will not give them a chance to surrender, but will directly and repeatedly injure them. Especially the 3 TIE who were pale at the beginning and full of fear because of the fate of the heavenly court. They are full of resentment and directly start to share the benefits and paint a big pie for those who have defected. They directly invite everyone to form an organization, and everyone unites to form the Xianyu sect. They will use this place as their base. Whether it is the people of the Heavenly Court or the GGOO, all of them will be arrested, and all the things will be divided together, learning the crime of the natives, and staying here for 30 to 50 years before leaving. Therefore, the defectors will no longer accept surrendered element, because the remaining people are equal to their interests, and accepting one means losing one. Thanks to them, although they became a minority, the two sides were truly at war. If they did not accept surrender, naturally no one would surrender. Although this gave the Heavenly Court a chance to breathe, the situation was still not good. Facing multiple deaths, even the courage born out of no retreat was gradually collapsing and disintegrating. If this continued, most people would collapse in a few hours. He was not Lee Soo. He had persisted for almost 2.5 hours, and was seriously injured. He was covered in wounds and there was a deep cut in his waist and abdomen, where his kidneys could be seen. It was a sneak attack by Tae, using magic power. Even though his body was extremely strong, he was almost cut in half. Unlike Lee Soo, although the old man in the Heavenly Court had an amazingly hard body, he did not have his terrible vitality. Even if his intestines fell outside, he could be repaired quickly. His repair process was very slow, and he needed a more stable environment. Facing an attack that left him with almost no breathing space, the old man in Xianting had probably lost 5 or 6 liters of blood. If his organs were not strong enough to retain most of the blood in his body, and his liver was not producing blood crazily, he would have died. Having persisted until now, his blood bar has undoubtedly reached the bottom, and the wound has no more blood flowing out. It is almost dry. Little bastard, that's enough. If you don't come back, don't blame me for giving this armor to the natives. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.